Day 2 in Akron, the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational, and the conditions are perfect. Temperature in the mid-60s, not much breeze to deal with. Another perfect morning for golf at a world-class field at a World Championship event. Round 2 from Akron coming up next. PGA TOUR.com welcomes you to the continuing race for the FedEx Cup. This is Live At. From the Firestone Country Club, it's the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Live At coverage is driven by Bridgestone tires and delivered by FedEx. What a beautiful day for golf. Just south of Akron, Ohio, 64 degrees. The best players in the world are assembled for another Chamber of Commerce Day at the Firestone Country Club. The venerable South Course is the host. Seemed as though there was a distinct advantage for those playing in the morning yesterday. Those who played in the afternoon are enjoying another pristine morning. I'm Brian Katrek along with noted instructors Mark Immelman from Columbus, Georgia, Columbus State University, and of course Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy. We're going to be watching this par 5 second hole all day long. That's the third shot of Richard Sterney at what is the easiest hole on the golf course. Gentlemen, good morning. It's fun to watch the easiest hole on the golf course. Mark, we'll start with you since we just watched a South African and now playing alongside Derek Ernst. It was a lot of fun to watch these guys play golf yesterday, and it did seem as though the better golf came in the morning.
It really was, Brian, and you know, we made the point yesterday that great golf courses produce great champions, and the Firestone South Course just produces Hall of Fame performances all the time, and the proverbial cream was rising to the top. And I expect so much more of the same. You know, conditions are perfect out there. It's forecast to remain that way, so ideal day for the guys to take advantage out there.
Travis, how much fun is it for you as the Director of Instruction at the Tour Academy to come out here on tour and watch some of the best swings that we see?
Well, it's a lot of fun, and you continue to realize, you know, there's different golf swings out there. We see the cookie-cutter swings of Adam Scott, Tiger Woods, and then you see some of the homebred swings like Jim Furyk, and they all get it done. They all get to impact, manage ball flight. And this is a great hole, as you mentioned, Brian, to watch. We saw two eagles yesterday with Henrik Stenson and Bubba Watson. I think this front right pin location today, we're going to see some great second shots in there. I'm going to go ahead and anticipate 5 or 6 eagles today. It's going to be a fun hole to watch.
Another storyline that we'll be following for you all week long. You see the number next to Richard Sterney. He's 252nd in FedEx Cup points. That's the projection. He's got to make a move. There are only a few events left to gain points in order to make it into the PGA Tour playoffs. And, of course, this week's one of them. Sterney's going to get some points next week at the PGA Championship and then the Wyndham Championship, and that's it. If you're not in the top 125, your season is done after the Wyndham.
It's crunch time now. The guys are really going to come through. And as you point out, playing here in the World Golf Championships event where there's no cut, everyone's guaranteed points. Whereas the guys over in Reno are battling it out with cut day to day, hoping to earn some points out there too to get inside of that top 125.
Yeah, and speaking of Reno, I think I saw another Immelman up on the leaderboard. Your brother Trevor doing quite nicely in the first round.
Well, Derek Ernst has this for birdie. You see the number next to his name is green. Came into the week 72nd. He's projected to move to 68th. And he is safe for the start of the playoffs. Of course, a PGA Tour winner at the Wells Fargo Championship in surprising fashion. Wasn't even in the field when the week started.
Real Cinderella story that I listened to an interview with him afterwards where he was driving up. He had rented a car. And well, there you go.
Look at Trevor Immelman with 10 points. The modified Stableford scoring system in use for the second year at the Reno Tahoe Open. Just 5 points behind Josh Teeter, and that's just a birdie and an eagle, or a double eagle and a double bogey. I don't know what it is.
Such an exciting format. You know, so many of the players were saying we love to play this thing. You know, you make an eagle, it's worth 5. You make a bogey, it's only worth 1. So it promotes an aggressive sort of a style of play. But conditions out there yesterday apparently a little breezy, a little tough, and the guys did well to post some of these low scores that they did.
You send Trevor a text. Does he send you a text?
Send him a text. He sent me a text back. It was just a smiley face. We're going in the right direction. I sent him a text this morning saying, good start. Let's keep going over here.
I like that. John Merrick on the tee at this par 5 second. See the hole playing 516 yards today. The flag moved up to the front right portion of the green, actually kind of middle right. There's a false front, a little bit shorter than it was yesterday, reachable for most in the field. Merrick playing alongside Brett Rumford.
If Brett tends to make a mistake, it's to the left side of the golf course, and you can see he a little too inside out, face shot down. He turned that one over too much. But again, it's such a tight line over there. The players like to get it up the left side of the fairway to get a little extra run outs, and he just overcooked one off the tee there.
Those tee shots a moment ago, as we look down, you can see that Merrick has gotten to his ball, and somewhere back there in those trees, we see Brett Rumford's caddy, and there's Brett behind John. Trying to play his second shot back onto this second fairway, and that's a pretty good job. So he's back on track. We saw a number of guys, Travis, decide to take it up the third hole yesterday, the third fairway parallel. So many parallel fairways here.
Yeah, we saw a lot of tee shots over there on the left-hand side. Some playing up the number 3 there, and some not hitting a very good recovery shot. We saw a lot of guys, hitting their second shot, and they were still in trouble for their third shot. So I think it's important, whether they play up 3 or back out into 2, that they get themselves in position for the third.
The Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us that that John Merrick has 229 yards uphill to the hole.
Not too happy with that one, but where the hole's located in that right portion of the green, there's a little catchment area. There's a ridge right in behind the hole that will help him to get that close, even though he's tight to the target.
So Rumford will have a full wedge shot. Merrick scrambling greenside when we come back. Well, before we went to break, I said Brett Rumford would have a full wedge shot. He's got 66 yards here, guys. That's not going to be a full wedge shot for too many. Travis, what can you do to make this a full wedge shot?
Well, he's probably got a 50. He could go 56 here, bring it in a little bit lower, or elect for the 60, send it up a little bit higher. We saw the shot a lot yesterday to the back left. That mound gave the players all kinds of problems. Let's see if he can control the spin here and hit it close.
If there's a strength to Brett Rumford's game, it's this shot right here.
There's the backboard that Mark was talking about.
He is beautiful with a wedge in his hand. The pace control, the poise, the balance. He flights the ball so wonderfully with his short clubs, Brett Rumford.
All right, Brett. There's nothing to be complaining about, Brett. That's 5 feet. Oh, they're going to talk about the divot. Bent grass fairways here, you can replace your divots.
Yes.
They will grow back.
Yes.
Now, that backboard we just saw with Rumford, how is that going to come into play with John Merrick?
Well, I think it's going to make these shots easier.
See if he chooses to use it. No, he's just going to stop it with spin.
I think these approach shots are going to be easier today for the players. I mean, yesterday they had a hard time controlling the spin with the mound in the back left. With that ridge just behind the hole, these guys are going to be able to flight the wedges in there, just past the hole, put some spin on it, and all those balls are going to be gathered right there around the flagstick.
I'm with you, Travis. You know, number 2 played the easiest hole yesterday, and it was, what, 0.4 under par or about whatever it was. I do have to believe that today we're going to see guys get after this one a little bit more with that whole location.
John Merrick, a winner in the home city down there in L.A. Southern California guy winning at the Northern Trust Open. Another top 10 finish last week at the RBC Canadian Open. Good year for John. He is currently 28th in FedEx Cup points. Should he finish the season top 30, that would get him all 4 majors next year.
Yeah, I got to talk to his swing coach, Billy Harmon. He's worked with for a long time, and they're excited about his game. He's having a terrific year. Shot 62 in Canada, tied the course record on Friday. Having a terrific year.
A little bit of pull to his right on this birdie putt. We just need to start it a little outside the left edge and let gravity do the business.
126th in putts per green in regulation this year. And a birdie for Merrick. Back to 1 over for the week. That's 7 off the lead. There is no cut. So he'll play all 4 rounds. As we see it again, these smooth Poa annua greens on a Friday morning.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's going to be the first birdie of many today that we're going to see here on the second.
Now Rumford, similar range, different line.
Decided to go a little firmer there where Merrick just toppled it in the top edge of the hole. Brett just took some of the break out of it and rammed it into the center of the cup. Nice effort. Getting his day started off right. Tough day of 76 yesterday, but he's going in the right direction Friday morning.
Rumford 1 under. Now 5 over for the week. We'll see Francesco and Sang Moon when we come back. On the tee at the par 5 second, Sang Moon Bae, one of the best swings you're going to see, Travis.
It is a great golf swing, and I'm just baffled, Mark, by his stats. I mean, as good as his swing is, he's 125th in greens and regulation. He's 161st in driving accuracy. And I know stats don't tell the entire story, but with that golf swing, I'm just surprised that he doesn't hit more fairways and greens.
Francesco next. Just doubled the first. Drove it a fairway bunker, had to lay up, and it all went wrong from there.
Back to your point about Sang Moon, though, Travis, you know, at that HP Byron Nelson, coming down the stretch, he was tremendously impressive to me. Just hit all the shots under the pressure. So, you know, our greatest swing by how it does under pressure, he did very, very well over there.
Now, some of the groups we're watching today in our live at coverage on PGA TOUR.com, brought to you by Rolex. Sergio and Ricky Fowler, one of the great young stars. Back in 1999 as a 19-year-old, Sergio, and one of the next great young stars, and Ricky Fowler. They seemed to have a good time yesterday. Sergio didn't play his best, but Fowler a part of this leaderboard. Just 3 shots off the lead. See if Sergio can turn things around. A couple of fan favorites in that group, that's for sure. They will go about 2 minutes from now. We'll see them in just a bit. Then right behind them, Jim Furyk, who had this tournament in his hands until the 72nd hole last year. And Charles Schwartzel, major champion, winner of the Masters, birdied the last 4 holes to do it. And you can see he's made 12 of 13 cuts this season. So both of those guys will be factors in the FedEx Cup points race as we come down the stretch. We look down the hill from this par 5 second. Reachable par 5, even though it plays gradually uphill. These guys have had very few problems adjusting to the distance there, Trav.
7. Yeah. Back into play.
Francesco Molinari just pulled a 7-iron here. Just trying to hit this up to the top, and you heard him doing his calculation in meters.
I was about to point out that the caddy was actually talking that way. Of course, a 10% differential between meters and yards, so 157 meters would equate to about 172 yards or so, if my math is correct.
Well, you saw some math with Francesco's FedEx Cup number there, 252. There are only 251 players gathering FedEx Cup points. Francesco, not one of them.
Playing off 10, so 223. Yeah. You know, if you hit it a little harder, then, you know, I don't think you can hit it over the green. That's what I'm saying. You know, if you hit it full. Okay?
Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 229.
And I think long's good here. You got that mound behind the flagstick. Take enough club, try to get it up into that green. If it comes in a little hot, runs past the flag, that mound can kill it, and the ball will feed back to the flagstick.
Look at how small the head is on this club. Tiny little hybrid.
Come on, man.
Didn't look like that fell down into that bunker. It looked like it actually stopped fairly abruptly. We'll see when Sang Moon Bae gets up there.
Referencing that yardage number and your point, Travis, about hitting it through the back and letting the hill kill it, there's that false front on the front side of the green also that has an influence, Brian.
Well, these guys will deal with it. Francesco after the layup when we come back. Francesco Molinari missed the fairway at this par 5 second. He's laid it up to 113. And you would think that would come back just a little bit, but it didn't.
Yeah, a little bit of a flat spot there before it starts up into the mound.
Now back on the tee, Jamie Donaldson.
Okay.
That's way better than yesterday. Yesterday hit it in a fairway bunker, and he and Paul Lawrie had a good belly laugh at that. It was at what happened to the second shot. We didn't quite pick up what it was. It was something that went a little low and a little right. Paul enjoyed it. Former champion golfer of the year.
I've always liked Paul's game. We were chatting a couple of years ago at Augusta National because he had really, his game had gone in the doldrums for a little while, and I asked him, what's the reason for this recovery in form? And he said, you know what, playing a lot of golf against my kids have challenged me to practice harder and prepare more. So
Sangmoon Bae's second shot did not go in the greenside bunker there, and that one came out a little soft. So work left for birdie for both of these guys.
And Lawrie looking fit to me. Looks like he's really, stepped it up in the fitness world as well. Looking very thin, strong.
Well, back to the point about playing golf for these boys, they get out there in Carnoustie and they go and walk and play some golf whenever he's home, obviously, and lots of walking. Carnoustie's a pretty good walk,
yeah,
and he's a strongly built guy anyway. But I think a lot of this golf that he's playing has been a good thing for him.
Well, if you're Paul Lawrie, and you're going to go play golf with your sons, why wouldn't you go to Carnoustie?
Amen.
When's the last time you walked, Brian, playing around a golf?
First of all, I don't like your tone. Oh, the boys at Dogwood walk every Saturday at noon.
There you go.
We got a group at noon. Big group of push carts, too. We're like a fleet.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Francesco Molinari for birdie, trying to bounce back from the double at the first.
This one's going to be fairly flat. There's not too much in this birdie attempt for Molinari.
It looks faster than it is. Opened with an even par round of 70. 2 over through 2 here today.
Yeah, not a good start for Francisco. 2 over through 2. Looking to turn it around and get some good mojo going. Nice day to play golf. Got to be some birdies out there somewhere for him.
Sangmoon Bae, a good putter from this range for the season, making 53% from 9 to 10 feet. That's 14th on tour. But no mojo going this morning for this group. He bogeyed the first hole. So you get a 5 and a 6 on 1. And a couple of 5s here on 2. See if we can pick up anything here on this putt from Sangmoon Bae.
I think he just played a little too much break there.
I'm with you, Travis. I didn't see very much wrong there. Made good contact. I think it was just he looked for too much off that right bunker on the right side of that whole location.
The next group back there in the fairway, Paul Lawrie and Jamie Donaldson. Donaldson right in the middle of the fairway. 231. That's where he was yesterday. up into that tall tree, and I don't know where it came down. That's the ShotLink crew right there, and I'm not so sure they know where it came down. Now Laurie a couple steps closer at 221. There's a false front right there. And he didn't need much more, but this is going to come all the way back off.
Brian, that was the point we were trying to make earlier. That false front really comes into play, and Travis made the point a little while ago that if you're going to miss, you need to get the thing a little long, and you can see now what's happening to Laurie's ball.
Boy, that went 221 yards forward and about 30 yards backward.
Yeah, I actually
think how far off the green that ball came.
I actually think the false front is a little bit more severe on the right side, because we didn't see any balls roll that far off the green yesterday. All of them on the left side gathered just to the front of the green.
It is sharper from there, and it's more it's a gradual incline that runs down to the left-hand side. That's just not this fall off like it is on the front left-hand side of the green as the players play it.
Watch this ball. It's very near, maybe a step and a half from getting up onto the flat spot. Now, that cut, that dark cut there, that's a green side bunker. Watch this ball rebound off of the cut like it's hitting the wall. Boing. If it goes up into the cut, it stops there. Instead, it's got another 15 yards to go. That is just motoring.
We may see a few divots down there at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think, you know, when the player's right in the middle of it or right on the edge of a yardage, you try and force one and maybe just catch it a hair thin. If it gets to work and you can see that gradual incline down the front left portion of the green, you can get balls down there quite quickly, I would have to think.
There's a good look from the fairway where Paul Laurie's ball finally stopped.
I think a little easier shots, though, today to this pin placement around the green than from what we saw yesterday. I think the guys are going to be able to manage these little bump and runs up and over the bank, get it up and down at a higher percentage for birdie today than they were yesterday from the front.
And if you want to master it, the bump and run, you've got a Welsh golfer and a Scottish golfer over here. They must figure out how to do that one pretty quickly.
A little different, as you guys both know, to play that shot over here, though, in the States. I don't think enough gets made about that when we watch the Open Championship. The grass is different. It's a lot stickier here.
It is.
The low shot not as well rewarded. Let's see what a former Open champion decides to do here.
He's got various options. He's got that bank just in behind the flag that he could use too if the ball does carry extra momentum.
Playing it low, bouncing it in there, and playing it well. Nice touch.
His Scottish brethren will appreciate that effort from short range, going in with a ground patrol as opposed to the air patrol, as they oftentimes reference it.
The fescue grass on those links courses really reward that shot. It's not as sticky. The ball doesn't grab as much. It's much easier to play it on the ground. It's a much wiser decision. And
naturally, the surfaces on those links terrains are a little firmer too. So, you know, it does reward that first bounce skids and it doesn't stick as much as it does on the grasses over here.
Well, Donaldson's ball hit the tree and kicked left. Long bunker shot. Let's see if this will gather back towards the cup.
That's in that flat area that Travis was talking about earlier. The bank is, as we look at the screen, just to the right-hand side. To the left, as we were looking at it, flattens off a little bit, and you don't get as much help from that side of the hole location.
We'll go back to the tee as these guys move on up, start to read their birdie putts. Toru Taniguchi.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. Feet way to the right, shoulders way to the left. And the ball right down the middle. That's how you do it.
Playing alongside D.A. Points, who's decided to skip this hole, so we'll see him on the third. No, that's not allowed. This was D.A. Points a little bit before that.
is a young man that always is working on his golf swing. There's always some sort of tinkering on the go. He's a really intelligent young man, and he's always thinking, you know, of how I can do this a little sharper, and he's a very, very hard worker.
Our noon group that walks at Dogwood, we can skip holes if we wanted to. But it's just not allowed here. Here's Donaldson now for birdie.
Easy. A little quick past the hole there. Donaldson's had some adventure on number 2 here in the first 2 days of this tournament. He hasn't quite figured this hole out yet.
All right, now Paul Lawrie, birdie opportunity here. 1 under, he's just 5 back.
We've seen this putt made just a little outside of the left edge. Not too much speed.
19 for 19 this week inside 10 feet. And a perfect 20 for 20.
I want to commend him. That is a good up and down from well shortened to the left of that green.
Made it look routine. Came from 10 shots back in the final round in 1999. Improbable. Well, there was a lot that was improbable that day. Now Donaldson for par. All right, he stays 5 off the lead. Webb Simpson, the leader, he won't go until a little bit before 2 o'clock today. We'll be here for that. We're here all day on PGATour.com. D.A. Points drove it in the fairway bunker here at the par 5 second and has laid up. Now Toru Taniguchi. Had 250 uphill. Didn't like the number. Laid it up. Travis, you like that play?
Yeah, I think so. You know, if you're not comfortable getting it up close around the green, then you got to lay it up to your distance. got to play your game, Mark. Everybody has their game, and sometimes it might be a little uncharacteristic of what the rest of the field is doing.
Absolutely, and let's not discount the fact these surfaces are perfect out here, but that ball may have been nestled down ever so slightly in the fairway, and there is that cross bunker to negotiate up the fairway, and maybe he just didn't feel like he could get enough underneath that thing to make the cover and to trundle it up onto the front of the green.
Well, there's only 2 par 5s here at Firestone. Played them even par. Nobody was reaching 16 yesterday. They'll have to move the tee up on that hole to give some of these guys a chance.
You got 10 more behind it. Being a little deep here is the play.
Yeah. You get a knockdown 6.
A little bit of an upslope.
Into the wind. I mean, I can maybe get 7 could be perfect.
I think 7 is fine.
Okay.
I don't think there's a ton. I mean, it's not blowing really hard right now.
Okay. I prefer to hit this.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Good banter there. DA's got 160 yards plus the slope plus the wind. He was ready to hit the knockdown 6-iron. We're going to go full 7 and see what happens. That was it.
Nice call by both caddy and player over there. That was spot on the money.
That's the one you want right there. There's not that much wind, and how close did he come to flying this one in? That close.
That's one of those that the caddy can put the check mark in the yardage book and go, 1 for me. That was my call.
DA did suggest the knockdown 6. Can't say that that wouldn't have worked, but the 7 was good.
It's a matter of perspective. If you catch them at lunchtime today and say who had the call on 2, the caddy would be like, he did, but me.
He did, but me. Oh, caddying is such a helpless job at times.
It's an art form too. You know, you've got to be able to read your guy, you know, to read the situation, to get a real feel for where he is and how he's swinging and what he's, you know, what he's anticipating.
Toru Taniguchi's got 81 yards.
Should be able to spin it off this lie here. I think today's pin location, I think being in the fairway, having a little spin today is certainly where you want to be, though.
And a couple of good birdie looks coming up at the par 5 second. It's the easiest hole in the course, and they're dismantling it on a Friday morning at the Bridgestone Invitational. Toru Taniguchi laid it up at the second and makes it pay off. Rolls in the birdie just like the plan said.
Interesting statistic. There's a dead even heat between the players that laid it up and the players that went for the green in 2, and who's converted for birdie right now.
Here's Furyk back on the tee.
No surprise there. Another fairway for Jim.
This play should set up perfect for him.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the tee in a minute. DA Points getting ready to use his mom's putter. This for birdie to move to 2 over. There's a couple of birdies out of this group. It was a 7-iron. The putter that he took out of his mom's bag back in high school. Every time he stops using it, he wonders why he stopped using it. Now Schwartzel on the tee at 2.
Okay.
Just out of the long cut of rough, sitting up well. We'll see what Charles can do from that spot. Yesterday there was a distinct advantage to going for it. Almost a shot. It was 7/10 of a shot difference. Today, not so much. Why do you think that is?
Well, it was such a tough third shot. If you laid up, getting back to that back left hole location was difficult because we saw that speed bump right in front of the hole that made the distance control so difficult to get the ball in the right areas.
No speed bump today, and they are speeding right on through. And Firestone, where they make good tires. Jim Furyk getting set to go for the green in 2 here at the par 5 second. 238. Not all the way up there. What do you think of that miss, Travis?
Shouldn't be any issues there for Jim. First couple groups handling that short left spot pretty comfortably so far. Just a little spin on it over top the hill, 4 or 5 feet, get your birdie and move on.
All right, Charles Schwartzel is in the first cut of rough, close to the longer cut of rough. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder saying 238 all the way back there to the hole. See what he can do if he's got any tree trouble. Come on,
go!
Easy. Oh, no. Now, how far back is this one going to go? It's heading a little bit more towards the center. The false front claims another victim, and we watch. That is picking up speed now. That's coming back past where Paul Lawrie's ball went.
Yeah, he may be very, very close to that spot right there. As we mentioned earlier, I think we're going to see quite a few divots around that front left spot there, just short of the par 5 green.
It had already gone past Lawrie's spot. Hopefully slowing down. We'll see how Charles Schwartzel chooses to play it. He has not won an Open Championship. Maybe he doesn't see the low shot the way that Paul did. Here's a little bit more on Schwartzel. Winner of the Masters just a couple of years ago. What a stunning finish that was. And Mark, you know this young man?
Know him well. You know, I remember watching him come up, and it was a question with Charles. He reminded me so much of Ernie Els, you know, from a similar place in the country. Hit the ball powerfully, hit it high, and just had a real savvy for the game. His father, George, is a professional, and it wasn't a question of whether Charles was going to do well. It was a question of whether he was going to win at the highest level, and he's acquitted himself fantastically already. He's been around in a while and obviously been very successful in lots of big events.
Well, he's 163rd in scrambling, gets it up and down 53% of the time. This week, not doing that well. He's actually only getting it up and down half the time. 4 for 8 in scrambling opportunities. This time he's trying to scramble for a birdie, though.
See, taking a couple practice swings there, just trying to get the low point exactly where he wants it. Just a nice shallow divot here.
It's going to need a little help, that
Careful.
one.
Oh, boy. Just stay there. We get to try again. Fix the divot. Move the bag.
Move yourself.
Charles taking the I'm not watching approach. If I don't see it, then it's not happening. Okay.
Take 2.
We know what club it is.
Similar yardage. Let's go again.
Hey, what do we got here?
Same club, just a little bit more speed.
Best caddy in the business.
It's a bad feeling, isn't it?
Oh, it's horrible. Got to collect yourself, though, and hit a good one now.
Oh, no. Oh, we're doing it again. This is a true scrambling opportunity as he was trying to get that one up and down for par.
Glenn's like, let me give you another club. Let's try something else from there now.
Now, that time he took some grass. This ball may not get all the way back to him, but look, there is definitely a disturbance there. It just avoids one of them. Wow, that was dangerous. Now, if that was in a bunker, he could smooth out his footprints while the ball is rolling back to him. I don't know if you can do that in the fairway or not.
No, I don't believe you're allowed to.
I think he's got more loft now. He's going to send it up higher.
This for par. Okay. And he may escape with a bogey. He has struggled scrambling, and we just watched it.
I think the first one he thought he hit it good, and a little unfortunate. Second one, I think he
Furyk for eagle.
Yeah, not his best effort there. After watching those two roll back right in front of him, I think he gave it a little extra gas at impact there. He wasn't going to make sure that one was getting past the hole.
The club that he handed back to Fluff wasn't a sand wedge either.
No, that wasn't. He looked like he went with a little chip with a pitching wedge. Just came out a little quick out of that green side semi-cut.
I wonder if Jim and Fluff even had to discuss that. Hey, we want to give this one a little extra horsepower here? That's a good idea.
Well, it does affect the other player, doesn't it?
No
when
doubt.
you sit there and you watch it, and the ball's rolling down, and wow, I'm glad that didn't happen to me. And then now it's all of a sudden your turn to play, and it's hard to get that out of your mind. And you just give it, you kind of goose it a little bit at impact and make sure it gets up the hill.
Hey, Jim, let's not do that. Good idea. Now Furyk. Routine birdie putt here. He's 8th on tour from this 10 to 15 foot range this season. Makes it 36% of the time.
It's funny. I'm surprised, Mark, that more players don't do that routine. Actually get up over it, rehearse your practice strokes, so you can kind of get the perspective of the line over the ball, and then go back and read it, accumulate the data, make your decision.
Absolutely. Such a mathematician, Furyk. He thinks everything through so thoroughly, and you know that every move he makes is very calculated. So he has assessed what is the best route to him having success.
5 of 6 scrambling this week. And Furyk will have that to stay at 3 under. He's also doing a little something unusual with the grip. Of course, he's got an unusual grip for his full swing. What's going on here?
Well, I know he tries some different things. Looks like his thumbs, instead of resting on top of the grip, are really off to the side, probably trying to release a little bit of the pressure in the hands. Jim can get creative with the grip, kind of searching for something here to release some stress and free it up.
This is for bogey. So Schwartzel hit the green 3 different times and winds up making a 6. Early in the day, though. Now back in the fairway, Martin Laird and Zach Johnson. Laird was in the fairway bunker and is already laid up. Now Zach waving to the adoring fans. Zach is just outside, or just inside the top 30 FedEx Cup points.
Go hard.
Go!
That did not go. Zach surprised at how that one finished in the bunker. He had 249 all the way up to the hole. Now Zach, a guy that certainly understands his game, both inside and outside the ropes. Let's learn a little more about him.
From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, please welcome Zach Johnson. Considering I eat about anything, that's very difficult. Anything my wife cooks? That's my mom saying, what about me? I'll go with my wife's spaghetti. I love chocolate ice cream. Living in the South, I'm starting to acquire one. I'll have to go with Braveheart. Yeah, and a close second is Hoosiers. College was certainly marketing. Anything that dealt with probably math, mathematics of some sort. Sociology, philosophy, anything that was abstract and opinionated, I hated it. Anything that deals with the University of Iowa's football team, any Big Ten game in Iowa City is best. A whole lot, with the exception of country. My favorite band would be Dave Matthews. I'd throw Dave and then Coldplay. Bussing tables at a local deli in my hometown. It was just not fun work. I got free food occasionally. That was the only reason why I did it.
The season numbers for Zach Johnson. 3 top 10s this year. A playoff loss of the John Deere Classic the week before the British Open. He went across on the charter, finished tied for 6th over there. That's not bad. And 29th in FedEx Cup points.
I tell you what, British Open, he's got a game that is tailor-made for the conditions over there.
Well, Martin Laird, a high ball hitter, has 76 yards here left for his 3rd. And it took a big hop. Laird with a 77 yesterday. No birdies. Has yet to make a birdie this week. Played his college golf at Colorado State. Said he picked it for the temperature. It was similar to what he would get back in Scotland. He liked the temperature, he liked the terrain.
It's a good thing it didn't come down to Georgia. He would have overheated a little bit down there where we're from.
Got to do some sweating.
Yeah.
Country Club of Columbus.
Amen. I don't want to call this miss an unforced error by Zach Johnson because both him and Damon appeared to like what they saw over there, and then he was quite surprised when the ball came up shy in this cross bunker. He's got a long bunker shot, one of about, I would say 40 yards or so to that whole location.
Get up a little bit.
Oh boy.
It's not going to stay.
Oh, the second hole is giving Zach Johnson the business right now.
May I retract my statement about what I said about number 2 playing easier than yesterday? Things are starting to change now as a few more groups come through this whole location.
Down towards the now repaired pitch marks and divots of Charles Schwartzel. That one's more over in Paul Lawrie territory. Zach thought he had reached the green in 2. And now he's going to work to reach it in 4.
Zach thought he'd reached the green in 3 as well.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difficult shot from where he was there, Travis. That long bunker shot is, you know, controlling distance is difficult. And with those sorts of conditions there with the terrain made extra tough.
It is a tough shot. I think he hit it the way he wanted to hit it. It's just so hard to control the distance. I think the ball came out at the right trajectory. You know, that shot right there, really just a couple more feet, maybe 2-3 more feet, and it's probably right next to the flagstick.
Well, you saw the scrambling numbers. Tied for 21st in scrambling this week. He's 48th in sand saves for the year. Unfortunately, this may be one of the others.
Well, he's good at these shots right here. And we mentioned over at the Open Championship, he's good at using the leading edge, trapping it. You know, he's a shut-face player. So these types of shots here, kind of these lower to medium trajectory pitch shots where he can kind of drive it in there a little bit, he's one of the best at it.
This is the 4th shot for Zach Johnson. He's currently 1 under and 5 back. Oh no, here we go again. He immediately went to the high route. Zach questioning whether he can move the pitch mark, the divot that came out of the ground. Also, I think Damon talked him out of it. Did you see him point at that?
He did. You know, I hated to sound like the master of the obvious, so I didn't want to point out. But the key to this shot now is hitting it enough. But these guys played such fine margins that he still wants to get it close to get that easy par attempt. Now he's staring bogey square, double bogey squarely in the face.
Well, this is not the place to miss it.
Oh, good shot.
That's much better. Like Schwartzel before him, a short putt coming up, but this one for bogey. David Lynn is back on the tee.
Just a big golf swing right there. I love that finish. Just torso. He's got probably one of the most flexible thoracic spines, where he just unwinds that club, whips around, and smacks himself in the shoulder.
Wow.
According to ShotLink, David Lynn has got the 5th most flexible thoracic spine on
And
tour.
the word of the day by my colleague Travis here, thoracic.
Well, I'm getting ready to take a break, so I figured I would throw that out there for you guys to chew on.
You deserve one.
I like more right to left than left to right. Overall, it's flat. But it goes down, then it goes slightly up.
Well, this putt's doing a little bit of everything. Apparently it's going both ways. It's downhill and uphill. Look what Laird's doing, not anchoring this putter. Easy. That putter a couple of inches from his belly.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of the guys start to talk about they got to make some adjustments now, get ready for the change.
Carl Peterson back on the tee, the group with David Lynn.
Carl Peterson, one of those guys that has now made the adjustment from the anchored putters, going with a split hand grip with a putter that's a little longer than standard.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see that when we get up to the green. And I've always found it interesting with a guy like Carl Peterson who's making a change, and even a guy like Martin Laird. How long will they stay with it? It wouldn't be surprising if you see Carl Peterson doing something else today. If we see him next week, he may be doing something else next week, trying to find the mix. Here's Laird for par.
To your point, David, I think there's this discovery period for the players that have been career anchored putter people like a Carl Peterson or Webb Simpson. So there's going to be this time where you can find them, where you will find them experimenting to find out where their proverbial sweet spot is with a putter.
It's going to be interesting. You know, it really is for some of these players to see how well they putt when they do have to make the change.
Zach parred the first. He's currently 5 off the lead, but this is for bogey.
Well, I guess if there's such a thing as a good bogey, albeit on the par 5 second, which is the easiest, that is when he actually had a tremendous 5th shot to get it in there nice and tight and walk off with limited damage.
Yeah, I think they're thinking back to that second shot. I think they needed more club there to get that over that bunker.
Well, green clear, back in the fairway. Here's David Lynn.
All right, here you go. Watch this finish. Watch the club.
Watch the thoracic spine.
Swing around and hit the shoulder into the finish.
There's a couple of bunkers over there. Not sure if that finished in one of them yet or not. We'll find out. That was a long way, 252. Now Peterson from 228, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Oh, that was in the trees on the right. Couple of friendly bounces out of that hardwood tree. He's thrown a couple of balls left. We'll see what Carl Peterson can do from there when we come back. David Lynn did indeed find one of the greenside bunkers at the second. This is his third shot. Oh, how good is that, Mark?
You know, Brian, for yesterday's hole location, that greenside bunker was not a good proposition whatsoever. But where they are today, they're playing more along the slope and controlling the distance from there pretty easy.
Third shot for Carl Peterson. We'll try the right-hand side. Boy, that almost landed on David Lynn's ball, which could have been a disaster for Peterson. Instead, finishes just a few feet away. Well, coming up this Saturday at 1 p.m. on CBS, PGA Tour 2013, Playing with a Purpose, highlighting some of the many charitable efforts that the players on the PGA Tour are involved in week in and week out. Graham McDowell and the GMAC Foundation, a partnership with the Crumlin Children's Hospital in Dublin, Ireland, profiled, as well as a wonderful, touching story on Brant Snedeker and Tucker Anderson. That's this Saturday at 1 o'clock on CBS. Carl Peterson now, we'll get a look at what he's doing with the putter, Mark, nowadays.
Yeah, I just went to it recently here, and you know, as a teacher, what I appreciate about Carl, and when I first met him when he was playing over in South Africa as a young startup professional, he's the kind of guy that just understands what he's able to do. He doesn't try and do anything else. He's like, this is who I am. I embrace myself as a player. This is me. I'm going to make me work, and he's obviously been very successful at it.
So used the long putter. Now he's using a conventional putter with a modified split grip.
And then a version of the claw in the lower of the right hand there. Not too bad a stroke there. I think he just overread that one. Was looking for the the slope in the front of the green to pull the ball to his right a little bit more, and it just hung out on the left-hand side.
And how about that for the tap-in? He went to a very conventional putting grip for the tap-in. We'll go back to the tee. Paul Casey. Paul Casey outside the top 225 in FedEx Cup points. Hasn't played much this year. This is left and maybe all the way into the third fairway.
Seen one player down there, Brett Rumford, missed a tee shot well left and actually made birdie out of that spot. So if he's got a line, he's still got a decent opportunity with a front right hole location.
David Lynn, 1 over, 7 off the lead. 16 for 16 inside 10 feet this week. We're seeing a lot of guys that are perfect inside 10 feet this week, Mark.
Putting surfaces are immaculate. Just have stood the... Granted, we don't have a very big field with 73 players, but have just handled the traffic so well at early week rain.
Brandon Grace back on the tee, and he doesn't like this one either. This one's also going left. Well, those guys, I think Zach Johnson's group's over there at 3. He's had enough of 2, and now they're firing at him from the second hole. Still not done with Zach Johnson. And we'll let Zach and Martin Laird get out of the way. See what Paul Casey and Brandon Grace can do from over there. Communists. Here's Paul Casey trying to find something to do here at the second hole. Looks like he's going to come back and play the second hole. That was over near the third. And somewhere over there is Brandon Grace.
Appears that he's far enough left to be able to take the long club and try and hoist it over those tall hardwood trees up to the par 5 green.
Well, he was in the middle of the third fairway. Look at that.
Does that count as a fairway hit for Brandon Grace?
I would count it. I don't know. I don't think ShotLink's going to count it. So both of those guys hitting their second shots to this par 5 second. That's the beautiful thing about this layout here at Firestone, Mark, is all the fairways are parallel, and if you hit a bad shot, you're punished. If you hit a really bad shot, it can turn out okay.
It is, and it's right out in front of you. Classic old-style design. Good preparation for these players for next week's PGA Championship.
Well, Paul Casey back in the fairway now at the second. We saw the FedEx Cup point number next to him. All 4 of these guys are in the field this week, and they all have to make things happen quickly. This week, next week, or at the Wyndham Championship, or the season is over. Keep in mind, it's a shorter season this year. It will end at the Tour Championship, and the 2014 schedule will start just a week after that, or 2 weeks after that, with the President's Cup being played. Now Paul Casey, he didn't hit this one very far. He's got 144 left for his third.
Distance control paramount on this shot. Anything short. The cover is 4 paces short of that whole location. Anything short of that is coming back to him. And indeed, with this club in his hand, if there's too much spin, if he lands it around the hole, it could come back to him too. So wants to get this slightly beyond the flag. Easy.
Boy, he really pinched that one. Mark took a massive divot out of the fairway. And we know what's going to happen here, all the way back off the front and then some.
Maybe in another divot down there too. It's becoming a popular spot for the last hour or so. We've seen quite a few players down there.
Well, that one seems to have escaped most of the trouble. But that hasn't been a picnic down there either. Players have struggled. Casey on and then off the green in 3. Good to see him healthy, though, battling the torn intercostal muscle. Runs down the back.
Such a popular winner over at the Irish Open earlier this year. There were so many people that were excited to see him back in the winner's enclosure. Just a lovely guy, wonderful player. You know, a professional's professional, in my opinion.
And we see Brandon Grace greenside. He got all the way up here in 2. Down in one of those 2 deep greenside bunkers.
We'll see if he can channel his inner Gary Player. Obviously, Mr. Player being one of the stalwarts out of greenside bunkers. And a lot of young South Africans pride themselves to improve their sand game in deference to our Black Knight.
You must have had some wonderful experiences with Gary over the years.
Such a great man, such a wonderful mentor. I count myself fortunate to know him on a personal level, and wonderful ambassador for our country as well.
Third shot for Grace. That may
Gonna
not
need a little help, that
either.
one there.
Well, that is going to go down there where Paul Casey is. This one, we saw a ball bounce off of that. How about that one? From that angle, it stopped. Look at that.
That's fortunate, because from there it's not as tough an upcoming shot as what it if it had taken a little bit more of a right turn and trundled on down into the area where Casey is.
Well, the second hole may be softening up just a little bit as the day goes on. Now the 4th shot for Paul Casey. See if he plays this high or low or manages to get it all the way back there.
Paul hits these, I think he'll go low. His technique lends itself to that. Slightly stronger grip, likes to play with the leading edge of the club, but
Needs a
here we
little
go.
more. Not enough. The crowd's starting to figure it out in this greenside area. They've seen this now a handful of times in the last few groups.
It's going to become like the Colosseum in Rome. I think folks are going to just start gathering there to see a little bit of carnage if folks miss this green front and to the left.
Oh, and that seems to have gone past where he was, which is good. Gets through the disturbed ground. Yes, there's a good look there. A step and a half back or so. Well, yeah, most folks don't quite know it yet, but this is a focal point. This has been a lot of fun for us to watch. Not so much fun for these guys to play. This is for par.
Sporty attempt there. That was very nicely judged, bearing in mind what had just happened. You know, so often it's a Ben Hogan lesson that your shot is only as good as the one that is upcoming. And good bounce back there, Paul Casey.
It'll be an easy bogey for Paul from there. Unfortunately, he put a lot of work in to get to that point. Casey will fall to 1 over. Now, Brandon Grace going with the putter here, Mark.
The Texas wedge in the state of Ohio. He's going to have to give this a little bit of a hit. It's got some fairway grass to come through and then a pretty steep bank.
Well, that's not going to get there, but it'll stay up top.
Number 2 has changed his personality in the last hour or so, though. In the opening segment of our broadcast, players were having their way with this hole in this whole location. In the last hour or so, it's been a different proposition entirely.
Casey finishes up now 1 over for the week. Falls outside the top 20. Risen as high as number 3 in the world at one point. And looked like he belonged there.
He does. Great player, strong man. Hits the ball a prodigious distance for what is a shorter swing. Doesn't make a big wind up or anything, but he's just a really strong guy. Got big, strong forearms. Almost reminds me of a Craig Parry to a certain extent. And very powerful through the hitting zone, Paul Casey.
Well, Brandon Grace has this for par. 18 for 23 this week inside 10 feet. 78%.
This is one of those putts that the professional likes. A little uphill, a little on the right side of the hole. He can afford to give this a good hit.
That was short the whole way. Looked a little out of sorts the last couple of swings. Brandon Grace goes bogey to start. He's 2 over now for the week. It is an improvement, though. He made a 7 on this hole yesterday.
He was well under par in the first round and got to this hole, and at this very par 5 derailed Grace, and now he's going in the wrong direction.
Well, all of a sudden, it's a complete flip-flop from yesterday. Yesterday, the hole was almost a full shot easier if you went for it in 2 versus laying up. Today, laying up about a half shot easier. You see, it's still the easiest hole in the golf course despite the 4 bogeys early. 6 birdies. Nobody's made an eagle yet. There were 2 eagles yesterday. 7 bogeys all day, and there was the double from Brandon Grace. Here's Mikko Ilonen, the loneliest man at Firestone, still playing by himself. Now, he started on the 10th.
It's in rounds of golf like this that your relationship with your caddy gets tested, Brian.
There's going to be a lot of talking between the 2 of them. There's nobody else out there. Ilonen 1 over today. We'll see him when we come back. So glad to have you with us here in our live at coverage of this par 5 second hole in the second round of the Bridgestone Invitational. Later today, we'll go over and take a look at the par 3 15th and finish up our day looking in at the 18th just a bit as the guys finish up. Well, we're having fun here at number 2, and we'll watch everybody come through. There's Mikko Ilonen, who was the odd man out. 73 players in the field, and he goes as a single. Now, Mark, we hear tour players make this decision on the weekend a lot whether they want to play with a marker. There's usually a club professional here that's a guy that can at least just help them with the timing. What would you advise your players to do if they got in a situation like this?
I'm not sitting the fence with my response, Brian, but I will just say do with what you feel like is going to make you the most comfortable, because you've got to try and create an environment that's going to best allow you to bring out your best. And obviously Ilonen felt like my relationship with my caddy Reggie is good enough. We're going to go out there. I know I'm going to be waiting some because, you know, he's going to have to wait for the twosomes in front of him as he catches them after the turn. So he must be happy with the situation.
And it's 11, so that's 28. The pin is 15. It's on top here. So that then something.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder has it 237. I think he and Reggie got to that number.
Powerful hitter Ilonen won the Nordia Masters over on the European Tour early this season. Really can hoist the ball up high. Now this lie's got a little bit of help underneath him with the intermediate cut.
Trees on the right have spit a couple out already today. It looks like that ball may have been kicked left also. Looks like there's a ball in between cuts right underneath that tree. Don't know if that's a ball or not.
We've only seen one player thus far from short and right of the green actually get up and down for a birdie, and that was John Merrick earlier this morning.
That looks like a ball, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. And everyone that's been down in that area has had to play the defensive shot, which to hit it beyond the flag, and have not been able to convert. So I'd like to see what Ilonen does from there. So much dependent on the lie, because the miss, if we've seen, if there's anything short and a little to the left, he'll be chipping again.
So it took him 11 holes. He hasn't quite caught the group in front of him yet. I don't know. I think if I knew I was going to catch up, I would want another guy with me.
Yeah, but that's a good point. But it gets back to what we were saying earlier. You've got to go with what you feel like is the best situation for you. And, you know, clearly this was his decision.
And it's a World Golf Championship event. The idea of putting a marker with a guy may not have even been an option that was presented to Mikko. But there they are. Tomorrow, most likely based on his score, he's right in the middle of this pack. He'll get somebody to play with tomorrow. And the guy that goes out alone tomorrow will go out first, as they will repair heading into the weekend. Former British amateur champion, which carries with it all the prestige of the U.S. Amateur Championship over here. You get to play in, of course, the British Open and the U.S. Open and the Masters. Mikko got to do all of those things. You've got, I know, a lot of your students down there at Columbus State that are trying to enter these competitions. What's the most success any of your guys have ever had?
I've had a few guys that have gone along in the public links a little bit.
Your brother won the public links.
Yeah, I was about to say, as a teacher, my brother won the public links. The aforementioned British amateur, Trevor lost in the final. Would have been the youngest winner ever. So, very prestigious event.
Well, Mikko from Finland, the only representative of his country in this field. As you see, the truly international field here at these World Golf Championships. All right, quickly, name me all 5 guys from Sweden.
Henrik
Stenson. That's not fair. That's not fair.
Name me one player from Wales.
Jamie Donaldson.
That's it. He's
Thank
been
you.
through our hole number 2 already today.
Yep. Thailand.
That would be Kiradesh Apiban, right?
Yes, indeed. So we've got the Welshman, Shane Lowry's the Irishman, Martin Keimer's the German, Sang-moon Bae from South Korea.
And now we have the Finn with his third shot on the par 5 second.
Torbjorn Olesen from Denmark. Going skyward with the third. Wonderful touch.
Special stuff. That's the best shot we've seen from short and right of the green thus far, Brian. Wonderful. Must have had a decent lie from up there because was really able to hoist that way up into the sky and bring it down softly on that putting surface.
Ilonen made par here yesterday. He'll have that for birdie. Hasn't made a birdie yet today. Played his first 8 holes with 8 consecutive pars, then bogeyed the 18th. '40th in scrambling this week, 55% of the time. Well, we got some moves being made early. Keegan Bradley 2 under through 2. He has caught Webb Simpson now at the top of the leaderboard. 6 under par. You see Webb will go later today. Stenson, Woods, they all played in the morning. The scoring was better in the morning on Thursday. Fowler has picked up a shot. Chris Wood will play later today. And Bill Haas, a former FedEx Cup winner, in the top 10 in FedEx Cup points right now. Now back to the green at the second. Mikko, perfect from this range this week.
Also going with a modified putting grip there. 2 thumbs down the shaft, left-hand glove still on. Seems to work.
And a birdie for Mikko. That is his first birdie on a par 5 this week. He's played each of them twice. Mikko Ilonen to 3 over par. But it's Keegan Bradley and Webb Simpson top of the leaderboard here in round 2. Well, we've seen a lot of birdies at the second. No eagles yet. And no buzzards. I don't know what that is. I got to be honest with you, Mark. I don't know what that is.
That is a hawk of some sort.
So says you.
In Georgia, we would have the red-tailed hawk. Looks very similar to that.
According to ShotLink, that is a hawk. Well, the good folks at CDW work so hard to bring you that system. There is an army of those volunteers here. They make our scoring work. Amanda Balionis shows us more.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week, or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour, most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally. And we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, this is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 members, staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. One of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score hits shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it, his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGAtour.com, and the world, really.
And we are fortunate to be part of that group. No reason to man the laser right now. There's nobody on the par 5 second hole, but there's some of the crew and the hundreds of volunteers that take part in the system every week. See the guy on the radio? There's the setup by the green. There's the other guy. They can stand down Take 5. There's nobody on the second. We're waiting for the morning wave of those that went off on number 10 to get here. They'll be along shortly. Martin Keimer and Steve Stricker, they're over on the first hole. We'll see them when they get to number 2 here on PGATour.com. Oh, beautiful day for golf. In Akron, Ohio, a little south of Cleveland, a little north of Canton in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Brian Katrick, Mark Immelman with you. Got a chance to play a little golf yesterday.
It's just beautiful conditions out here today. It's really out there for the taking, this golf course. There was a little bit stronger breeze out of the west-northwest yesterday, and that's laid down some. And just beautiful overhead, so these players can obviously take advantage.
Remember Stuart Appleby had that streak where he had played every World Golf Championship event since the series started. That finally came to an end. Here are the guys that have the most World Golf Championship appearances. Lee Westwood with 43. Put a good field together. Lee's going to be there.
Absolutely. Lee shot a round of 1 over, I believe, yesterday. Surprising, really. Bringing some good form in here from the Open Championship, and it's the kind of venue that I think would really suit his game. It's good from tee to green.
There have been a lot of memorable moments here. Those guys have witnessed a lot of them. Here's a list.
Firestone is a really tough golf course, tee to green. You have to really be focused tee to green.
It's just one of those old-style golf courses. A little bit of elevation, dog legs left and right, and a few long par fours thrown in there.
You have to strike the ball well as well as putt well, so it tests all facets of your game.
He had this twisting downhill side-hill putt from 16 feet for another birdie. That was Jack's 4th one-putt green in a row, and it propelled him 5 shots ahead of his closest challenger, Hale Irwin, and a 5-under par 275 total that was 4 strokes better than Irwin.
And here he is, the 24-year-old wonder from San Sebastian, Spain.
He carries his hands low like Seve. And he putts like Seve.
It was just exquisite because we know on the south course at Firestone that's not an easy golf course, so to shoot 61 was a particularly great score.
Seeing history made, and I'm glad we've been able to do this.
I don't know if it's historical, but I know I broke all the records, I think. It's always nice to have those kind of records on your side.
He has lapped the field 3 or 4 times over.
That is starting to get into bullfight business. Olays. That is absolutely letter perfect.
I cannot believe that I'm looking at Firestone Country Club, a score of 18 under par at the Windsor Tournament.
I wasn't very well known in the States, and I think this win is going to help me a lot.
Down the hill. Yes. So Mickelson now only 2 behind Tiger Woods.
Look, oh my, he just jumped when he almost jumped when the putter before the putter hit the ball.
That's frustration.
Can you imagine 76 yards left of the hole and walking away with 5?
Well, he caught the tree.
Oh, bad break.
I think he got a little bit greedy there.
Keep going.
Yes. He made a great putt here. 2-shot lead. Great putt.
Again, Tiger Woods prevails.
And he worked for it all day, I'll tell you that.
Get up.
Game over, boys. If he doesn't hold, he must get inside Tiger.
Can he do it again? Yes! Yes!
Pitching wedge on its way.
He likes it.
He's sure. Almost ended it right there.
Game, set, match.
Tiger Woods for the 3rd straight year.
This one appears to be online, I think.
Oh, no, you can't do that. That can't happen.
How about that, huh? Start looking up.
He's left them in the dark again. Yes.
.206 yards left. 6 iron.
This is kind of middle of the green. Can't go long right.
Is in the stratosphere.
Hey, good. Come on.
Just to the right of the hole.
Oh, he loved it all the way. Whoa, go in! Go! Oh, my goodness. Wow. That reminded me of the lights out shot when Tiger won here in the dark.
That's a nice way to finish. That was about as close to flat out as I've seen him hit it.
Beautiful performance. Adam Scott closes with a birdie and beats the world at the Bridgestone.
And Adam Scott with a good start. Unfortunately, the round came apart at the end. 3 over par for Adam in the first round yesterday. A good start to the season also, Mark, as he won the season's first major. And after that, it's all kind of downhill, isn't it?
Naturally, you have to feel that his victory here at the Bridgestone Invitational has kind of propelled him on to this newfound confidence. And he really has become a major player now, Adam Scott.
Tiger Woods also featured in the countdown there. A couple bogeys on the card. Started on that back 9, but caught fire as he finished up over on the front 9, coming back in 31.
And his ball striking statistics magnificent yesterday. Hit 16 out of 18 greens. The longest birdie putt Tiger made was something in the order of about 11 feet. So it was just knocking flag sticks out of the hole the entire day long yesterday.
Putting struggles for the last couple of events continue. Although Tiger, one of the best putters on tour statistically this season. The Rolex groups were watching. Tiger and Hideki Matsuyama a two-time Asian amateur champion who's now won a couple times as a professional. Tiger said he enjoyed playing with Hideki, and I'm sure Hideki had a fun time as well.
No doubt. He's a solid player, Hideki. He's had a few good showings in the recent major championships, and it's obviously Japan's next great hope. He's got the complete package.
They'll come through just after 1 p.m. Eastern, as they will start on number 1. And they'll be here on number 2 shortly thereafter. Our next group is on the green at the first. They'll be here on the second when we come back. Back with you in our live at coverage of round 2 of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Keegan Bradley and Webb Simpson are the leaders. Bradley's out on the golf course, and our next group has made their way to the par 5 second tee. It's Martin Kaymer.
Didn't have the best of days for him yesterday, Kaymer, but going in the right direction today. Not too much breeze on this tee shot for Kaymer.
Kind of a brief interlude with some branches there on the left, but that's going to be fine.
Assist from the trees. He's in the go spot now. That's the garden spot for the approach shot for the second to this par 5 green.
Now look at that, Steve Stricker. Most fairways hit this week, leading the field in driving accuracy. And how about that stark contrast from just a few years ago when that was the weakest spot in his game?
Unflappable, this man. He's come back from a couple career slumps and just, he's just so together, just has such a good approach to his game, and just a wonderfully simple and repeating golf swing. And sneaky long too. Brian can really move it out there for a guy that does not swing very hard at all.
And that'll find the left-hand side of the fairway. Like Mikko Ilonen before these guys, they have also started on the back. So it's the 11th hole of the day. Kaymer and Stricker in the go zone on the par 5 second. discussion about non-golf subjects at the par 5 second. Travis Fulton back with us from the Tour Academy. Glad to have you with us here on PGATour.com. Now we've moved on to golf. Steve Stricker will be first.
Uphill 10, 238. It's like 4 over that little ridge. It's closer towards us where that ridge is this year than it has been typically middle of the green, that right side before.
Oh, it is?
It's only 4 over that right side.
Okay.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
We got 10 uphill, 238 your total.
226. They're adding 10 to that number, Travis. Do you like that?
I think it's smart.
Gotta try to get this up.
Hybrid for Stricker. And that's going to come back. Travis, you like the 10-yard adjustment?
Yeah, I think they needed at least 10. We're seeing most players come up short here, and I think really the play is
no, it's regular.
a little bit more through the green. Use the backstop, try to get the ball up and over that first ridge there.
Exactly.
Try to get it into the second ridge and let it come back.
Same situation, just a couple steps closer for Martin Keimer. 221 his number. Not messing around with the front of the green. Smart play. Keimer aboard in 2. Couple over par for the week. 2 over is 8 back, and that's tied for 43rd right now. But an eagle putt. We saw 2 yesterday. Can Martin Keimer make the first one of the day? We'll find out next. The scene at the par 5 second green, and Steve Stricker short here in 2. Travis Fulton, we've seen a lot of guys victimized by this false front here today.
Yeah, you got to get it up the hill here. If you don't, if he doesn't get it up the hill here, he's probably going to have a longer third than he has right now for a second.
You heard Jimmy Johnson tell Steve back in the fairway that this middle right hole location, or front right, whatever you want to call it, is a little closer to that ridge than it's been in years past. Caddy, I think that's fascinating. The caddies keep extensive notes. They keep all the hole location sheets from years past. They have all that stuff.
Yep.
Come on. All right, that's safe. Not as good as Steve would like it, but far enough up the hill to not come back at him. Stricker 1 over. That's tied for 30th right now. 22nd in FedEx Cup points.
Seems to be walking a little bit better today on that hamstring. He was pretty gingerly on it towards the end of the day yesterday. Perhaps ice it down, get a night's rest.
Yeah, what he described as a popped hamstring skiing.
Yeah.
Now Keimer for eagle. And we will see a good look at the break here. There were only 2 eagles yesterday. What will look like an easy birdie today.
I didn't know if you got on the other side of it or not.
Now we'll go back to the tee. The next group, former U.S. amateur champion Richie Ramsey in the group. This is Satoshi Kodaira. Back to the green. You saw that brief little interlude there as Keimer's ball had come to rest right on a little piece of sand.
Yeah.
Stricker wasn't sure if Keimer had seen that. Of course, you can move sand out of the way on the green. Ever the sportsman.
Yeah, he is. Always looking out. Nice gesture there. Didn't want Keimer to go up and hit it quickly and had the sand knock it offline. Wanted to make sure that he was aware of it, and he was, and tapped it in. That's where Stricker's so good from this distance.
This for birdie. And 2 birdies in this group. Only 2 par 5s on the course. You got to take advantage of them when you get them, and these guys did. Stricker still not walking at full speed there, but at least he's still going. Back in the fairway, Richie Ramsey will be first. He's way back, Travis. I think he hit some trees. He's got 266 to the hole.
Yeah, just going to try to drive this one up the fairway. Probably going to try to get as close as he can.
Yeah.
All right, good position there. Short little wedge shot, set up his birdie.
All right, now Satoshi Kodaira. Got 235.
245ぐらいは最高のピン距離ぐらいまで欲しい感じです。
Boy, our Japanese friends and viewers are enjoying pretty good exchange there as the caddy, pretty emphatic. There you go. He didn't want him to hit the hybrid. You got to get it all the way up there.
Yeah, I like that. Nice exchange there. I have no idea what they said, but I liked it.
The caddy did not like the shorter club. That was as emphatic directions as we've seen.
Good golf swing. We saw him yesterday. I really like his move. Left that one out to the right, but a lot of good stuff there in that golf swing.
That one caught a piece of that front right tree also. Lucky that it came down where it did. It's an international affair, this World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Well, the trees here on this par 5 second getting a bit of a workout. Satoshi Kodaira hit one on the right with his approach. Richie Ramsey hit one on the left with his tee shot. He's left with 67 yards now for his third.
I can see him gripping down on the club a little.
That's not enough. Oh, and he knew it. You could see the reaction back there in the fairway. What is becoming a minefield down there now. Luckily, this bent grass, these fairways, they do grow back. The players and the caddies know that, and the divots have all been replaced. But that is a very popular spot today.
Surprised they're not taking it a little further past, trying to bring it back with some spin. Perhaps he was a little too close there.
Satoshi Kodaira upstairs with this one.
Terrific shot there.
Man, that left for birdie. Notice that his ball did hit the tree in the front right portion of the green. Brought some leaves down. This is Torbjorn Olesen back on the tee. And now we're going going to get some bonus yardage. Just right of the cart path in the long rough. Might need that bonus yardage to catch up with this guy.
There we go. 43 years old, still gets it out there. 296 off the tee is what he averages. There's another one. Just caught the first cut. Should have a good look at it from there, though.
And it won't be a long look at it either.
No.
He is usually ready to play quite quickly. Now back to the plight of Richie Ramsey. You've seen this all day, Travis. What are guys looking to do?
Well, they're hitting about a medium trajectory type of shot. Not too low, you know, where they're trying to skip it up there. But and we've seen a couple, they've brought it in fairly high where they've landed it all the way to the hole. But most of them, about a medium trajectory shot, trying to land it right there at the top of the knob, maybe just past, a little bit of a flat bounce, and then check up. Just got to make sure you give it enough here. Quite a few guys. Saw Charles Schwartzel. Took him a couple attempts. Zach Johnson followed shortly thereafter. Got to make sure you give it enough rotation here in the torso to fly it all the way to the top of the hill.
Scotsman playing it in low.
Yeah, a little lower than we have been seeing. And I think that's what the risk you run there, is it kind of skipping too much and then it rolls out. Probably not his best effort there. A tricky shot. You know, it's you mentioned earlier the pin's a little closer to that ridge, and it's given the players some problems.
Ramsey will have that to save par.
6 yards out, just on the pitch, isn't it?
Measuring how far up the approach landed. Ramsey off to a good start today. Bogey free, birdies at 11 and 12. 2 under today, 1 under for the week. Excuse me, 1 over for the week. 6 under is leading.
Giving this one a good look. Walking around the full survey.
Got to know Richie just a little bit when he won the U.S. Amateur. Came to an event at the Golf Club of Georgia called the Georgia Cup. The U.S. Amateur champion plays the British Amateur champion. It's the week before the Masters. They're both going to play there. Delightful young man. Now making his way into World Golf Championship events. This is for par. Perfect. Not a moment of effort wasted on that one. Ramsey stays bogey free, tied for 31st.
You see a little bit longer putter. It's not a belly putter that he was using. We're starting to see more of those now. Probably around that 38 to 41 inch range. Players can stand up a little bit taller. Ramsey elected the left-hand low. It's a good putt there to save par.
Satoshi Kodaira, only 1 miss inside 10 feet this week. He's 27 of 28.
See a very weak left-hand grip. Nice up and down from over there on the right-hand side.
Winner of the Japan Tour Championship. This is a nice benefit of winning that event. Now, Torbjorn Olesen was able to take relief from the cart path. That's why all of a sudden his golf ball has shown up right there next to Cabrera. Cabrera going for it from 213. That may have plugged in its mark. I think it did. He's going to have a hard time marking that ball. We're going to need a ruling at the second green. It stopped in its pitch mark. That's the only way you can stop a ball there. And that ball will not stay there when he fixes that pitch
I think
mark.
he's surprised that it stayed there.
Same number for Torbjorn Olesen, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 213. Just an iron for Torbjorn. And it hops forward. A great shot. Another look at eagles. 2 on the green here in this group, although Cabrera's may not stay there. We're going to get intimate with the rules of golf when we come back. Angel Cabrera wondering if his ball is moving. And it looks like it's not. Now, when we left, Cabrera's ball had stopped in its pitch mark on this false front. It looks as though he has repaired the pitch mark. There is a mark down. The ball was back down, and he looked satisfied that it was holding its place. So, Travis, I'm a little surprised that you could place a ball back down there because nothing has stopped there all day long.
Yeah, I am too. I thought for sure when he put his ball back down it was going to go.
And there was an official that came over while we were away, and they had the discussion. He may have wound up moving that ball 15 feet away to find a flat spot because it's unusual that that ball would stop there, but as it turns out, it's staying. So here's Torbjorn Olesen now for the day's first eagle.
Those are the kind of birdies you like. Yeah, you just go up there and kick it in. I thought we'd see a few more eagles today with that pin placement. Haven't seen one yet today. We saw 2 yesterday. I know it's still relatively early, but I thought we would get up around that 5 number today. Might still happen.
Angel Cabrera from the false front. He's sold the putter. He's confident that that ball's going to stay there. Plus, he plays quickly. His caddy was snapping for that ball to fall. A couple of good eagle runs. And there'll be a couple of short birdie putts coming up. I'm still quite surprised that that ball stopped there. Now, he's got to put it back right in its pitch mark. Perhaps in his reparations of the green, he didn't get it perfectly smooth and it was able to just sit there. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps that's what happened. You know, he had to do that for the ball to stay there.
Yeah, not sure he would have done it on purpose. Not sure that that would have been allowed, but you've got to repair the mark. You've got to put it right back right where it was.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, not an issue. Cabrera just made his 6th birdie of the round. He's 5 under today, 3 under for the week. And Torbjorn, no problem either. That's 3 birdies now in his last 4 holes. These guys starting to heat up. Olesen back to even par for the week. This was a moment ago back on the tee, Sergio Garcia.
Well, we thought Sergio might rebound today. Didn't play great yesterday, but really has it going sideways today. That's only his 8th fairway he's hit out of 23 tries.
Ricky Fowler hit the left-hand side of the fairway. He has the honor here from 228.
See if Ricky can get this into the middle of the green.
Get the shaft matching the outfit. Do we have that much coordination going on? Right up into the heart of the green. I mean, it doesn't match the bag. We understand the bag, but well, that's a lot of forethought right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now Sergio from 217, no birdies today. Just bogeyed 1. He's 5 over for the day. And fans it out to the right. Gallery scattering over there right of the green. Looks like it kicked back to the left. That tree is just continuing to kick balls left. Took some leaves down too. Sergio Garcia with a break off of the tree right of the green. Now his third. How good is that?
Nice recovery there. Fortunate bounce out of that tree. That tree is very kind.
All right, let's go back to the second shot here, Travis.
Yeah, take a look at here. Sergio is hitting a lot of these shots today out to the right. You'll see kind of the shoulder turn away. A little unusual here. You can see he's adding a little flexion to his right knee, and it appears that the weight is moving a little bit to the outside portion of that right foot. It's a little unusual for Sergio. I try to keep that right knee a little more braced to the inside. And then from there, as he comes down to impact, he seems to be coming up and out of it. Where the body comes up a little bit, and the club face just stays open at impact, and that's why he shoved it out to the right. And from there, he just can't recover with the hands and flip it over to the finish position. So he seems to be a little bit out of balance right now, and hitting a lot of shots out to the right.
And the score would reflect that. Sergio 6 over par for the week. Just 36% of his fairways, only half of his greens. Not giving himself too many chances to hit greens, although he hit one here.
Yeah, not his best ball striking here the last couple days. Only 8 fairways. About 50% of his greens. Sergio usually a little better than that. Known for his ball striking. His putting has come around here in the last year or two.
This for the first birdie of the day. Well, it's just kind of the way it goes. Happens even out here to the best players in the world.
It does.
Garcia 64th in FedEx Cup points. Projected to lose a couple of spots, but that'll still get him a couple of playoff starts. It'll get you one for sure. That one coming at the Barclays, where he had all the success last year. So that's a par for Sergio. Now Ricky Fowler before that. This was for eagle. 2 yesterday, none today until then. Fowler pours it in. From 1 over to 1 under for the day and 4 under for the week. Ricky Fowler is now just 2 shots back.
That's a way to recover from that double bogey on the previous hole. Get it right back with an eagle at the par 5 second.
Ernie Els and Bill Haas are the next group. Els has driven it up the right-hand side. Both of them have driven it up the right-hand side. Els has got 240 all the way up the hill.
Well, speaking of balance, we talked about Sergio and having trouble with his balance over the last couple days. This man very rarely swings out of rhythm or balance. Beautiful golf swing here.
.234 according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. And another one gets spit out to the left from that tree, and another set of leaves falls down. We have things called ball charts. They show where shots have landed all day long. That's our virtual ball chart, marked by branches and debris.
Right. Well, it's better than way long, but just over comparable. Right. No, it's not. What's it to the hole? 247. Your long is 11 behind that, so 258. And your left is 260. Yeah. Probably can't go over. Right.
The Haas brothers working together as a team. It's what every parent wants to see. One of them talked the other one into more club.
Yeah, it's all right. It's close.
But I think the face shut down there. Lowe's trying to cut it in there. And the face shut down on a little impact. Usually when that happens, the ball's going to go a little bit further, and that's why you're seeing it long left.
And Jay Jr., now we got to make sure we get the right head cover on the right club, and we drop the head cover, and Big Brother gets all the credit, and he makes all the money, and makes me carry the clubs. Go back to the tee. McIlroy and Snedeker next. Got to hand him his water. Tell him everything. I'm telling Mom.
There might be some smoke after this one here. This should set up beautifully for Rory's slight little draw. Just aim it gently up the right side. Just turn it back.
He started it right. Ugh. Might be okay if he's far enough away from the lip. We've not seen too many of those, though. Now last week's winner, Brandt Snedeker.
This won't take long. Get in there, one look, let it go.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, and I think it's that part of the game where he has really improved the last couple years. His driving, better iron player. You know, you get the arrow point in the right direction there with his putter. You know, there's your defending FedEx Cup champion. 4 wins in the last 2 years. Won last week in Canada. Climbing the rankings.
We swing ahead to the green, and Ernie Els down there amongst the leaves.
24 and 16, 4 yards. There you go. 24 and 16, 40, going up 30.
40-yard shot here, and one of the strengths of Ernie's game.
Yeah, I think you got to put a little air into this one here from this angle. Although at that rehearsal, might be seeing a little bit lower shot. Let's see what he does.
Good execution from Ernie Els. Knocks it in there inside 10 feet. He's 1 under today. Don't check that. He's 1 over today. Just made double at the first. Turned it 1 under.
Pretty fortunate bounce out of the tree. We've seen it a few times today. Keeps the player in it. Got to take advantage of those breaks.
All right, Bill Haas with lag putting here on display. What's something we need to know about lag putting?
Well, I think it's one of the most underrated parts of the game. It's certainly the one area that's practiced the least by the amateur player, but it's so important. I mean, if you can get people to 2-putt from long distances, it's probably the easiest way to lower your score.
Not officially a putt, but using the putter.
That's a great putt.
Speed was perfect.
Yeah, and it's all about speed. And I think we know that as golfers. It is all about speed. But you got to practice those putts. You just can't go out there and expect to 2-putt from 40, 50, 60 feet if you're not attempting those and practicing those and trying to, you know, see the big sweepers left to right like that one there, the sweepers right to left, downhill, uphill. It's a difficult part of the game. It requires practice, just like going out there and hitting balls in full swing with your irons or your woods.
Hold up over there, please. Thanks.
Now Ernie Els. birdie putt here from just inside 10 feet. He's 25 of 31 inside 10 feet this week.
See if they're anchored just a little left of the belly button.
Peter Osterhaus, CBS and the Golf Channel was watching. Mel's commenting that it may have just been a misread there. It looked like it was going to break, and it didn't.
That putt has been breaking, and it has been moving a little right. I think he just started it a little too far to the left.
Now Haas to continue his hot streak. 1 under today, 4 under for the week. This to move within 1 of the lead. And Bill Haas joins Henrik Stenson at 5 under par. 1 behind Bradley and Simpson. Off to the third. The play starting to back up a little bit here at 2. It's a reachable hole.
Perfect one. Just go ahead and hit it.
Brandt Snedeker having to wait here. Now he's waiting on the action at the third. Rory McIlroy has already laid up. You remember he drove in the fairway bunker. There goes JP, his caddy. Got to do some raking. Sned's going to go for it from 238. And it does. And how about that ball stopping just off the front instead of coming backwards?
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Not as severe on that side, but the guys that have been going up their right side where the flag is, it's been coming back and rolling down that hill a good 25, 30 yards.
Brandt Snedeker. Couple over. And there's a shot of Rory McIlroy's golf ball. He was right up in the front of that third fairway bunker. He was only able to advance the ball 100 yards or so. He actually hit it 104, and he's left with 104.
There you go.
And it's snack time. Players just made the turn. They come right in front of this clubhouse here at the Firestone Country Club. Plenty of good snacks available. This is the bad year everybody's talking about. 4 top 10 finishes. Everybody's asking what's wrong with Rory McIlroy.
Well, when you win by 8 in major championships, you set the bar very high. And, you know, some people have certainly offered their opinion and their advice to him and his play and what he's doing off the golf course. He's a young man. He's had great success already. And, you know, a lot of things coming his way. He's learning how to manage all that. And I think it's a matter of time before you see him get refocused again, back on the golf course and playing back to that level that we've seen in the past.
Such a mature young man. Said all the right things about Gary Player earlier this week in response to players' comments to him.
There's only 3 over that slope. It's not the plate.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder has it at 104.
He's so good at these shots here. No interruption in his swing at all, just very free.
Oh, go.
Oof. That wasn't even close.
Nope. Trying to play that one at least hole high, and it didn't get onto the green. The flagstick is 16 paces on. He knew it when he hit it. Even the best in the world missed those shots. What was the key there?
You know, a slight upslope there he was hitting it off of. ball upshooted on looked like a little bit. That's just an error that you're just not used to seeing it from this caliber of player. We saw it yesterday. He hit it to the front of the green, and his first putt came up like 30 feet short. Then he had the second putt, and he left that one about 7 feet short, and he had to make that for par to avoid a 4-putt. And here he is, 104, just licking his chops, and the ball lands and carries it probably about 94. I don't know. Then he turns around, probably birdie the next 4 holes. So it's a head scratcher sometimes.
Yeah, he's gone on rolls for sure. He birdied 16 and 17 today after a double at 14. Everything else has been a par, so he's even for the day and for the week. It was a roller coaster yesterday that included 5 birdies, 3 bogeys, and a double. Rory told us that this time last year he was being questioned about the state of his game. He finished 3rd here and won the next week. Here's his 4th. And as shaky as the 3rd one was, the 4th one was that much better.
That's just it right there. Little Phil Mickelson-like, he's kind of turning into. You just don't know. You kind of wonder where his interest level is at times, with tournaments. But when it's there, he can hit shots that are just amazing.
You know this, Travis, from watching not only the best players, but also all the recreational players that you work with at the Tour Academy. But it's a fickle game, and you can't take him. All the comparisons are to Tiger, who was showing us a remarkable level of consistency for most of his career. You can't compare these guys to that. You can't compare Tiger to that.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Brandt Snedeker, winner last week, case in point, couple over for the week here this week. But this is for Eagle.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of a hangover from last week. Played so good.
Boy, it looked like it had plenty of speed and just died. Brandt may not have lost his turn here. 21st in scrambling for the week. He's gotten up and down 70% of the time. This is not a true scrambling opportunity because he was using the putter and he hit the green in regulation. And
watch this routine. Just we could all putt like this, much more enjoyable. Not a lot of thought. Aim it. Take a look and let it go.
3rd birdie of the day for Brandt Snedeker. A couple of bogeys, though. He's 1 under for the day, 1 over for the week.
You gotta like his chances next week. PGA.
And McIlroy for par. He stays even and 6 off the lead. But we have seen some fireworks already here at this par 5 second. 2 eagles yesterday. Ricky Fowler just made the first eagle of the day to move to 4 under par. And Ricky Fowler is just 2 shots back. What's going to happen next? Live at coverage of the par 5 second here in Akron. 2 players at 6 under. Webb Simpson played in the morning yesterday. We'll go out, battle the afternoon this afternoon. We'll see if they get the wins that they got on Thursday. Keegan Bradley putting together a nice round. We welcome Mark Immelman back to the broadcast, along with Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy. I'm Brian Katrick, and look at all of our friends that have gathered here on the par 5 second. Why do you think all these folks are here?
I'm going to say the lefty is about ready to play the par 5.
There's the U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose. Interesting pairing of Rose and Mickelson for the first 2 rounds. They were the main contestants down the stretch at the U.S. Open.
Just a beautiful golf swing here.
Up! Left. Through the trees and maybe all the way into the 3rd fairway.
The bad news for Justin there, though, is of the 3 players that have missed a tee shot down there, we've seen 2 bogeys made, so bogey or worse indeed, so not the best spot for that right hole location.
And that looked like it was in the left rough at 3. Didn't get all the way out into the 3rd fairway. Now Mickelson with the fairway wood.
Yes. Teeing up on the right side. Try to drop back.
Another one left. Oh, there you go. That makes up for not having a driver. How about that bounce? Maybe there is something to it. Mickelson with one of the longest drives of the day with a 3-wood. Keegan Bradley and Webb Simpson leading the way here in the opening round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Bill Haas has moved within 1. He did that right here at this par 5 second. There's Phil Mickelson, who did indeed hit the longest drive of the day. More on that in a minute as we look across in the background, the par 4 third. And that's where Justin Rose
this
is.
side of the tree, that'd be probably best. Thanks.
And we are doing some marshalling. All right, Justin is in blue, just to the right of one of those trees. He's the one with the club. You'll recognize him now. U.S. Open champion, English. Anyone? And guys, it looks like he's going to try to come back into the second hole as quickly as possible.
There we go, Rosie.
Very nice there, Mark.
Good shot. Always one of those shots that impresses the gallery when they can thread it through those stands of trees and keep it under the limbs. It's a very impressive thing, especially for the galleries that are close by. You know, they really feel like they can live a part of that shot.
Ball comes out about 6-7 feet off the ground, just turning right to left.
Catches a tree, they might become a part of that shot.
Took about 6-7 feet off the ground. Phil has left himself 197 yards. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows us. Hit a tee shot with that 3-wood that went 317 yards.
That is the longest of the day. Bones and Phil cleverly disguising their conversation with the use of the plane overhead.
Strategic there, not letting us into what they were discussing. Distance control paramount here. Travis has got to cover that front edge.
And try to work it left to right.
Go! Run up.
Might have caught it a little heavy. Yeah, couldn't quite make it.
And for those of you just joining us, oh, it did!
Phil using the powers of mental telepathy there, telling the ball to stay there and it listened. He's clearly onto something. He's not just found the magic to the putting, he's found the magic to golf ball communication as well. Travis.
I didn't know you could just talk to him like that. That ball has come back down the slope all day. For those of you just joining us, Phil says stay there, and it did.
You see a little clump of mud on the ball. Maybe a little bit more on the backside. That's why it stopped.
Could have a little kickstand, sure. Mickelson, one of 4 players who have now won twice this year. Can you guys name the others? As we look at Phil's year.
Brandt Snedeker would be one.
Yep. Got the second win last week. That's good.
Well, Tiger Woods has won 4 times. Does he count?
We'll count him in that group, sure. First time in his career that he's had a multiple win season.
Matt Kuchar.
Matt Kuchar.
Yes, emphatic victory at Jack's tournament, the Memorial.
You guys are so good at those
games. Phil with a very emotional win there at the Open Championship. Now Justin Rose getting set to play his third.
Well, that 3-wood is a game changer for Phil. I mean, he admits that has really changed his approach, his confidence level getting it off the tee.
62 yards for Justin here.
Unforced from that range there, guys. You know, Justin, normally a very, very good ball striker, has always put the ball in tight proximity-wise, and with only 62 yards, you can see the obvious disappointment there. That was an unforced mistake.
I love his technique with those shots. You can see him here rehearsing it, and he's trying to put it to rest. You know, so many times we hit a bad shot, you know, and then instead of being mad over it, walking up to the next, he just goes back to where he was, rehearses it, fixes it in his mind, put it to bed. Okay, now let's move on.
Phil surveying what is going to be a pretty tough shot from in the approach to this par 5 green. It's got the putter in hand right now. I don't know if that's going to be the final play selection, but it does play significantly uphill, and it's got to crest that rise that's in front of the cup. It's about 4 paces short of the cup. And we've seen Brandon Grace play from there earlier, Travis, and you've really got to give it a pretty firm wrap to make its way all the way up that slope.
Surprised that he's using the putter, considering there's a little clump of mud on the ball?
Yeah, I am. I thought Phil would elect the wedge here. I am very surprised he's putting this.
You win the British Open, all of a sudden you start playing everything down on the ground.
He's channeling his open tendencies there.
This is the new conservative Phil.
Distance control tough there over that rise. You know, once you've got to hit it so hard to crest that slope, and then once it gets over there, it runs a little downhill, and you can, yes, feel imploring that ball to slow down. But he's got in a situation where we've seen some putts made from right in behind the flag there. So still a very legitimate shot to convert and make his birdie 4.
Phil, a couple over par for the week. Shot 72 yesterday. He's even today. Now Rose. Just off the green. And this is for birdie.
It's very soft hands here.
And that one runs out.
He's still steaming just a little bit after that third. He didn't like that. That didn't sit too well with him. 60 yards, wedge in his hand, licking his chops, and doesn't even hit the green.
A little work left for par. I'm with you there, Travis. He appeared to be a little bit out of routine there for Justin. Normally he's a little more diligent in his approach, and he did play that one pretty quickly. Maybe he was feeling it, and had a real idea as to what was going to go on, but that was a little quicker than Justin normally hits those balls.
Well, there's probably nothing that upsets a tour player more than missing a green with a wedge in their hand.
So right. Now Phil down the slope for a birdie 4. Has been referencing recently this secret he's found to his putting.
8 for 8 inside 10 feet today.
You know the secret, Brian?
I'm not allowed to tell. Make it 9 for 9. A bounce back birdie for Phil Mickelson here at the second. 1 under for the day, 1 over for the week.
It's amazing how that putter can be the lament of all golfers, but can be the game changer for golfers as well. And it seems to have given Phil a new lease on life. The 3-wood certainly, as you were referencing, but the success with the putter is just going to make him so tough to beat.
Now Rose, the U.S. Open champion. Phil will go into next week with a lot of momentum. He also goes into next week as one of the favorites. If he wins next week, he's going to be one of the pre-tournament favorites at the Masters. As Rose finishes up for his par, Phil could be going for the Tiger Slam at that U.S. Open.
And I tell you what, can you imagine the conversation leading to Pinehurst, where he lost to Payne Stewart so famously the last time the tournament was out? Well, not the last time the tournament was out there,
back
but they
in
went
99.
head to head.
Lots of energy surrounding the game right now. Justin Rose, the reigning U.S. Open champion, heads to the third, and Keegan Bradley now leads by 1.
Jason Day, second tee, having a tough day today, Jason. Not his best stuff out here at Firestone this week. Taking an iron off the second tee, the par 5. Interesting selection. Tells me he must be fighting his technique a bit, Travis.
Yeah, we haven't seen that the last 2 days.
It's 264 yards to reach that first bunker up the right-hand side. Jason must feel that this target is comfortably in range. The par 5 is measuring 516 yards today, so he must feel that this is reachable. Going to turn the reins over to my colleague Travis, who's going to break Jason Day's action down.
Yeah, one of the best swings on tour. Just great power. Turns away from it beautifully. Gets the club in a great spot at the top of the swing. Face very square. Square club face is when the angle of that face you see at the top right here runs parallel to that left forearm. So really good lines at the top of the swing. And then from there he can just really unwind. He shifts left into the lead side. Club falls right to that right forearm there and then just powers it through all the way to the full finish position. It's a beautiful swing. It's got great power, Mark, with the way he uses his body, but then he gets accuracy because the club's so on plane and the face is square.
Does such a great job of swinging his arms in front of him too. You know, he's got that power, but he does keep the club in the arms in front of him. Now before him, Matt Kuchar with a driver. Not as fortunate as Mickelson, whose ball bounded off that cart path to the longest drive of the day down the par 5. Looks like his is bounded to the left.
Those trees aren't as kind as the ones up by the green.
No, and they're not being hit as often either. The one by the green gets hit, kicks it back in the fairway every single time. There is trouble left. We took a look at Jason Day's swing. See what happened with Matt Kuchar.
Yeah, it's a unique swing. It's one that gets discussed a lot, and everyone says it's a flat swing. And if you look at his left arm, right there, stop it at the top, his left arm is relatively flat. Across this way, it's very deep. His hands are behind his right shoulder. Anytime you swing the left arm around the body, then you have to have a steeper shoulder plane. So his shoulders turn a little steeper, although his left arm goes very much in and around. When you see players, Mark, where their left arm goes up and down, then usually you see a little flatter shoulder plane. But Kuchar swings the left arm deep, and then from there he can just really hit that inside portion of the golf ball. So he starts down, and you'll see the club, just like we saw with Jason Day, it's going to sit right there on the right forearm. Come down about right there. You can see it just kind of mirror the forearm. Hits the inside portion of the ball. And that one he just shut the face down a little too soon. And that's why it went to the left. It's a unique swing, but it's one that has worked for him. You know, it was a big change for him. But I think after that change, it's helped him hit the golf ball better with his driver and his iron play.
There's the 2 wins for Matt Kuchar, the Accenture Match Play Championship and the Memorial. You don't turn down any trophies, but those are a couple of nice ones.
Winning at Jack's Place is one of those events that a player would be very proud to have on their resume.
And Matt was happy about it for sure. President's Cup coming back to Muirfield Village.
Absolutely. What a wonderful venue for a match play tournament too.
Now Matt gets to be a man among the people over there. Left of 2 and left of 3. There's Lance's caddy directing some traffic. Those poor folks are just trying to watch Phil over on the 3rd. And now we got Matt behind him here on the 2nd.
Matt's spectating for a little while too as he waits for the group down.
May as well watch Phil on the 3rd. Sure. Hey, is that Phil over there?
Hey, look at that.
And it looks like Matt is thinking about playing out into the middle of the 3rd fairway.
As we referenced earlier, Brian, players who have went up that 3rd fairway today after missing the tee shot to the left have not had a lot of success. It's only been Brett Rumford who went down there that missed the tee shot left that managed to make a birdie. Otherwise, the guys have had problems hitting their 3rd shots from that area to that right hole location.
And Matt is way back also. He's going to have to hit this a long way down the 3rd fairway or back up the 3rd fairway. He got no help at all from these trees. It's so far back we don't have a number on it yet. It's going to be hard to get a number on it with all those people around it. We have a convergence of galleries here. Jason Day's caddy trying to signal that maybe they'll play first. Lance has got to go get the bag. He's left the bag over there. Count the clubs. And now right behind that big hardwood tree is Matt Kuchar.
Gallery pleaser there from Kuchar as he stings one off down number 3 fairway, hoping to get a good angle to that right hole location on the par 5 second green.
His work is not done. We'll catch up with his saga in a minute. Now the second for Jason Day, left rough, 237, and he doesn't like it.
Travis, he's...
And that one hits that tree.
Oh, my. Evidently, hardwood trees are not 90% air. They are hard. That big bounce there. But back to Jason Day, Travis, it really looks like he's fighting his technique a little bit, hitting the iron off the tee.
Yeah.
He looks like he's well out of sync there.
I think he's got the club probably a little underneath coming down. He's kind of got the big high block going and then trying to save it with the club face. It's tough. You get out there and you're trying to make those adjustments and you're just not able to do it. And he probably needs a little time on the range to work it out.
Luke Donald going over to the right-hand side of the tee box. He may have spotted Phil Mickelson. Is that Phil? Over there on 3? He just wants to see where Matt Kuchar's gone.
Talk about sequencing. This is just always a wonderfully timed action, Donald. Never tries to overpower the ball, just swings well within himself.
Yeah, and has become a better driver of the ball, I think, over the last year or two, hitting more fairways. Just a classic finish. Just our viewers at home, if you just look at that finish and just practice that, probably going to hit the ball better.
Keegan Bradley, leader by 1 at 7 under par.
In addition to the pre-shot routine, a few wipes of the right palm against the pant leg there by Keegan.
We saw Kuchar. We analyzed his swing a minute ago. Left arm was very deep around the body. This left arm, a little different, goes a little more up and down.
Very reminiscent of a young Jack Nicklaus to me. You know, he doesn't get the elbow away from his side as much as what Nicklaus used to, but gets it very high, gets the club along the line a lot, and then just a big release of the forearms from there.
Up the left-hand side and in good shape. The leader is on our live at hole. Don't go away. Jason Day getting set to hit his third now at the second. Just 78 yards. And that one bounced over the right edge.
That one would have been an interesting eagle 3 with the assist from the big hardwood tree to the right side of the fairway on the second shot.
Matt Kuchar over on the third. This one 157 away. And that's a flat spot, so that ball will stay there on the front left. Both of those shots were earlier. And now live. Jason's at his ball. Still don't know where Matt Kuchar is. Kind of lost track of these guys.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be another assisted birdie by that tree on the right-hand side.
He hit the trunk of the tree really hard.
It doesn't matter where you hit it. It's going to come back out into the center of the fairway.
That's what we've seen.
Yeah.
The statistics on that tree, 100% have kicked left today. And it's about 5 or 6 balls, too.
Yeah,
It's not just 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think this is, the third or fourth birdie from the assist.
You can see back down there in the fairway, there's a couple of pieces of that tree laying in the middle.
I have a question for my esteemed colleagues here, because I'm looking at the statistics and it shows me that out of the folks going for it, you're making basically 4.5 birdies, and then the folks laying up are making 4.8. So going for the green, the guy's playing it a little bit better. Does that count as a go for the green if he makes a birdie, or is that a layup that Jason Day hit over there?
It's got to count as a going for the green. He was trying to go for the green.
And he hit iron off the tee.
Turned out to be the perfect layup, left side of the fairway, aiming to that right flag.
There's the 2 pieces. That's from 2 different shots, by the way. They both didn't come down the same time.
Yeah, Ernie was the latest there to the back twig.
Yeah, only half of the shots are actually bringing debris down from the tree. Now here's Kuchar for birdie.
Kuchar knew that he had undercooked that one right away. You heard him screaming go from almost the point that the ball left the club face.
Well, his work continues. He was able to advance that second shot almost 170 yards as he played from way left up into the middle of the third fairway. And to keep it under some of the trees, try to hit it around some others. Now Day for birdie.
Pace not an issue on this one, just got to pick the line.
I think you put one in both columns, Mark.
That would be fair.
Counts laying up and going for it. He meant to go for it, he accidentally laid up. Most of the rest of us understand that dilemma, but it's a birdie for Jason Day. 1 over today, 5 over for the week. And Kuchar for a hard working par. There you go.
Via Canton, Ohio, in for a par 5, Matt Kuchar.
3 shots hit on the second hole, 2 shots hit on the third hole. That adds up to 5. He'll put that number in the box on 2 and go play 3 again.
Meanwhile, Jason Day hits the tree and puts down a 4.
All right. Next group back in the fairway. These guys with no problems. Luke Donald will be first. 245.
Good look at this finish here, Mark. Just beautiful. Watch this. Weight just moves to the outside of the left foot.
That way.
There's your tree.
All right, it came down left, but not as far left as some of the others.
Mm-hmm. He may have tree issues there with the third shot as well, judging by where that ball came to rest.
That's the worst break that tree has given us yet today. He may be on a root. Looks like he's right on one of those roots.
I'll tell you that, just that slight upslope those players are hitting off of in the fairway, really giving them fits. A lot of those guys are hanging back and just leaving it out there.
Keegan Bradley with another round in the 60s yesterday. He's working on another one today. Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 216.
full flight, Keegan is one of the more impressive golfers we have on the world stages right now. He really can let it go.
The tournament leader has an eagle putt when we come back. And Luke Donald with tree trouble and root trouble here short and right of the second green. Nice pants, though. What do you think the options are here, guys?
Well, clean contact is obviously the first one. It's just to advance the thing somewhere to a point where he's got a legitimate fourth shot upcoming. I saw what looked like John McLaren, his caddy, looking left.
Yeah.
That right greenside bunker I don't think is the best option, bearing in mind the whole location.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to go left here, and of course if you go left then you run the risk of it running all the way back down to the front like we've seen. Not a good spot here. You know, maybe he tries to carry the bunker and get it in deep into the green and just kind of accept that it's going to maybe go into the middle or even to the back left portion. But he is looking more left, as you stated, Mark.
I think a lot of it was defined by where the tree was in relation to his ball. If he did try to go a little towards the flag, his backswing would have been more impeded. Just couldn't get enough on it there. Looking down at the lie, must have caught that one slightly heavy. But just a tough shot from the word go there for Luke Donald.
You can get an idea right there just how steep that incline is. You know, TV oftentimes doesn't show the slope as much, but you can see these guys are working to get up this hill here.
Becomes such an emotional battle now because the players, only with 2 par 5s on the golf course here, the players get to the tee thinking, okay, here's a legitimate opportunity to make a birdie, and then you get yourself against the ropes here. Now you've got to collect yourself and battle hard to save that par.
Fourth for Donald. Okay. Luke is 3 under for the week. He's in the top 10. Had a run of 3 bogeys in a row, 12, 13, and 14, but he's got 3 birdies.
Just a magician with a sand wedge in his hand, Donald. Beautiful out of the bunkers. I know you agree. His bunker technique is just to die for, honestly, and pitching and chipping and putting. The putting stroke is something special to behold as well.
Keegan is going to have Steve, his caddy, put the flag in.
There's our look at the first look at the stair.
It leads by 1, and this for eagle. And gave it a chance. Bradley with that left for a 2-shot lead. What do you think they talked about when they saw each other on the range this morning?
Well, let's coordinate our trousers so we can look like the American flag, or in Luke's case, the Union Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it works for both players.
It does. Very patriotic.
Ah, look at that. That is good stuff. Yep. What are we going to wear tomorrow? Black. Just all black.
Saw this putt from Jason Day earlier. Not too much in it. Doesn't have to worry about the pace. It's just picking the line. The line should be just left of the center.
That is just rude. First ball off that tree that didn't come back into play, and then the violent lip out. Having to play off of some roots. So it's another bogey for Donald. 4th bogey of the day, but he's only 1 over. Falls out of the top 10. Now Bradley to build on the lead.
I'd be interested to see where Keegan goes once he's not allowed to anchor the putter, because he does it differently to most, where he's got that blade well outside of his eye line. So I'm keen to see at what angle he'll hold the regular length putting shaft when he does go there.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good point. Keegan probably stands as far away from the ball as anybody on tour and putting, and
he's bogey free for the week. Now 8 under par and clear by 2 over Webb Simpson. Simpson will go later today. His work being cut out for him by Keegan Bradley. Keegan Bradley. Birdies are par 5 second. Second day in a row that he's come through and made a 4 there. He's parred the 16th both days. He's bogey-free for the week and 2 clear of Webb Simpson, who's an hour away from his tee time. The question now, Mark Immelman, is what kind of weather conditions are Webb Simpson going to be here for him? Got some clouds rolling in now. The word is the front may be moving through. We're not worried about the rain. We're worried about the wind. What's going to happen out there?
Well, if the wind kicks up, it certainly will make conditions a tougher ask, because the Firestone South Course does put a premium on ball control and accuracy. So if it gets a bit breezy, a few of these holes, with the way the wind will be blowing, tend to play crosswind, and managing that will be difficult. But if we do get a little bit of rain, it'll soften some conditions. So you expect then that if it isn't a real washout, the players will be able to get the balls in tight to some of these hole locations.
You see a guy like Bubba Watson that's going more than an hour from now. He might only have to play a couple of holes in whatever the rough stuff is. Might get a wonderfully calm evening. Of course, if it's bad enough, they might stop. Then you don't have to play anything. All of that remains to be seen. There are some of the clouds that are moving in. The golf course got a light sprinkle of rain last night. Not much. I don't even know if it counts as a sprinkle. We were out in it in the evening. And it's a stark contrast in days in this category. Yesterday, going for it in 2 was by far the right thing to do, as it was 0.8 of a stroke easier, almost a full stroke. Today, laying up has caught up just a little bit, although the guys that are going for it still having a little bit more success. But it's not the easy decision that it was yesterday.
Yeah, I think the pin location yesterday, back left, those guys hitting the fuller wedge into it really were spinning it back off, or they were having a difficult time getting that close for the guys that were laying it up. So I think that's where the difference is, and the improvement today.
Still want to know if Jason Day was entered in both categories or not. Let's talk about the different hole locations here. Mark, take us through this green here at the par 5 second.
Well, very interesting green here at the second. There's a few areas that are going to influence the way the ball moves. First, there's this false front that's defined by the line that I've drawn there. Everything on the fairway side there will get repelled back to the players as we've seen it happen. And then there's another collection area that gets defined really by a slope that goes something like that. And so that's what's making this hole location a little easier to get to if you do indeed lay the ball up. Now, yesterday's hole location was in the back left of the green as the players play it. And so there was this mound right here. I called it the speed bump. It was making it really difficult for the players to get it over that mound, because the ball would run away to the left side, the back left of the green right there. So players' balls were hitting the green in this area and then spinning back down some to this sort of area here. So, you get on the tee and you think that, okay, this is a situation here that I've got a legitimate birdie opportunity. But as we've seen, it's also not completely a pushover.
It's been a lot of fun to watch. Some of the most interesting golf on the golf course played right here at this par 5 second hole. The easiest hole on the golf course most years, and that's how it is again today, playing just about a half a stroke under par. The one eagle belongs to Ricky Fowler. We had 2 yesterday. 5 bogeys today. No doubles yet. We only had 1 double yesterday. Just Brandon Grace, who kind of ran out of energy.
He was going along pretty nicely and then hit the brakes. He slammed into the brakes here on number 2, and his fortunes have sort of waned since that double bogey on the second hole yesterday.
The first group that went off a number 1 in the afternoon will be here at number 2 when we come back. Round 2 of the Bridgestone Invitational continues. This is Kiradesh Appy Barnrat.
Having a nice tournament, the young man. Shot an even past 70 yesterday. And going in the right direction. Really confident swinger. Really lets it go. There's no hold back in his action there, Travis, at all.
Playing alongside Harris English.
With the left side. Good little bounce. Should be fine.
That one is a long way out there also. 307 off the tee for Harris English. A breakdown of who all is here this week. We've got 3 past champions, including defending champion Keegan Bradley. 6 players champions, including Henrik Stenson, who was knocking on the door of the first round leaderboard yesterday. 16 major champions, including both our leader Keegan Bradley and the overnight leader Webb Simpson. 24 of the top 30 in the FedEx Cup standings. All of those players trying to make it to the Tour Championship. That's where the FedEx Cup gets handed out. Tour Championship by Coca-Cola, East Lake Golf Club in Atlanta. And 48 of the top 50 in the world are in this field. Hunter Mahan, one of those who, after his wife had their first baby last week, said, need another week at home. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, getting used to the routine of having a new young one in the home. I'm sure there's been a few late nights where they've gotten to know each other and cleaned a few diapers.
Where they've gotten to know each other. That's how it is. That's what's waiting for you, Travis.
Yeah, the 2:30 in the morning meeting, right?
It's the best time to get to know your wife, Travis.
Okay.
2:30 a.m. in the morning.
There you go.
Over a poopy diaper.
Well, I look forward to that.
Oh, what a scene as we look back down towards the clubhouse. The first hole in the background. Tiger set to go at 1:10 Eastern Time. About 20 minutes from now. There's Thailand's Kiradesh Appy Barnrat.
We've been seeing this slight upslope give players some fits here. They've been hanging back, kind of blocking it out to the right. See if you can get through it.
Into the trees on the right, and another one that gets spit out left.
Travis.
That tree hates Luke Donald.
You should. Have you got the lottery numbers as well? That was a good call there, my friend. Yeah, it has been a real issue. Normally with a good player, they hang back and the forearms cross over and they shut one down. But it's been odd that they've typically missed out to the right from that location.
Yeah, just about all of them have been holding
yeah,
face.
You know, the longer you go left, to be all the way on top, left of it is 217, you know, at the camera.
So it's a little further?
Yeah, you want to go at the right of the camera, just on the right edge of that camera stand, to the pin, okay? Nice solid one.
.209 is the number uphill. Into the falls front, it's coming back. A good break, though, as it gets caught up in the semi-rough there, up near the green.
Got a little fortunate there, just a couple inches more to his right, and the ball misses that intermediate cut and trundles a good 20 yards further away from the flag.
Now, the groups we're watching, brought to you by Rolex. This group, 1:10 Eastern Time, off of number 1. Tiger in position for another win here after round 1. Still plenty of golf to play, but he was in the mix, just 2 back. Now 4 off the lead. And Hideki Matsuyama, a phenom that won the first 2 Asian Amateur Championships. Played his way into the Masters because of those 2 wins, the first 2 times they played the event. They will go at 1:10 Eastern Time. Played a golf course called Angeles National out in Los Angeles on a day that Hideki Matsuyama was out there practicing. There was a lot of hubbub over the fact that the Asian Amateur Champion was there.
Well, he handled himself nicely yesterday, +2. He probably played a little bit better than that, but you know, it was a big spot for him, and I'm sure he enjoyed the day and learned a lot. I mean, golf is just exploding, as we know, over in Asia, and we're going to be seeing some fine young players like that more and more in the future.
See how Appy Barnrat got in the field. Matsuyama got in with his 2 wins on the Asian Tour this week. Tiger said he has a boatload of talent. He knows what he's doing out there, and the more time he's out here, the older he gets, he'll develop more shots. The talent is there.
I almost want to say that, you know, everyone's... The future is now for him. You know, we saw a similar situation with Ryo Ishikawa a few years back, and he didn't really pan out here in the United States as everyone thought he may, but Matsuyama, as Ryo, is just a wonderful talent, and definitely he can make things happen right now. He's very poised. He's a very mature young man.
Appy Barnrat's got 49 yards.
Can see that false front right in front of him. Has got to cover that. Yeah. Then hope for a little bit of check to keep the ball in tight.
He went down and got it. You could see the ball spinning sideways as it came to rest. That left for birdie. He bogeyed the first. Sits even par for the week. Heavy police activity out on Warner Road. That road's not that long. Here's the third for Harris English.
All right, a little skipper up the hill here. Well played.
There's a lot of his golf down at the Seaside Golf Course in Sea Island, Georgia, and they've got a lot of those greens there that repel balls. So Harris would be well versed in hitting the little bump and run shot into the green side slope and have it trundle on over towards the cup.
He's got all the shots. This young man impresses me. I just think that as he continues to get comfortable, gains experience, he is going to win a lot out here on the PGA Tour.
Proud Georgia Bulldog. I can't really speak much college football to Kiradesh yet for the first 2 rounds.
Probably an Auburn fan.
Yeah.
Mark's got a city full of those down there in Columbus. Lots of Auburn fans in Columbus, but matched up with the Georgia Bulldogs. There's a lot of rivalry there in the southwestern part of the state of Georgia.
Well, the time is now for the Bulldogs. They're going to be looking pretty good this year. The question is can they knock off the Crimson Tide?
Caddy thinks so. All right, downhill birdie putt now for Appy Barnrat. This is for a bounce back birdie. Don't have any putting numbers on him on the year. He has not made one of this range yet this week.
Turned behind the cup there. He was looking for that thing to sweep a little sooner than that. You can see he looks a little perplexed by that golf ball. There's a lot of influence from the right side of the green as the players play, but not enough for his putt there.
Michael Thompson back on the tee.
member of the Crimson Tide golf team. Huge Alabama football fan, Michael is.
Those two were talking on the range. I think that's why Appy Barnrat's pulling for Auburn. Now Harris trying to complete the up and down. This for birdie would move him back to even par. He also bogeyed the first.
Took advantage of the good fortune there on the second shot that came up a bit shy, but then came up to rest there against the greenside cutter rough and didn't trundle all the way down the hill. Nice conversion for the Georgia Bulldog. Good birdie for on number 2.
English back to even. That's 8 shots behind Keegan Bradley, who's tied for 20th. This to stay on that number for Appy Barnrat. Playing alongside Michael Thompson, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño.
Aiming up the right side, they're looking to turn her over a little bit and just hung it out. And that fairway bunker off the tee is a good 280-yard carry and just didn't get the face completely around that. So it's going to have a situation where you'll more than likely have to lay up from there, Brian.
Tiger Woods getting set to get started. 10 minutes away. We'll have him on the course when we come back.
Michael Thompson, left portion of the second fairway. 219 yards, the Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows us to this right hole location. Sends the hybrid club on the way.
A little deep. That's the first one we've seen in that portion of the green.
That'll leave him, you pointed out earlier, that'll leave him a challenging situation to get up and down from, but he seems happy enough. You know, obviously they were playing for that. You know, the miss, as everyone's calculating, is to not get it in that false front in the front side of this par 5 green. So he knows he must be in a decent position over there. It's all dependent on the lie, though. Now, after hitting his tee shot in the fairway bunker,
120 for Gonzalo. 4 to the right. Yes.
How far behind?
On this line. Let's have a look. Ten.
such a great lesson for all our viewers. They asked the caddy how much room behind that flag, so not getting an exact yardage, but knows he can play to a range. Here goes Fernandez Castaño. Got his day off to a rough start today. Shot an even par 70 yesterday, but double bogeyed number 1. Would like to force this one in tight and try and pick one back up.
Okay, good shot there. I think they got it right. Must have been right in between clubs there. I think he was a little indecisive on how he wanted to play that shot, but I think they made the right decision there. Should be a good look at his birdie.
So your advice for our viewers, you know, if you're in between clubs, which way would you tend to want to go if you're right in the middle of the two numbers?
Well, I think it just depends on what type of shot you're trying to hit. I think generally speaking, to the amateur player, let's take more club. You know, I think let's play for a little bit of a miss hit if it happens. I think in that situation there, slide uphill, take a little less loft, drive it in there.
Back on the second tee, the par 5 second is playing 516 yards today. Tall Englishman Chris Wood. Shot 4 under par yesterday, got out to a birdie today, going in the right direction. That's been a popular spot the last little bit down the left side there, and again, players been having trouble if they've missed this fairway to the left, Travis.
Yeah, so easy just to give it a little more face rotation at the bottom. You know, you see it working right to left. Want to make sure the ball turns over, and they just give it a little extra. Ball starts a little further left than they want.
Now the always unflappable Jason Duffner. Back up the green now, Michael Thompson with his third shot from in the back of the green.
I think he's going to play this a little more like a bunker shot. You're going to see a fair amount of arm swing here. Keep it nice and soft. Let the body just propel it through.
Nice judgment there. Looks like he didn't have to carry it very far as the ball came out of that lie fairly quickly and then started to make its way down the slope. Nice touch, Michael Thompson.
Not quite like a bunker shot, a little shorter in the arm swing, but you know, a swinging type of wedge shot. Wasn't real firm or use the leading edge. The club get underneath it, got to put a little spin on it so it comes down the hill.
Duff ready to go. A few waggles. Looking up the right side, would like to turn this over. Works hard in his technique with noted instructor Chuck Cook.
He does, and you know, they've had some success. You know, Duffner, good ball striker, a lot of fairways, a lot of greens. His golf swing's been compared to the great Ben Hogan at one point. A lot of similarities there.
I'm all right. Okay. Okay, stand still at the back, please. Thanks. Thank you.
Gonzalo for a bounce back birdie, doubled the first. This one, 13 feet and 9 inches. Not too much in this, just outside of the right edge.
Take a look at the pencil grip there in the right hand.
Not awfully charmed with the result over there. I think was looking for it to turn a little bit more left, but she hung out to the right. That'll be a par 5. He'll wander on down the slope to the 3rd tee. A little aggrieved at that par 5, Gonzalo.
I think he may have thought he was a little closer on that approach shot. I think he was a little surprised that he was as far away as he was. Players can't quite see where the ball settles there on the top of that shelf down in the fairway.
You can see Thompson has not been awfully convincing from on putts at this range, putts inside of 8 feet. Would like to knock this one down though. Again, doesn't have to worry about the speed too much. This is just picking the correct line, and it should be just inside the left center. Made a lot of those when he won at the Honda earlier this year. That's a nice birdie, Michael Thompson, and he is on his way. 1 under par for his 2nd round. Fresh off that birdie on the first hole, Chris Wood hoiked his tee shot over to the left of the par 5 second, and has had his ball come to rest in the rough adjacent to the 3rd fairway. 3's a par 4 that runs parallel to number 2. We've seen a little action down there, Travis, today.
Yeah, we have, and this is not an easy shot. We saw...
Just going to go right back in front of it, please. Quite a long way back. Can't stand there, mate. Got to go back up the fairway. Thank you.
260. Yeah. 260. So you got 260, 276. So play 90 front from the top. That's like 165, 170.
Right.
Yeah. That's on the top is 170. But you don't have to. Well, we're probably going to play a bit short than that, because that's up there. You're probably going to play more towards this, where this chair is here, onto that tree. You're probably trying to hit something like 130, 140.
Oh, let's go up then.
Well, you can do that, yeah. What can you get up over there? What up through here? Yeah, you're fine with 9-9 there. Yes, straight up through this gap here you're talking about. Yeah, 9-9's fine, absolutely. You're not running out on anything on that line. Plenty of daylight there, isn't it?
Chris Wood been very accurate off the tee this week. This is a rare miss for him. And pretty presumptuous. I see they're looking upward here. There's a gap between those tall hardwoods that he's looking to flat through. Tough ask, I think, out of this rough.
Yeah, we saw Justin Rose go under, a big sweep and hook, back out into the fairway. And
let's move around there, mate, please. Hello. Thank you.
Popular spot.
Little traffic direction by the caddy. Looks like we're good to go now.
Yeah, good advice there. Concentration, stay committed.
Shot.
There you go.
Gallery pleaser. He was intimate with them for a while and puts the ball right back in play. Chris Wood birdied the first. Now back in good position here on the par 5 second.
That's where his frame helps out. Big guy, big arc, can really smack down on it. Launch the ball up in the air. Well done.
Now back down the fairway, Jason Duffner. Beautiful tee shot. Left center of the fairway.
No surprise, 34th on tour driving accuracy, 28th in greens and regulation. Great ball striker. Look for this one to get up into the green here.
219 yards with a hybrid club. Love Duffner, you know, whether he's hitting a driver or a pitching wedge, same demeanor, same swing speed. So much control out of him, and that is just a gorgeous shot from long range. He's going to have a very, very, probably the best look for eagle we've seen the entire day here on number 2.
That's the best of the day.
Let's come back and see if Jason Duffner can convert that eagle putt. Stay with us. Back on the tee, boo. Crowd pleaser, crowd favorite. Great guy. Good ball striker. He doesn't miss too many fairways, Travis.
No, he's got the perfect driver swing. You know, he just sets up behind it, sweeps it at through impact.
Now Chris Wood, 130 to this front right hole location. Will need to control the spin on this one. Doesn't want it to come in there spinning too hard with that hole location. Wow, is that a miss yardage? Because that's a big miss from in the middle of the fairway there.
Yeah, I think that's one too many there for sure. That's probably not a good yardage.
Back on the tee, Daniel Popovich. Tough day yesterday. I'm sure he had an enjoyable day going out there with Boo, though. He'll talk about all sorts with you for 18 holes. To the green, I'm still somewhat perplexed at that miss by Chris Wood from the fairway. You know, he's got an uphill lie. I can understand perhaps if you get one turning that it goes a little far, but that thing was straight over the flag, so I'm almost inclined to say that that was a miss yardage by he and his caddy there.
Yeah, it could have been a miss yardage. You know, certainly took enough club, maybe trying to take a little off it, and just got maybe a little bit of a jumper off the face.
Good point there, because certainly the worst of the two misses would be to miss that short and that false front we've seen on the front of the green.
Yeah, and that's where everybody's been missing is short, and we've seen balls collect towards the front of the green. Interesting little shot here. I think he's going to give it a little chip. Most of the time with these players, when you see this little bump and run, they put a little hinge in the wrist here. You can hit it both ways. We talked about this yesterday. Hit it stiff-wristed, but here, leading up, he's going to have to hinge it a little bit, get it working up the face of that second cut.
It's been good scrambling this week. Tied third in the field, getting it up and down 87% of the time.
That's a good play.
There you go. He's 5 under par and chipping and putting. That's going to certainly help the cause.
Now we wait for Duffner here. Great second. Talked about his ball striking stats. Kind of a down year for Duffner and his standards. He's played fairly well in the majors. His top finish at the U.S. Open, tied for 4th, but that was his only top 10 in 16 events. It's really been the flat stick that's wavered. He's 165th in strokes gained, so he's looking to get this club working a little bit better for him, and if he does, I think he'll start to get the arrow pointed back in the right direction. This would certainly help here. Our second eagle of the day.
Imagine that, didn't show any emotion. Just saunters on up there and nudges the birdie putt into the hole. Jason Duffner, 1 under par for the second round now, vaults to 4 under par for the championship.
A man that's certainly going for the Auburn Tigers this year.
Big Auburn Tiger fan. Now Chris Wood just cleaning up for the par 5. That was a good save. He's back against the ropes, hit the poor tee shot, then got out in the fairway, then had to chip and putt for a par. He'll walk to number 3 with a little spring in his step after that save on the second hole. Back down the fairway. Boo Weekly. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us he's got 246 yards to the flag, and of that I'd say he's got to do about 234 to cover that that false front.
Stay right there. Hold it, Win.
Yeah. Gonna need to hit the brakes. And away she goes. That's been a goal. Got a little fortunate that it hung up there. We've seen a couple now. Earlier this morning, that would have moved on down the hill a little further than that, and we've seen a lot of carnage from just a little further away from the flag.
I think the grass is growing as we go on here. It's getting longer. The balls are starting to stop. All of them this morning were going to the bottom.
Popovich with the second shot on the way. Would have been good for yesterday's hole location, no doubt, but he's going to have himself a big sweeping left to righter for an eagle here on the par 5 second hole. Come back in just a little while, see if Daniel Popovich can convert that long eagle try. Tiger Woods on the prowl as the rain just starts to come down a little bit. Birdied the first. He's to 5 under. Just working a new driver into the bag now and seems happy enough for that one as it just moves its way down the center of the fairway.
Well, his driving has improved. You know, he's currently 55th in driving accuracy. It's a big improvement from him where he was a couple years ago.
Now Boo Weekly with his eagle attempt from short of the green really will have to crank this to get it up the slope. Selected the putter, and not a bad effort from over there, I do believe, Travis. Japanese phenom Hideki Matsuyama sends his tee shot on the way, looking anxiously left. No real damage there, I would have to say.
I think it just brushed the tree. Unfortunate kick to the right. Probably won't be able to get to the green, but get it up there close.
Now up on the green, Daniel Popovich with his 59-foot eagle putt, and this one is sure to move from the left to the right.
Big sweeper here. Look how far he's looking to the left.
Come on.
Well, not his best effort there. Expecting more break to the right. I think it would have been much better if you had a little more speed. I think he just hit that way too soft. A little too much respect for the speed down the hill.
As an instructor, I'm inclined to advise golfers, if they're undecided on the break, to always go a little extra, because gravity is a given, and you know, as the ball runs out of speed, it's always likely to move on further down the hole. But in this instance, it appeared that Popovich was erring on the side of caution, but it's now backfired, and he's left himself in a situation where he's got another downhill and another left to right putt.
Well, got to regroup here. You know, this is, you're watching a professional now. You know, not a great first putt. Remark it. Go through your routine. Treat this one just like the one before.
Not as much in this downhill 12-footer as what the people think. It doesn't move to the right as much. Well, I guess it's a 2-putt in the end. Holds the 12-footer, and it's a birdie 4.
Yeah, I think that's a great lesson right there for our viewers. You're going to hit shots like that. You know, it was really a terrible first putt for his standards. But, you know, he went up, regrouped himself, went right through his routine again, left the motion out of it, and made a great second putt.
Boo cleaning up for his birdie 4. Things remain as they are. He'll move to 9th in the FedEx Cup standings. There you go. Boo's really improved with the putter. You know, if there was a weakness in his game, that was the area, and he's really cleaned it up this year and has turned into a victory, and he's bouncing back very, very well.
Yeah, I very much agree. Great ball striker, driver, irons, wedges. If his putter is working, he is going to be there.
Tiger 314 off the tee this week, tied for 5th. Tells me he's had the driver in the hand a few times. That's a pretty big poke there if he's hitting just 3-wood, because the fairways aren't rolling out that much. Just waiting for playing partner Hideki Matsuyama, who's in the left rough. Have you seen that a lot of the Japanese golfers really unhurried in their technique? You know, I cast my mind back to Jumbo Ozaki, who had a more brisk swing, but the rest of them are all very well timed and not real hard swingers of the golf club.
Yeah, they are. All the Asian players, for that matter, you know, they're very disciplined in their approach. They know what they're trying to do. Very calculated in their routine.
That's fine.
Appears that Tiger's expecting that ball to jump a little bit off the slight downslope. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows that he's got 217 yards and expecting a little bit more of a bullet off this downsloping lie. He's feeling it, hit it to 3 feet on number 1, converted for the birdie. Tiger Woods is going to have inside of 20 feet for an eagle 3 here on the par 5 second.
Great swing there.
Well, Tiger really feeling it right now. My colleague Travis Fulton is going to get into this beautiful action that is Tiger Woods off the tee on number 2.
Well, I think Tiger's getting more comfortable with the changes he's made with Sean Foley. His sightline, he used to aim way left with the driver and kind of hit that inside cut, and he's brought that back now, just kind of gently up the left side of the fairway. Just a perfect setup posture-wise. You can see the back nice and straight here from the back of the head to the spine. As we put it in motion here, good shoulder turn away. You'll see the club face at the top of the swing. A little bit more square now, where you can see more of the face here, where before, a couple years ago, you would see that face kind of a little more toed down this way like this. He's got the face in a much more square position, left arm matched up to the body better. I just think he can be much more instinctive from here. He can hit that little inside cut where he just squeezes it back to the right. And we've even seen him now work it a little bit right to left as well. So I think the improvement of his backswing has really set the stage for him to hit the cut off the tee, but then also be able to work it both ways if needed. You can see in his stats. His stats have improved. He's hitting more fairways. Greens in regulation, maybe just a little bit down, 1 green here or there. But I like the changes. I like where he's going. You get that putter back to where it was, when he's won 4 times this year. He struggled a little bit with the speed on Sundays, and he's going to be right there again.
But Tiger Woods out of the fairway is a tough proposition if you're a member of the PGA Tour.
Thank you.
Now after the layup out of the rough, Hideki Matsuyama with his 3rd shot to this par 5, 68 yards. Would need to control the spin on this one. Now using that slope, this could be... No, she just hangs up. That was a really nice shot, just a little bit more. That could have trundled all the way down into the cup, and some of the young Hideki's going to have a good look at a birdie 4 here on the par 5.
A classy shot there. I thought we'd see more of that, actually. Guys trying to take the wedge a little deeper and spin it back. Most guys electing to try to land it somewhere just short of the flag, bringing that slope into play. So a classy shot there. Well done.
Tiger has owned the Firestone South Course. 13 appearances, 7 of those victories, 11 top 10s. And how's that stroke average? 68.38. It's a given that he's going to be in contention around here.
That gets it done. There's about 6 or 7 golf courses that you can add to Firestone that he just tears up. Bay Hill, go to Muirfield. He loves that place.
Torrey Pines.
Torrey Pines. When you're one of the greatest of all time, there's a lot of golf courses that fit his eye, as he said earlier this week.
The aforementioned Torrey Pines is at 8 victories there in Bay Hill. Firestone South looking to make it 3-8s across the board there.
And a course that has given him fits over the years. A place that I know a little bit about, TPC Sawgrass, the stadium course. I think that win this year, his second Players Championship, that win was a big one for him. You could see how much that meant to him to finally conquer the stadium course.
Such a prestigious event for the Players Championship too, and I do agree with you, he exercised a few demons. Now this attempt for Eagle Woods 5 under. Let's just wait and watch. I have a feeling about this one. 20 feet downhill. Imagine that 3-3 start. Tiger Woods birdie eagle. Look out, people, here he comes.
Well, that's the distance control that we're used to seeing out of Tiger Woods. Right there, just poured it right in the center of the cup. He likes fast greens. The faster the better for Tiger Woods.
Which begs the question, because he had one or two comments about the speed of the PGA Championship next week. But indeed, that's Eagle 3 now vaults Tiger to the top of the leaderboard, and I'm guaranteeing you that there's 72 other heads that are turning looking at that leaderboard now. Matsuyama, 12.5 feet downhill for birdie. Looks like he powered it on through the break there. You know, had the line figured out. If it was just a little soft out, that should have caught the left edge and toppled on in. Nonetheless, that's a par 5. It's a par start for him, and he will follow the odyssey that is Tiger Woods making a charge here on round number 2. I'll let you go with this one. This is your mad Adam Scott. Wonderful golf swing.
Beautiful swing here. Okay.
Scotty parred the first hole and now in good position here on the second. Battle of the Bombers here in this twosome. This will be a fun group to watch. Both guys can really move her off the tee, and this man, Dustin Johnson, especially.
You might want to plug your ears for this one. This is going to be hit.
Two for a long time yesterday, and this one is pretty long ways out there too. Dustin just possesses immense power, just such an athletic man, and is something to behold. Dustin Johnson, so do stay with us. Let's see what Adam Scott, Dustin Johnson can do here up to par 5 second. back on the second, the par 5. Adam Scott only hit his tee shot 295 yards up the left side of this fairway, and then Dustin Johnson pulled his best Linda Rodstadt and said, I'll have a little blue by you, and hit one 326 up the fairway.
Yeah, that's...
Made Adam feel positively human there, I'm sure.
Yeah, uphill now, keep in mind, too.
Scotty has left himself 221 yards to this right hole location. That's all dependent on the lie in there. If he's drawn a decent lie, he can get it close, but he doesn't have a lot of room to work with from that right greenside bunker, Adam Scott.
He had the right club there, too. Just pushed it off that uphill lie ever so slightly.
Always tough to get those long irons up into the air off the tight fairways, you know, especially to an uphill approach shot. Now, Dustin Johnson. Dustin and Caddy Bobby have settled on the yardage. Apparently 6-iron is plenty from 196 uphill.
Driver 6-iron, par 5, all uphill. Start out a good line. Excellent shot.
Well judged. We now have a new best approach shot into this par 5 green. It's getting fun out here right now. Dustin Johnson in there tight with a good look at an eagle 3 on the par 5 second. Our newest Masters champion, Adam Scott, a wonderful talent inside of the ropes, but he's certainly a fun guy outside of the ropes. Let's learn a bit more about him.
He's from Queensland, Australia. This is Adam Scott.
Surf. I'm a surfer. If I can get to the water, I'll go surfing. I'd like to say be a surfer, but I'm not good enough. I drove my parents' car until I was a pro. My first car was a BMW 3 Series, which is pretty spoiled. A meal would be a good Aussie Barbie. I like Wimbledon. I like going there. I've been to a few finals, and that's pretty good fun. I saw the Red Hot Chili Peppers in Brisbane when I was about 15, and it was out of control and actually a little scary down in the mosh pit.
Fun guy, great guy. Adam loves water sports and just a prodigious talent. And I do believe he's uncorked it all now that he's got that first major championship behind under the belt. There are certainly more on the horizon.
You got to keep that green jacket out of the mosh pit.
Just in the greenside bunker off to the right of this par 5, Scott. know he can play fast putting surfaces, having lifted the green jacket out there at Augusta National. That's a beautiful bunker shot from greenside. Good touch. Got that ball to come down very, very softly on the putting surface.
And you can see a relatively big swing there. Big arm swing back, kind of almost a full finish. He really used the leverage of the arm swing, smacked down on it, have a soft rate of turn, just very well done. Very soft, high bunker shot. You got to swing at the bunker shots. You can't get stiff, short, and rigid. You got to free it up a little bit. Get your arms swinging, let your body turn. Make sure you got enough loft in the face, and it doesn't always match up because you're only trying to hit it, 7, 8 feet. But you got enough loft where you can create that kind of movement, and the speed really propels it up in the air. It was really, really good technique by Adam Scott.
Well, right before, in the previous group, Tiger Woods owned the closest second shot to this whole location, a mere 13 feet or so. Dustin Johnson has it to 9 feet, and he has not been very successful from inside of 10 feet this week. But I have to believe this is also a bit of an Achilles heel in his game, wouldn't you say, Travis?
It is. Yeah, I think, like a lot of players, he's very long off the tee. Kind of bombs it, finds it, gets it up around the green, and if they get the putter working, they can kind of overtake the golf course a little bit and eliminate some of the field. But when it's not working, then they just kind of fall back into the pack.
Putting along a similar line to Woods in the group right before him, this will peel to his right. It's just a matter of managing the speed. Dustin Johnson lining up this 9-footer for an eagle. Cranked it on through the break. There was a little pull involved over there too. That's why it came out a little faster, but it'll just be a pretty routine birdie 4, which is a bounce back. He bogeyed the first. Dustin Johnson will head to number 3 at 2 over par for the WGC-Bridgestone Invitational.
Amazing how a birdie can feel almost disappointing after the drive and 6-iron.
Adam for the birdie after the greenside bunker shot. Not too many issues right there. It's a birdie 4, and Adam Scott is back to 2 over par. Back some 516 yards to tee, Graham McDowell. Travis, I've got to believe that you'll have some fun analyzing Graham's action.
Yeah. I love watching Graham McDowell play golf. He's his golf swing is, I think, a product of where he grew up.
Now, I like this golf swing. Billy Horschel, a fiery competitor. Good swinger of the club. A little fire behind that one there, clearly, too.
He's not going to like that down there. We've seen some guys have to go low out of there. We've seen some guys go high.
Billy Horschel in trouble. Graham McDowell coming up the fairway. It's going to be interesting stuff. Stay with us. Having a lot of fun here at the live at coverage on hole number 2 at the WGC-Bridgestone Invitational. The Rolex groups we're watching will have Ian Poulter and Kevin Streelman come through here. Poulter showing some good form, coming off a good outing at the Open Championship. And Kevin Streelman with a emphatic victory down in Tampa. Currently 8th in the FedEx Cup points standings.
Yeah, Poulter made a big charge there on Sunday. The Open Championship really got himself in contention before Phil ran away. Winner by 3.
And Florida Gator, Billy Horschel. Little out of position here on number 2. He's hit it down number 3 fairway. Hit a quickish hook off the tee. Consulting with caddy Micah, and looks like he's pulled something from the top end of the bag there, Billy Horschel. Always one to attack, Travis.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player.
Contact made. Crowd seem to like it.
Oh, got the cart path. Here it comes.
Oh, my goodness.
What a shot.
Not too bad. Now I might have to replace that golf ball, but now he's in actually good position over there. He doesn't have to negotiate the bunker and can use the length of the green from where Horschel is over there. Now back in the fairway, G-Mac. 231 yards to the par 5 hole location.
No surprises in the fairway, just a great driver of the golf ball. Ooh, a nice bounce there off the rough.
There you go.
It's going to turn out nicely.
2 good bounces in this group. Must be a lot of clean living going on between the Northern Irishman and the young Floridian. Graham McDowell, US Open champion, won the French Open this year. Possesses a technique all of his own. My colleague Travis Fulton has a closer look.
Yeah, it's a swing of, you know, where he grew up. You know, he's kind of a trapper of the golf ball, or a shut face player as we call it. So if we take a look at it, he's going to take it up to the top of the swing. And what I mean by that, shut face player, what you'll see is that face right there. You can really see all of it. You can see how the club face is looking straight up to the sky, just like this. And when you get that club face looking straight up to the sky, you see that left wrist is bowed a little bit. Well, now the rest of your swing is going to be built from there. So what he's going to do, he's going to bring it back down from the inside, right there to impact. For those who are looking to get the club a little bit more from the inside, get that face a little bit more closed. That'll assure that. And the second thing, you can see his hips right here. Look at his hips just really cleared out of the way. If he doesn't clear his hips, that face is going to turn over, and he's going to hit it left of left. So his hips have really opened up, and this is what's going to allow him now to turn and hold that face off through the hitting area. And he does it beautifully over and over again. He's one of the top drivers in the game today. He's hits a ton of fairways, hits a ton of greens. He's got all kinds of personality. He's one of my favorite players to watch play the game.
And you know what? Let's not discount just his gutsy determination. He's a real competitor. Has a great career in the Ryder Cup. Had a very successful career indeed at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Was the Division I Player of the Year when he was out there in Alabama, and as you point out, got reliable technique. It's all his own, but he does the same thing all of the time.
Yep.
Playing well the par 5s this week, playing him under par. But you know, the swing's one thing. G-Mac is good around the greens. He's very creative, he's very inventive, and he holds out very, very well.
He is. He's a good putter. You know, he's a gamer too. You know, it's just bigger the stage, the better he plays, it seems.
Back on the tee, our overnight leader, Webb Simpson. Webb made a par on the first hole, but has hung that tee shot well out to the right-hand side. We haven't seen many tee shots out to the right of those fairway bunkers today.
A little uncharacteristic there for Webb. That was way right.
He is an accurate driver of the golf ball, Lee Westwood. Love to watch him swing the club. Very, very powerful. You know, he's a big, strong guy, but doesn't swing very hard, but creates a lot of leverage and hits the ball a long, long ways.
Yeah, working with Sean Foley now in a swing, trying to work a couple things out.
Westwood opened his WGC-Bridgestone Invitational with a 1 over par 71 and got out to a bogey start today, so we'll be looking to bounce back here with a good tee shot up to par 5 second fairway. Billy Horschel up at the green, got a ruling. You can see the golf card of the rules official pull out of the left side of your screen view. Not too sure why he got the ruling. I have to think might have been close to a sprinkler head or something off the left side of the par 5 green putting surface. Gallery have spread out the way. The spectator marshals have moved the rope, so might have been some sort of an movable obstruction that he had to deal with as well.
Curious to see how Billy Horschel finishes up the year. Had a great middle part of the season, had the win there at the Zurich. Tied for 4th at the Open. Struggled a little bit as of late.
Always plays quickly, Horschel. Very emphatic, emotional player. And I'll tell you what, not that I am, but if I was on the President's Cup's Brains Trust, I would certainly bear him in mind. I think he'll be a great member of that team to go to Muirfield Village in early October.
All right, Graham McDowell, see if we can get number 3 on the day.
This one from 40 feet. In an area where it's not going to move as much from the left. He's putting a little bit more up that slope than Dustin Johnson and Tiger Woods had to negotiate the slope to the left side of the cup. Ooh. That was tremendous. I think he thought that may have toppled to the right, but it's a one-handed birdie tap in. McDowell now 1 under for the day and even par for the tournament. You know, back to Billy Horschel. The one thing I love about his game, he consults Todd Anderson, who you know well. You know, he's got a good golf swing, but there's no hang about in him. Once he makes his decision, it's aim and it's fire, and he lets it go. But that's also the state of his game. He actually talked with me after he's made a run at San Antonio where he finished 3rd in the end to Martin Laird, and he said, you know, he had a real wake-up call last year where he was in position at Sea Island. You can see this is typically Horschel, does not hang about, sometimes lets his emotions get the best of him, and really was quite fortunate that that ball did not hook out and take a look back at him. But said he's learned a lot. We had a wake-up call from his buddies after Sea Island last year, and it's stood him in good stead. Back down the fairway, Simpson.
Coming out low, trying to get it out there, and he just made the fairway. I think that ball was sitting down where he was. Couldn't take more loft, had to go with the lower lofted club so he could keep it underneath. Had to really power it through there.
A lot is made about the caddy-player relationship, and Webb and Paul Tesori, one of the better combinations on the PGA Tour right now, I'd have to say.
Agreed. There's Westwood. Great fairway wood player. He started that one to the right. Just completely came out of that. There's So there's our tree. We've seen so many times the ball spit back out to the left, but I think that one was coming in a little higher, and that is going to be one difficult shot down in there.
Lee Westwood has got his hands full here in the third shot and the second. Don't go anywhere. Come back and see what he can do from there. I hate this game.
A moment ago, at this par 5 second, here was the third shot of Webb Simpson. Safety first. He was well back.
That pull tends to be Webb's miss, though, Brian. If he does make an error, typically it's on the left side of the target.
Go over here to the right. Check in on Lee Westwood. Is he the first guy to miss that tree or to not have it kick left on him?
The K-Trek tree, yeah, I do believe that's the first guy. He actually went through that tree there.
Luke Donald got the worst break off the tree. Everybody else has kicked left into the fairway. Luke Donald's kicked straight down onto a root. That was no good. This looks to be better than that. Westwood at least gets a clear swing at things.
He's going to have to keep it down. There's some overhanging limbs just up and above him.
As long as he keeps it to the right, it should stay on the green. Easy. Oh, boy. All right. Oh, by the skin of his teeth. Westwood won over yesterday, bogeyed the first hole today.
We pointed out.
Tied for 33rd. Came so close at the Open Championship mark.
I think there were a lot of, well, I don't think, I know for a fact there was the entire British Empire that was basically in behind him, hoping he was going to lift that claret jug and get his first major championship. But Phil had other ideas coming down the stretch.
Thank you. Thanks.
Westwood not losing his turn here, a ball that was not going to stop anytime soon. This now for birdie.
Tough putt to judge the speed on. He's got to deal with two swales. It's going to go uphill and then downhill, then crest another slope as it makes its way through the latter portion of this putt. Judged it pretty nicely though.
Very nearly a very sporty 4. Be routine 5. What do you make of his chances next week at Oak Hill?
He's one of those guys that I would habitually install as one of my favorites in major championships. You know, he hits the ball nice and straight. He hits it solidly. He's a somewhat unflappable kind of a character. You know, he likes the big stage, and if he makes his share of putts like he did over at Muirfield, he'll be around come Sunday afternoon.
Let's go back to the tee, and Bubba Watson aiming way right. He hit this way right. See how much it's going to come back. Enough. Back to the green now. Simpson for birdie.
Webb chatted yesterday about how he really got a feel for the greens and, you know, hit a lot of really good putts, converted a lot, and felt like that was the key to his round, and was also very happy with the fact that he eliminated the mistakes that he had been littering his rounds with here in previous events, and it all added up to the first round lead in a very solid round of 64 around the Firestone South course.
Webb with a par at the first, some work left for a par here at the second. Now back on the tee at 2. Miguel Angel Jimenez. Fully warmed up. Probably not going to get out there where Bubba's is. They may not see each other much in the fairways today. Jimenez not one of the longer players out there. Bubba used to not spending too much time with his fellow competitors. Simpson to keep from dropping a shot here. Made it look like a formality. U.S. Open champion at the Olympic Club. And, you know, going back to 2008, Tiger versus Rocco at the U.S. Open, we were an eyelash and a couple of bounces away from a Lee Westwood Robert Carlson playoff. Westwood played very well that week. A couple of bounces and bobbles go the other direction for Rocco at 17, Tiger at 18. And it's Westwood and Carlson playing the next day. They both had chances on the last hole. All right, we just saw Bubba Watson unleash the pink driver back on the tee. Mark Immelman, what are we looking at?
So much fun for a golf swing instructor. Bubba, just a player of his own, says that he's never taken a lesson before. You can see he's aiming well off to the right side as he plays it. Bubba really likes to keep the ball in play by hitting a lot of right to left spin or fade spin for him. So as he begins to take the club back, you can see the backswing starts. Bubba with a club swinging well outside the hands and a big full turn at the top. Lots of leg action. He's a very athletic guy. And one of his tips is to really, when he wants to power one, he wants to kiss his right shoulder. So at the top there, Bubba tries to get the right shoulder underneath the chin. Then from there, big drive of the body. You can see all of the big hip unwind. Look at the heels as he's really just firing that lower body through. Helps to get the club outside of the golf ball. And then the key, obviously, for Bubba now to hit that fade shot is to make sure that that club face stays open. Lots of foot movement. You can see how he starts the ball out to the right and then looks for that patented power fade to get it back into play.
That ball, as we see it move out of our frame, didn't look like it came too far from hitting those trees just past the first green. He started at that far right. Probably carried him. Probably went over the top of them.
I always wonder, because obviously side spin, especially fade spin, you know, slows the ball down a little bit. Imagine if Bubba had to hit that thing straight or with a little bit of a draw off the tee, what he could possibly move it off the tee. That frightens me.
That's not unusual. First in driving distance. Not hitting a lot of fairways.
Looking at the flag there.
With the amount that he shapes the ball, he's got to like holes that turn a little bit more. And the Firestone South course is just a bunch of straight holes that run parallel with each other. So I'm sure he feels a little constricted here now. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 207 uphill for Bubba Watson.
One hops it into the spectators. Looks like he got it over the front row. All right. So Bubba playing the par fives 1 under. Before that, this was Miguel Angel Jimenez just laying it up. Easy. Hey, little fella. Yeah, you're not supposed to be in there. Stand, please.
Going to tell his buddies that the most interesting golfer in the world is making his way up the fairway.
Well, the thing is, he meant to be following the Westwood group, so he's already out of position. The most interesting man in golf, as Miguel Angel Jimenez has come to be known the last few years, may not be a lot more interesting than this guy right here. This cat is about as quirky as they come.
A lot of personality in this group. I remember watching Bubba as a young man. He was playing in the Rolex Junior Championship down at the Disney courses. He was competing against my younger brother Trevor, and at that stage had a shaved head and wore pink golf shoes and a pink belt. And I watched this youngster and I'm like, wow. And now one of the forces in the world game. Always marched to the beat of his own drum, though.
Jimenez will probably be first. Looks like he may have gotten into that front bunker. It's a little bit short of this green. He has figured something out about Firestone. In the last 4 starts, all of a sudden, he's starting to go under par a little more. Scoring average 2 shots better. We don't normally see that, Mark, as a player gets up there in age on a 7,400-yard par 70.
You're right, but has certainly improved the short game over recent years, and it's also translated to a lot more victories over in Europe. He's a very, very reliable player, the mechanic. The mechanic certainly has his hands full with this long bunker shot from short of the par 5 green. Tough to judge here with that big swell in front of the flag. He's going to have to make sure that he carries it over that swell. If not, it's very likely to release a long ways off the front of the green.
Not bad. Couldn't miss short, as you pointed out. Jimenez, couple over for the week. 1 over yesterday, 1 over so far today. 8 under par, pacing the field right now. Tiger, 4 under today, 8 under for the week. Keegan Bradley dropped 2 shots after we saw him. Had it 8 under at one point in the round. Has posted 6 under. That was the 18-hole lead, and now Bubba among the people.
He's looking up here, Brian. Looks like he's trying to attempt a super flop action.
Would you recommend the Flopadopolis here?
Well, it's so much dependent on the lie. He must feel like he can slip the front edge of that lofted wedge underneath the club, but he's having a double look here. No, we're going to, well, actually, now it looks like we're attempting more of a chipping sort of an action. Little indecision here.
Microphone sitting just off the green might be in the way if he's going low, maybe just off of his line. I think he made the right choice.
Really did. To me, indecision is the biggest golf shot wrecker there is, because it causes tension, and tension just has an inordinately poor effect on the golf swing. And Bubba settled on what the decision was, convinced himself, took a practice swing or two, made sure the mind was in behind what he was doing, and he didn't have one foot stuck in one attempt and the other and the other side of his mind in the other. So settled down on the chip shot, got convinced about it, and executed a really nice shot from greenside there in the end.
Watson is currently 6 off the lead, but a birdie putt coming up here. Now Jimenez recovering from a broken leg in the offseason. 49 years old. Still quite surprising to be in contention this often and recovering from an accident like that.
Left hand low for the mechanic. Not too much in this one. We've seen a lot of players miss this on the left, thinking that that slope to the left side of the cup as the players played push the ball to the right. It's actually quite straight from this area. Chalk up another for the left side of the green as the players are putting from over there. The ball just doesn't want to move to the right as much as they gauge.
Opportunity slips past. It'll be par at best. A look at the 15th. Par 3 over on the backside, playing a little longer today than it did yesterday. Shane Lowry with a birdie putt. Got it all the way there. Playing alongside Nick Watney. Lowry even par for the day, but 2 over for the week. Bubba for birdie. Continues to play the par 5s under par. An eagle and a par on the 2 par 5s yesterday. The eagle, one of the 2 here in round 1. And now Bubba Watson is 3 under and 5 back. And Jimenez finishes the chore. Par for Miguel. This group starting on number 1. They'll get over to 15 in a few hours. We head there now. Watney for birdie. Hole still playing a little shorter than the scorecard yardage there. Moved the tees up for the 2nd consecutive day. This hole will be a brute when they get it into 235, 240 range, Mark.
It is. It is a little shorter, but they've got the hole cut in an area that makes it pretty difficult. There's a bunker to the right side of the green with a big slope that peels off that bunker towards the hole location, and it kind of makes getting the tee shot in there nice and tight difficult. And indeed, the best tee shot we've seen today has been Paul Laurie, who's hit it some 7 feet and 6 inches from the cup. So getting it really nice and tight there, difficult for the players with that hole location.
Lowry with 1 3-putt this week. Trying to avoid another one here. Just the 1 bogey at the 11th. We'll see this group when they come around to the par 5 second. They started on the back. Tiger started on the front, gave us a little show. Birdie, eagle, birdie start, and he's the leader. To the tee at the 15th, Stephen Gallagher, tee shot.
Wind a little more crossing from the left today. Yesterday was a little bit more into the breeze. Gallagher looking for a little help from the breeze, but hit it straight through the wind over there.
Tiger's in a little trouble over at 6, by the way. Had to punch out, has 22 feet for par. Bo Van Pelt was next.
Got the kind of game that can hold it up against his left to right breeze. Van Pelt has a little draw, hold it up against the wind. Nice shot, BVP.
Maybe closing in on a tie for the lead again with Tiger and Webb Simpson. Keegan Bradley in, posting 68 today. The clubhouse lead through 36 holes has been posted at 6 under. A little bit of a weather front moving through right now. We'll see how the guys in the afternoon can do. There's Tiger. As we mentioned, the tee shot went way left at the 6th. And with no avenue to the green, went ahead and punched it out and just made the 22-footer for par. There's Gallagher from off the green at 15.
Even though that's come up a few feet shy, that's neatly done out of the thick greenside rough in the par 3. It's a pretty heavy area there where he was playing from, and it's just off the edge of the green where the players walk off. So lies tend to be unpredictable in that sort of an area, and he did nicely from just off greenside.
Gallagher, part of the international flavor of these World Golf Championships events. Played here back in 2005. His only other appearance in this field. Played the Accenture Match Play earlier this year. Lost in the first round. Now Van Pelt.
Looking to make only the 3rd birdie on this par 3 today, Brian. Hull playing over par today. Always a stiff task, this 15th hole.
Didn't quite have the speed right on that one.
Makes me wonder about contact, because he was putting uphill there, and you would think that he would have given that hole a little bit of a ride. Might have been a slight mishit there with a putter.
How important is that? Players, I know recreational players probably don't realize how often they mishit a putter.
In my opinion, contact with a putter is as important as contact with a driver. The ball spends all the time on the ground. If you mishit, your distance control will wane. If you mishit, there's every likelihood the ball starts bouncing too much, and so it's likely to tumble off line. So you must realize Harvey Pinnock called the center of the club face, or the sweet spot of the putter, the no roll zone. So if you hit that thing square there, the ball's going to come off straight, it won't roll across the face, and you're likely to get more of your putts on line too. So contact's so crucial.
Gallagher for par. And sometimes you can miss anyway.
Putting, it's a science and an art. I think the great putters find a way to, keep it art. Ben Crenshaw being one of those.
Of course, these new putters nowadays, high moment of inertia, special inserts in the faces. Where do you stand in the technological debate on the putters?
It's a necessary evil, in my opinion. I believe Bob Jones is rolling over in his grave, and Calamity Jane was one of a kind. But it is where it is. Surfaces on the putting greens are fantastic. I think there's a bigger advancement in the putting surface than there almost is in the putter. You watch the surfaces that these guys are getting to putt on versus what they did, in decades past. And, Bob Jones, for argument's sake, would look at this and probably be salivating to get to putt on putting greens like this.
Van Pelt with only 2 misses in 26 tries inside 10 feet all this week. Evidence of the pristine putting surfaces here. Gallagher drops a shot, 5 over, no cut here, now 6 over rather, no cut here this week. They are adjusting tee times for tomorrow here. play will all be pushed into the afternoon. Not the normal adjustment where we see everybody goes in the morning. It's going in the afternoon. They're going to start in threesomes off the split tees rather than a straight tee start. Won't affect the viewing experience. Probably won't affect the greens either. Tiger in the lead by 1. Tiger with the great escape at the 6th makes the 22-footer for birdie. Excuse me, for par. Might feel like a birdie after having to play sideways. And then at the 7th, 198 yards, 3 feet 7 inches to go to 5 under today.
No doubt that the first few holes on the golf course are where you've got to get your business done, and Tiger doing that right now.
Tiger the leader in FedEx Cup points, but 3 guys are within a win of him. All 3 of those guys are playing this week. Kuchar, Snedeker, and Mickelson. Horschel, Rose, and Haas are here as well, but 550 points going to the winner this week. Plus, if Tiger doesn't win, he's going to get some points, so only 3 guys can catch him. 600 FedEx Cup points to the winner next week, so lots of points on the line here in a short period of time. All of these guys are safe for the PGA Tour playoffs, and most of them, I would think, are safe all the way through to the Tour Championship.
Jordan Spieth, a notable absence this week.
Well, a brief explanation of how things work. The FedEx Cup points. The 33rd week of the regular season will be the Wyndham Championship. That's 2 weeks from now. And we'll head on up to New York for the Barclays. First of the 4 playoff events. To the tee at the 15th, and Tommy Gainey. Gainey, one of those players in this field this week that's outside the playoff bubble.
One of the better shots on 15 today. You can see where Gainey's ball hit. That's where that mound sort of cuts into the green, and getting the ball the right distance tough, because if you're short of that mound, the ball's going to stop right there. If you kick on the or on the past the mound, it's going to bound over the back of the green. So getting the ball the right distance, very, very difficult on 15.
These guys have to hustle even to get into the playoffs. Gainey not necessarily a win away, but It gets very tight from 125 all the way through about 145. That can move back and forth every week. Nicholas Colsaert's next here at 15. It rolled out of its pitch mark there in that green side bunker, so we'll see what he can do. Interesting thing about the Tour Championship, Mark, and we saw where Tiger was in points. The reigning FedEx Cup champion has never made it back to the Tour Championship, and Brandt Snedeker is sitting third. And we may see that trend broken this year. Tiger makes the 3-footer for birdie at 7. 5 under today. And we saw a bunch of it right here on our par 5 coverage. Now 2 clear. How about that swing of turn of events in the last 2 holes? Makes the putt he might not have normally made at 6. Stuffs it from 200 yards at 7.
It was kind of inevitable, I do believe, though. You know, he struck the ball so well yesterday, and he's come out doing the same thing today, and it's just converted the putter.
Well, that didn't take long. The leaderboard changes while we're talking about it. Webb Simpson bogeys the 4th. So Simpson had birdied 3 right after we saw him at number 2 and gives it right back at 4. Even today, 6 under for the week. 3 guys on that number. And Bradley still the clubhouse leader.
Back to Tiger, though. Hit 16 of 18 greens yesterday. The longest birdie putt he made was 11 feet. And he hit 2 approach shots that were inside 2 feet of the cup. So, you know, he's dialed in. He's feeling it with the irons. He's giving himself lots of opportunities for birdie. And he's playing out of the fairway a lot too, Brian.
And he's playing a lot of driveways, a lot of drivers this week, which he only played 1 or 2 at the Open Championship after putting the new driver in. Some head-to-head comparison between Tiger and Jack, as that's the man that Tiger's chasing down. Jack played here 21 events, won 6 of them. Tiger's passed that already. The scoring average is better. The relation to par is better. The rounds under par, the same. Jack was a streakier player, though, Mark.
He was, and that rounds under par is about to change. I think give us about 3 more hours or so, and Tiger will be on 34. He's working on a low one today.
It is one of the places that he has won often. Obviously, with 7 wins, it would be, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but from the let's get ahead of ourselves department, if Tiger were to win this week, it would be his 4th win of the year, all coming at places that he has won multiple times before. So we go back and watch Colsaert's at 15. 189th in sand saves. Only gets it up and down 32% of the time. And he's 125th in FedEx Cup points.
Where he missed his tee shot was not going to help his bunker stats very much too. There's not too much from there. Where he had to land the ball on a downslope. So getting it in there nice and tight, always a tough ask from that right greenside bunker.
All right, back over to the 2nd hole now. Par 5. And Matteo Manassero is there. Starts it right. That caught some trees. That's way back. But finishing the point on Tiger, the Tiger detractors will say, well, of course he's going to win there. What a ridiculous point that is. Of course he's going to win there. Really? That's the defense? Of course he's going to win there.
You know, all that being said, first let's watch Scott Piercy. Oh, power hitter. He's always fun to watch, Piercy. Not having the best at times. 4 over, shot 2 under yesterday and sort of fighting a little bit today. He's got one going to the left off the tee here on the par 5. Back to the Tiger conversation, though. You know, he has 10 multiple victories every year. But, you know, Tiger is graded by how he performs in the major championships, and he'll tell you as much. You know, all these wins are fantastic, but Tiger is about those major championships.
To the 15th, Gainey for birdie. Good read. Second birdie of the day for 2 gloves. All of a sudden, he's back to 2 over for the week. Putts with the 2 gloves, and they're rain gloves.
I know. It's a fashion trend that hasn't caught on just yet. There have been various, but the 2 gloves has not gained any traction.
Now, Colsaart's working on, as we mentioned, a dismal sand save percentage. Yeah. Not the strongest part of his game. Drop shot for the Belgian. Second bogey of the day. Tiger leads by 3. And the clouds have rolled in here on a Friday at the Bridgestone Invitational. Some raindrops have fallen, but looks great out there right now. We're looking in on the par 5 second, and Scott Piercy is back there. He's way left. That's his golf bag. There's Scott. Boy, fairway wood there, Mark. He must have had an opening.
That was presumptuous. All about the feet, though, would have helped him to turn it from right to left. So obviously looking out to the right side of the target and hit a draw that got up into the front greenside bunker. He doesn't look very happy with the fares, though, right now. Scott having a tough day.
Ian Baker Finch pointed out one time the Australians have a phrase, wood in sand, wood in head. I don't know about the wood from the left rough of some other hole with the ball above your feet.
Well, that's kind of Scott's game. You know, he's an aggressive player. He's a power player. He's streaky. When he gets going, he's tough. And, you know, he's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. And there's a good illustration of that right here on number 2.
I think all that's too long for the Australians. They want something that's a little tighter than that.
Wood in sand, wood in head.
A little catchier. They want the marketability, and I don't blame them. Matteo Manassero, you see, has gotten all the way up in front of the green. He was left with 297 all the way to this hole. The tee shot hit some trees, only went 223 yards. That can happen here at Firestone a lot. The tight corridors that you have to drive through, the overhanging hardwood trees.
Matty, a nice player, and won earlier in the year at Wentworth. Fantastic course just outside of London.
Even a little bit to the right of the flag. So anyway, so you got 150. You can hit all of the wedge. You can't. You can hit all of the wedge. Yeah.
Got to be clean first, though. Oh, I gotta get the tools out.
Got to get those grooves clean. Looking to get a little purchase on this one. He needs to fly it behind the flag.
Yeah.
Anything short is going to get repelled and come straight back to him down that false front. Manacero won at Wentworth, which is also a great course, old style design, tree lined along many of the holes, very similar to Firestone.
Pitching wedge. Sit.
Shouldn't have cleaned those grooves.
It was just fine the way it was.
Didn't need that much backspin. Brings it all the way down that false front.
Very lucky that it caught that fringy cut and slowed that ball down. We've seen balls go much farther back than that. And then he's cleaning the grooves again. So Manacero struggling here at the second. Some trees off the tee. Now still off the green, having hit 3 shots. We'll go over to the 15th and Streelman.
Playing 216 yards today. Hole in the back right portion of the green. Wind off the player's left. One of the better shots we've seen here on the par 3, Streelman. Great distance controls. Got himself a really good look at a birdie up here. Almost straight up the hill from there.
And Ian Poulter in the group. His IJP Designs has hung in there. Done very well for itself. Thank you.
Poulter always a natty dresser. What impresses me about him is the selection of golf shoes that he shows up at events for. He must have a bag just to transport all of those shoes that match the trouser designs that he sports every day.
Oh, you have to. Good shot here at 15, playing 216 yards today. The year that I met your brother in the locker room of the Masters when he won as the Pub Links, or he came in as the Pub Links champion, I met a player who was in the process of missing the cut. Speaking to him in the locker room as he was packing up about 6 pairs of shoes. And I thought, there's only 4 rounds. This is Piercy's 3rd.
That's going to need a little assistance.
And his 4th will come from a similar spot. This one doesn't have a lot of horsepower coming off the front, but here it comes anyway. Yeah,
he's going to get a head started and just wander on down and wait for it to get to him.
It's not going to get quite that far, Scott, but I like the pessimism, though. You can only be pleased. Still Piercy's turn, now his 4th.
Flies one up there a little further, gets some check. Nice shot there. Good bounce back. Earlier today we saw Charles Schwartzel in a similar area make that mistake twice in a row, en route to a major indiscretion on the par 5.
Well, Piercy hasn't made a birdie yet today, and he's 6 over just for the round. Now Manacero. All right, that left for par. Mateo working on a better week. even today and 1 over for the tournament. It's tied for 25th. Piercy, a former winner in Reno, which is the other PGA Tour stop this week.
Playing the Stableford system out there. Just a beautiful venue out there in Reno too. Just picturesque scenes on a really good golf course.
And now Scott, this one left for his par. Not the bounce back he was looking for. Birdied this hole yesterday. It's an interesting week. There's no cut, so he'll have time to turn things around here at Firestone.
Do you believe he'll need to lift that countenance if he wants to turn things around? He's looking like that, a little aggravated right now, and just needs to manage the emotions to be able to take advantage and pick up a birdie or two in the latter part of this second round.
Nice par for Manicero. Stays 1 over to the 15th, and Ian Poulter for birdie.
Players putting up a pretty sharp slope from the left side of the hole as they play that par 3. Slope that is a function of a bunker that's a huge bunker that's to the right side of the green.
Great final round at the British Open of 67 pushed him into a tie for 3rd. That was his last start. One of 3 top 10s this year on the PGA Tour. And now Kevin Streelman, he was starting to get on that list of most starts without a PGA Tour win, and got that taken care of.
It's some pretty clutch shots coming down the stretch at a very tough golf course in Innisbrook, the Copperhead course. Very memorable was the tee shot on the par 3. I believe it's the 14th hole. Flag cut tight to the water, and he stuck one in there and made a birdie. This uphill for a birdie too. And sends one out the right that doesn't come back. It'll be a good par 3 on a hole that's playing pretty tough today. Only been 3 birdies on the 15th par 3 in the second round.
Streelman bogeyed this hole yesterday, then went on to make a 7 at 16. Part of his opening round 76. He's already doing better. Former Duke Blue Devil. He's a big fan as well. You'll catch him talking some hoops. Back to the tee. Peter Hansen and Russell Henley are the next group.
It's quite a lockdown ring at the moment, you know.
It's definitely been a shift in the wind direction. You get the their interaction between Peter and his caddy there. Yesterday this hole was playing into and off the left. Now down and over his left shoulder. 216 yards on the par 3 for Hansen, who's currently even par.
He thought he had hit that a little too far. Instead, it's safely below the hole. all pars today for Hansen. This is the last group that started on 10.
You got another 10 behind it, Russ. Being a little passive isn't bad here. 225 to the back edge. Huh? Yeah, it's just taking a little off of it. Okay? Come down to the left end, all right? Left to right wing.
Yeah, Russell's caddy reference, he's got 225 to the back edge, so obviously selected a little extra club to say to him, hey, don't worry, that club cannot go over the back of the green, so you can make a free swing and let this one go.
Hold still, please, here on the left. Thanks. Hello? Hello? Thanks. Thank you.
Travis Fulton being told to settle down over there. Heard him get on to you yesterday. You weren't here for it.
Yeah, both Travis and I love to watch golf, and sometimes we get a little too excitable about things. He'll be excited at that tee shot. That's a good effort from long-range Russell Henley.
By the way, although it pitched at about 217, it went almost the full 225. A different look at the second tee box. And Jaco Van Sale. You got to help me with that one, Mark.
Van Sale, very nicely done there.
Well, it was try number 2. Had to buy a mulligan. That one comes off the trees, and it's now right of the cart path. And before that, Brian Gay.
Brian's made some adjustments to his golf swing this year to shallow out his angle of attack with the driver and pick up a little bit more distance, and indeed has been successful at that, and he parlayed that to a victory out at the Humana tournament earlier in the year. So Gay's certainly a little longer off the tee.
Made some nice nutritional adjustments as well. He was the first player we saw in town.
Absolutely. At the
where did we see him?
At the Waffle House. Just
yes,
absolute nutrition.
I thought that was a good idea on his part.
Subscribes to the Brian Ketrick School of Nutrition.
And fashion as well. Tiger with another birdie putt coming up at the 9th. He's 9 under and leads by 3. Back with you in our live at coverage of the second round of the Bridgestone Invitational. Russell Henley with a birdie putt at the par 3 15th.
Devilish hole location there. The tee shot Russell hit just a few moments ago flew the perfect distance, as you pointed out, Brian, but it landed on the backside of that little slope that's to the right of the cup as the players play it, and bounded on forward. And typically a ball that would have been about 10 feet away was a little longer, and so Henley with a par 3.
To the second. Long iron for Brian Gay. Don't think Brian carries a 3-iron. I think the longest iron he carries is a 4. That has been the bag setup in the past. There's a hybrid in there underneath the bigger head covers. Jaco Van Sale got the carom to the correct side of the cart path. Here was his second shot a moment ago.
Right, up.
And then we're going to go visit the other side. Right over Brian Gay's wife, by the way.
That rough on the left side of the fairway in the landing area for the tee shot has definitely thickened up after the rain. It's gotten to a point where if you've gotten it in there, control of the second shot is very difficult.
Hansen for birdie at 15. Left it in a pretty good spot there, did Peter. Even par for the week. That's 9 back. Tiger missed his birdie putt at 9. He'll turn at 5 under. Head to the back 9. 9 under for the week. 3 clear of Keegan Bradley with the clubhouse lead. Webb Simpson still out there at 6 under. He's only played 6 holes.
Hansen now cleaning up the short par putt on number 15. Another par added to the account. He'll make his way to the par 5 16th, a long downhill par 5 16th hole.
It is a hole they call the Monster. It's playing most of it, 650 today. This is the other par 5, far more reachable and a lot more fun to watch. Brian Gay out in the middle of the fairway. Jaco Van Sale over there next to one of those evergreen trees. May be clear of it. Looked like he might have been clear of it. We'll see in a minute. 86 yards here for Brian Gay.
Once again, spin control crucial. Gay, though, doesn't hit down on the ball very hard, so I don't expect this one will have too much of that stickum on it, but still going to be very precise with the distance control. Anything short will be coming straight back to him.
You can see that the wind is starting to freshen out there. Nikon Callaway rangefinder puts it at 86 yards. If he doesn't go at least that far, it's going to come back to him.
Stuck that one in the ground a little bit. It's going to have to go a little.
Easy.
Ooh,
oh boy.
Boy.
Right about there is the edge. Then it's gone.
Surprising that normally Gay doesn't attack those wedges as steeply, but really dug that one down into the ground. I think perhaps that upslope got to him a little bit.
Another of the guys fortunate, though, that it stops there. Saves him another 10 yards or so and gets him closer to the level that the hole is on. Now Van Sale looks like he's clear of that evergreen tree. This is his third, and that came out left, and that's in that bunker.
Not the happiest spot in the world over there, that cross bunker. It's such a tough deal, a long bunker shot anyway, and then to have to control your distance to get up and over that mound and get the ball the right distance. Very, very tough ask for Francel from there.
He hasn't touched short grass on the hole yet. The only time he stood on it was back on the tee. First time here in Akron. Sure, he's having a lovely time. Great town. You guys both making your first trip. We'll ask Travis about it here in a bit. To Akron. Mark, you enjoying it?
Loving Akron. Love it for the golf course, obviously. And, you know, thanks to you, Brian, I've gotten to experience some of the finest dining around the Akron Canton area as well, which has been lots of fun.
Yeah, 24-hour drive-through in the Arby's. One exit south of Arlington Road. That's strong. Here's Van Sale's fourth. Oh, that may not be enough. That isn't. I don't know that it's a 24-hour drive-through.
I'm surprised.
There it comes. It's coming back past everything. Brief moment of panic there from the caddy when he realizes we might get hit here. What am I allowed to move?
The mistake was made when he was in that cross bunker, though, that, you know, it is probably one of the hardest shots on the golf course today, to hit that shot from that front bunker as the viewers see it, over that swell to that hole location. Anything that is just slightly undercooked is going to come back down that false front.
This is for par. And now he's up there on the right tier. And Sale 8 over when he started the hole. Reno Tahoe Open using the modified Stableford scoring system. This is how we are through 14 holes for Colt Knost. Got to figure that Colt Knost, with his demeanor, would enjoy that format. Here's Brian Gay now playing his fourth. Trevor Immelman plays later today. Goes off in about a half an hour.
Looking for a good round. Trevor outside of the top 125 in the FedEx Cup standings right now, so needs to get his skates on a little bit over the final few events of the season before the playoffs arrive.
That's Mark's brother, Trevor, that we're talking about. Mark, the swing coach. Now, when was the last time, are you guys, is he still officially working with you? Does it ever get official or unofficial in your family?
Well, I guess it's a family thing, but he's currently working with Claude Harmon. Claude, a well-respected teacher, works with a lot of good players. Ernie Els won, and Claude obviously helps out with Dustin Johnson, who's coached by his father, Butch, a lot. And Claude's also had a lot of success with young Peter Uline who's been very successful in Europe. So Claude, very good. And he's good for Trevor. You know, he's, a lot of the mistakes that Trevor makes, Claude obviously helps to clear those up. Now, Francel cleaning up for the bogey on the par 5.
Well, I guess it's a good 6. One putt 6. Yeah, there was a lot that happened back there. Go back to the tee now, and Jonas Blixt. And that one into the trees on the left. You see the evidence showering down. Don't know where the ball went, though. We've seen them go everywhere over there. Back to the green. Brian Gay tries to salvage a one-putt par. Okay. No cut at this event. These guys will play all 4 rounds. Ryan Moore now. Leaving it out to the right.
Perfect. Right in the face.
Some negative self-talk there, Ryan. He's got a couple hundred yards to work on it. We'll see him when we come back. Back with you in Akron. Second round of the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational. Travis Fulton from the Tour Academy is back with us. Travis, the conditions have changed while you were out there watching golf.
Yeah, I was just out there walking around a little bit, checking it out. Golf course just in terrific shape. Weather getting to turn for the worse a little bit. Wind's picking up. Some dark clouds out there. Hoping that we get this in. There's seems to be a little rain lingering.
The numbers on the second. 2 eagles yesterday, 2 eagles today. A roar in the background from echoing over from the 10th. Tiger Woods has just made another birdie. 6 under today, and now 4 clear.
I think he likes this place.
It's got a good record. Webb Simpson still a lot of golf left. Bradley, the clubhouse leader. He was the winner last year. Here's Ryan Moore. Still in the mix. 1 under today. Check that. Actually, it was 1 under for the week. Just tripled the first.
His temperature is a little hot right now after that first hole. You can see the self-talk there after hitting the drive on the second.
Yeah, he did not like that, and obviously the triple not going to keep you in a happy place.
Yeah.
He drove it in a fairway bunker at number 1 also. Had to lay it up short. Missed the green from 87 yards, and then the fun began. There's Jonas Blixt. Looks like he's got some sort of a passageway.
Aggressive play here, trying to sling it around the trees. Get it up there as close as he can. Good shot there.
You got to be a little fortunate to get the right opening.
Yeah.
And then be able to use it.
We've seen it all. We've seen guys go low, have to hook it. We've seen guys have to fade it low. We've seen a couple go very high up and over. We've seen guys play it up the third. You got to weigh it all over there.
That's been my favorite play, is when they just drop back and punt and play up number 3. Now, one of the things that's changed in the hour that you were out there on the golf course is it seems as though the wind has picked up.
It has.
What sort of adjustments should players make when you get into blustery conditions like this?
Well, I think you're going to see him take perhaps a little bit more time. You know, where's the wind coming from? How is it changing maybe on that particular hole? So caddy's going to play a little bit bigger role with that to keep up with the direction of the wind, how it might be swirling on some of these holes.
We'll see it as the afternoon progresses on a shot-by-shot basis. Ryan Moore's going to have to knock something down under the wind here. Well, there's a lot going on out here at Firestone for this Bridgestone Invitational. It's a festive week. Those guys over there, one of them is Bradley Christensen from Iowa. He is the Bridgestone special reporter, the social media reporter. Fans had to submit a video through Vine, a 6-second video showing their winning moment using hashtag #MyWinningMoment. Videos were posted on the Bridgestone Invitational Facebook page. Fans then voted on the winners. You can follow Bradley's tweets at all of these places. The Social Hub, PGATour.com/Social Hub, hashtag Bridgestone Invitational, and hashtag Fan Reporter. And there they are, right behind our tee at the second, getting a little airtime on the live ad.
Very nice. Front row seats here to this tee shot coming up from Henrik Stenson.
Properly logoed as well. A couple of Bridgestone hats back there. So there you go. All right, Ryan Moore with a lengthy approach now. 147 yards.
Taking a little bit more club, slide up slope. Gonna shoot the ball up in the air a little higher than normal. And he managed that very well. Not much wind on that side. You see the flag pretty still there. Seems to be a little bit more over on the back nine.
Yeah, the trees sheltering things. Henrik Stenson with a 3-wood here. I think he may have missed that one just a little bit. Was able to reach with the 3-wood and the iron yesterday. So if he hit it good, it's plenty of club. Now Ken Duke joins the fraternity of PGA Tour winners this year after the Travelers Championship victory.
A lot of fairways in this group. Stenson, #1, driving accuracy on tour, and #2, you guessed it, Ken Duke.
And when you're #2, you get that kind of bounce.
That's how it works right there.
You ride the rail, and then it comes back into the fairway by a lot. There you go, Bradley Christensen from Iowa and friends enjoying their day at the Bridgestone Invitational. Jonas Blixt, green side here at the second, playing his third.
Go.
Oh, boy. If you've been watching all day, you've seen that plenty of times.
Gonna hit that collar. Nope, just missed it. Right down to where we've seen a number of balls gather right there.
You can kind of see the debris and the divots. The good news is that the caddies and players have done a good job of replacing all of those divots. So nobody's had a lie issue down there. Now this is the fourth.
Stay there.
And that's
stay there. Stay there.
Still wiggling. But it did stay. Not a moment ago, Ryan Moore now live. That would have been for birdie. Trying to bounce back after the triple at 1. Got the umpire's cap working right there. It's the kind of cap you used to be able to wear frontwards underneath the mask when you were working the plate.
That's right.
All right, how good was Tiger's front nine? 30. Well, it's the second low front nine in the history of this event. 29 from Tom Weiskopf back in 1977. Tiger with a 30, and then he threw another one on the board as he birdied the 10th.
And he's close at the 11th. I think he's dialed in here.
Got the great pleasure of working with Tom Weiskopf the last few U.S. Opens, and boy, is he fun to sit next to. Almost as much fun as you.
Oh, thank you.
I think he's taller. Here's Blixt.
Oh, one of those days for Jonas. Had it to 2 under late yesterday. Gave a couple away late, and it just kind of continued here today. It takes him to 4 over now on the day.
No birdies yet either, all bogeys. Ryan Moore made his par. And Henrik Stenson way back today. Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 267. Didn't seem like he caught that 3-wood off the tee.
Yeah, didn't catch it all. Further back than he would like. This will be fun, though. Big guy takes a last shot. I think he's going to give this a full treatment here. Watch this.
Can he get the full 3-wood there all the way up the hill?
Oh, yeah. Big swing.
Very nice.
He likes it. Oh, yeah. Beautiful 3-wood up the hill.
How about that? He hit it farther than he hit the tee shot. Hit the tee shot 249 and just rifled it up there from 267.
Look at that, even got a smile out of Ken Duke.
Well, he drives it straight anyway.
Yeah, you can't be, well, excuse me, Brian, you can't be short and crooked. Now, you got to be, if you're going to hit it, at 270, you got to get it in the fairway.
This from 238. The steely intensity of Ken Duke. It's up there for now. Oh, no. It's no fun for them. It's a livelihood for these guys, but it's been a hoot for us to watch today.
Well, he might. There's a little bit of a smile. This is his second shot. If that was his third, then there'd be no laughing going on back in the fairway. Ball still going.
So those guys walking out of the way. Nick Watney next on the tee.
Usually a good driver of the golf ball. He's 19th in total driving, which is accumulation of distance and accuracy. Always a good stat to be up there on.
That's a fine effort. Playing alongside Shane Lowry.
All right, holds on there, left side of the fairway.
Lowry with the birdie at the 14th. 3 bogeys on the card. And snack time. We'll go to 15. Harris English all alone right now.
Great look here. One of the bright young players we have out here on the PGA Tour.
You see yet another birdie on the board for Tiger. He's birdied 10 and 11. It's now a 5-shot lead. We've heard this story before at this golf course. Well, that's why Harris is alone up there. Kiradesh Appy Barnrat's already stuffed it in there. His work is done here. Let's go see what Ken Duke can do.
Yes, sir.
This is his 3rd shot. We heard him say to his caddy, it's got to go all the way past it. That's correct. At least to it.
That's got to go. It's got to go.
Well, it is a familiar refrain. The good news is he didn't disturb much grass there. Played it low. Okay. See the guys in the major leagues diving out of the way when the fastball comes inside. That was a much slower version of that.
That one's got to go.
Oh, no.
That one's got to go. Oh, no.
Don't do it.
Could you serious, Chris?
Another purpose pitch coming back at Ken Duke.
You're like a John Daly.
All right, on top, bro.
Well, at least he's got a sense of humor about it. You know, it's.
This is for par.
That one's got to go.
Oh my goodness! This might get to be Daly. Sit. He's referencing Daly at the 8th hole at Pinehurst back in 1999.
See it past the hole, right?
That's the hole, bro. Top.
They have discussed the plan now a couple of times.
It's not a very good
Not taking much time with that one. And there it is.
Okay. He had the shot the whole time.
Not a very good pitch.
If both of us said we could have a windmill at the British Open, I could definitely have one.
Ken Duke celebrating success at number 2. How about that? Ken Duke apologizing for holding up Henrik Stenson. They don't come any nicer than that guy.
No. No, that's unfortunate.
Now, we did hear earlier in the day Steve Stricker's caddy, Jimmy Johnson, refer to this flag here. This is a traditional flag that they have here on the 2nd hole at Firestone, but that it is a couple steps closer to that ridge, just 4 steps over the ridge than it has been in years past. Now, Jimmy's a veteran. He would know that. Veteran caddies keep those sorts of things. He also could have been wrong about it. 4 steps is a lot of room over a ridge.
It is.
For a reachable par 5.
Yeah. I think hear Ken talking there. He's not a big fan of that pin position right now.
Stenson for eagle. Boy, he would have the mastery of this hole. He eagled it yesterday. Wiggles it down there close today. Stenson is currently solo 10th to the 15th, and Harris English for birdie. Well, Ken Duke working on a 1 putt. It's a 1 putt 7. Bogey at 1, a double at 2. He had already played the back 9, and he's 4 over.
That's all you can do is laugh it off. It is what it is.
If I remember correctly from the 8th hole at Pinehurst, it was more of a twirl of the putter, more of a polo type of strike than it was what Ken just pantomimed there. Easy birdie for Henrik Stenson after the slightly missed tee shot. He made it look easy, just pummeling the 3-wood all the way up onto the green. Stenson now tied for 7th. Happy Barn Rat for birdie at 15. Left all the way.
Yeah, a bit of a pull there.
Right, back in the fairway now at number 2, Nick Watney. Good tee shot up the right-hand side. 228.
Great setup. Powerful swing. Going to the right a little bit there. Going to catch the bunker.
So, can't quite tell. They can't either from down there. There's kind of what they're looking at. Actually, they don't even quite have this good a look. They're down there in that valley. Shane Lowry with 215.
That's way right.
Off the tree, and that one bounces right. That tree has been very friendly to most. But Lowry gets the worst of it. Let's go over to 15. This is Michael Thompson on the tee.
Hang in there. There. Left kick. There you go.
Good shot there. I say this hole placement fits his eye. Trying to hit a little cut in there. See Michael takes the club a little outside going back and then swings to the left, just kind of holds it off. Great shot there.
Well, the 12th hole, very close to the second green. We heard the roar, and that was Tiger making about a 15-footer for birdie at the 12th. And now he is 6 clear of this field. 8 under for the day. That's 3 birdies in a row. He's bogey free for the day. Travis, is this, as we watch Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño, is this starting to seem like a statement round? Can you do that in golf?
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and put out the 59 watch.
At Firestone, he does have a par 5 left. Largest margin of victory is one of the many records that Tiger owns here. It was 11 shots back in 2000. That was the tournament that finished in the dark. He's 6 clear in the middle of the day on a Friday. 8 under through 12.
3 more birdies, 3 more pars. We're there.
Par 5 left.
How about that? 59 at Firestone.
Tiger's never shot 59. I don't even think he's shot a 60 in his career.
It's starting to feel like it.
Bo Van Pelt on the tee at 2.
We'll go up and over the slide up slope there. Good drive for Bo.
And Stephen Gallagher next. These guys in the opposite rotation. They started on the back. Slinger down the right-hand side. Too much sling. There you go.
All right.
Go up to the green. Shane Lowry. This is his 3rd.
What a shot.
Ooh, that's real good. Real good from down there. Wow. Well, he threw that up quick. I thought that was going to come out a little lower there, but that went up quick. Almost hit the tree. Beautiful shot.
Back to 15. Gonzo from off the green. He is 4 over. Nick Watney in this group. What do you like about this man's game?
Well, there's a lot to like. You know, it's interesting. I think the last couple of years have been a little bit down for him. You know, he's got 19 starts this year, 2 top 10s. Watch this bunker shot here first. Nice play there. But he's got all the shots. You see one right there. He's a good driver of the ball. Good iron player. Just haven't quite put it all together the last couple years.
Back to the 15th now. Michael Thompson. Go back to 2 and see if Watney can convert. Same for Lowry after that shot. Yeah, they gave that one a run. Thompson a winner earlier this year. First PGA Tour win. Came at the Honda Classic. World-class field there on a major championship venue. Back over to the second. Lowry for an improbable birdie. What an up and down that would have been. Shane just inside the top 50 right now. Not a FedEx Cup competitor, not a tour member.
Go back to Watney now, and you know, I say that based off his results in 2011 when he had the 2 wins, the biggest there at the Cadillac, the World Golf Championship event. And, you know, he had a nice year there, a couple wins. He had another second. And coming back last 2 years, no wins. Really not a whole lot of top 10s. Just kind of things have tailored off a little bit. So you're kind of waiting for him to get jump-started here, get everything working back in the right direction again, because he certainly has the skill set to be out there and winning on this tour.
This for birdie. Fabulous putter. Watney back to even par for the tournament. It's tied for 19th. And he's going to caddy for himself. Not allowed to carry your own bag on the PGA Tour. If you wanted to go one day without a caddy, they're not going to let you do it.
No. It's getting late in the day. Everybody's helping each other out right now. Let's get through the round.
You can go a couple of feet, as Nick did. You just can't go 18 holes.
Yeah.
So it's 241 hole.
Yeah, and then how much behind it have you got?
There's another 10.
So that's 251. That's 251 to fly it over the green. That's without the breeze.
Well, if you're going to do that, I'm sure.
I like it. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate with that thing.
You heard him mention the number 241.
Go down the shaft a little bit and hit a shot.
Callaway Nikon rangefinder has them at 231. They're adding 10 yards.
Yep. Don't take too much off it either. You're going to send it, send it.
I think that's good advice there. You got to send it here, get it up the hill. We've seen most players short.
How far are we at that much hurt right now?
Go down the shaft on that and hit yourself a shot. I like it.
Van Pelt wanted to hit the hybrid. He's choked up on this club.
Good shot.
Yeah,
probably the better of the two misses.
Yep, absolutely. Good shot there. Boy, he just absolutely nailed that. That had to look really good in the air. That ball landed just a touch right of the flag.
Now Gallagher.
It's just confidence really. There's 29, so it's probably 10.
It's a good range for him.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that was definitely a strong gust, wasn't it?
Almost the same discussion that Bo and his caddy just had.
Yep. Going with the hybrid here. Ooh.
Gets the worst of it there. Just over the back of the green and into the long rough. Back to the tee here at the second. Tommy Gainey will have the honor when those guys clear the landing area. Over at the 13th, where Tiger is, missed the fairway way right with his tee shot into the trees. It kicked out into the fairway, and he was able to hit the green. So another birdie putt coming up for Tiger, who is 8 under today.
I'm telling you, Brian, 59 is on the watch right now. That one goes down.
We'll see him 2 holes from now when he gets to 15. We saw Gainey at 15. And now Gainey, there he is in the middle of the 3rd fairway. That may miss the 3rd fairway left. He missed. That's 2 fairways he missed.
Now that was a definition of a snap hook right there. Wow. That was left of left.
It may work out for him. He should be clear over there. Good luck getting a number. He'll need the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Now Nicholas Colsarts.
Well, he's going to give this a ride. This guy can really get it out there. Stands a little further away than most.
This one's going left on him also. Oh, yeah, that's going to be fine. All right, Tommy, I'll see you on the green. Let me know if you need any help. That's correct. Tiger makes a 14-footer at the 13th hole. After driving at the trees, it kicked out. He made it 11 one-putts through 13 holes. He's 9 under today, as Bo Van Pelt has this for eagle. And that's got to stop.
Settle down, settle down. Oh, no.
He didn't just putt it off the green.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
We're going to need another club. We're going to need wedges. Yeah, get the bag. On the green and off the green. Tiger missed a 13-footer at the 9th. Birdied 7, didn't birdie 8. Birdies at 10, 11, 12, and now 13. We'll see him again at 15. Part of our live at coverage. We go there now. Here's Chris Wood. Chris Wood is currently tied for 3rd. Unfortunately, he's 8 shots off the lead.
Jeez.
We have seen this story before here at Firestone, and Wood with a hole seeker. How about that from 216?
Nice player. Good golf swing, Chris Wood.
Back over to 2 now. This is the 4th shot for Bo Van Pelt. We didn't expect to see that.
No. See if he can recover here, get it up the hill. He's got to climb. Okay.
Safe. Back to 15. Duffner also tied for 3rd. Didn't quite catch this one.
Ooh.
Now go back over to 2. And Stephen Gallagher still waits. Gallagher went for the green in 2, put it over the back into the long stuff, but hit a wonderful little pitch shot down there to 2.5 feet.
It's been a tricky little flag today, this pin placement. We've seen a lot of great shots in there, and then we've seen some uncharacteristic shots from this level of play. Guys not getting it up the hill, rolling it back down. It's definitely has required the right trajectory, the right spin to get it up and over that shelf and to settle in around that flagstick.
Well, there you go. Undone by the statistics again. Well, that was unfortunate for Bo Van Pelt. Made the right decision back in the fairway, hit the right shot. It turns into a bogey. This is for par for Jason Duffner after the missed tee shot at 15. And he will drop a shot out of the top 3.
Yeah, I think Duff hit that tee shot fat, just a little quick. Club head bottomed out a little soon. Took a lot off it right into the bunker.
Lovely birdie.
All right, Gallagher made that up and down look easy. Birdie for him.
Interesting putting grip there. You see both of the 4 fingers going right down the side of the grip.
Okay. This is the 3rd hole. It's left of the 3rd hole, which is actually right if you're playing the 3rd hole, whatever. Here's Gainey's second shot. We don't have a number on this one. Actually, we did. Now he's played back over to the second. That was coming from 290.
Not sure where that ended up.
That's not in the fairway at 2 yet, but that's overrated. This is Chris Wood for birdie at 15. What a tee shot. 6 under, now tied for second with Keegan Bradley, who's in the clubhouse on 6 under.
Just a great long iron there. Got a nice game. Good golf swing. Good putter. What a nice tournament here.
Colsaerts getting to play after a mammoth tee shot. 196. Flew it right over the top of the stick. That'll hold the back of the green back there where Bo Van Pelt was. He'll have to be careful with that. But Colsaerts aboard in 2 as we are watching for some special happenings here on a Friday afternoon in Akron. Tiger 9 under through 13 with a par 5 left to play on a par 70 golf course. Kevin Streelman on the tee.
See Streelman's rehearsals there. Almost straightening the right knee, trying to get the left arm working a little bit deeper, a little more around the body. See it right there. I think that's a component of the modern swing that you see with these young players is left arm working more around the body, trying to get the left arm more on the same plane as the shoulders. You don't see many. The left arm goes higher than the shoulder plane, although they're out there. But the modern swing, definitely a little deeper, more around. Poulter now.
Up the right-hand side. And drew over to the left center. Meanwhile, Tommy Gainey has gotten to his. Was in the fairway. at 2. So he's rejoined us at the second and has that left for birdie. Pretty good. We'll go back over to 15. Boo Weekley playing with Daniel Popovic. And Daniel has missed the green well short and right.
Seen a few over there today.
Kind of started just there. That's center of the green. Yeah, that's it.
Boo Weekley now. Good ball striker. Long iron. Still going to hit down on it. Watch how he squeezes the ball. Really compresses it.
Yeah, no. Hurt. Get in the bunker. That's in the bunker, but if you plug.
When it hit the lip, like it. I think it plugged. I think it ran back down to the bottom. Should be all right.
All right, back over to the second as Nicholas Colsaerts and Tommy Gainey have become reacquainted.
Well, we just saw how just power can overtake a par 5 or a golf course right there with Colsaerts. We saw it with Dustin Johnson as well. Big drive up the left side. And these guys are left with just a little bunt 6-iron. You know, they're able to carry it all the way to the flagstick with spin. We've seen most players, you know, hitting a hybrid 3-wood, trying to chase it up the hill. Just gives you an idea. These guys that hit it out there about 315, 320, just to get that kind of advantage it gives you. Overpower these par 5s.
So when folks come to you and say, Travis, I want to hit it farther, can you help them?
Well, you can. Yeah, I mean, there's the ability to create more club head speed is just part of it, but getting people to hit it more solid gives them more ball speed, which gives them more distance.
This for the 3rd eagle of the day. Nicely done. Be an easy birdie there for Colsaerts.
You know, you see with these guys, they create a lot of club head speed, but the energy transfer of the club head to the ball, they don't waste any. So the ball speed is what it needs to be.
This for birdie for Popovic. Did find that back left portion of the green. And just tucks it inside of Boo there. Back over to the second. What a birdie this would be for Gainey.
There's Mr. Gainey.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's too far? That's it. Good line? Yeah, that's putting you. Okay. No way, man. Wow.
Well, you don't necessarily serve birdie after that drive, but would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been a heck of a 4 there. He certainly wears his emotions on his sleeve. Former big break winner, finding his way out here on the PGA Tour.
How about that?
Yeah. It's pretty neat.
Kevin Streelman back in the middle of the fairway.
Going with the pinstripes.
Yeah. You could pull that look off. I think he can pull it off.
Yeah.
I don't know where you get pants like that, but I like them.
Yeah. Get up there.
I'll just stay there. It's not going to.
Stay up. Stay up.
That from 247. Needed another yard. Now Poulter from 232. The average is 54 feet away from this distance. That'll work if it's the right 54 feet.
Oh, way to the right. I'm telling you, that slight upslope on that fairway is giving these players fits. You can see them hanging back, and most of the time they're just holding the face off, and they're just hitting these big blocks out to the right. So even though the distance isn't a real long distance for a par 5, it's playing more difficult. It is the easiest one on the course, but you would think there'd be more birdies here. We've seen a lot of shots way off to the right because of them hanging back.
With the blimp overhead, we look back on the tee. Peter Hansen and Russell Henley back there. The report from the 14th hole is that Tiger had missed the green. These guys are now ready to go on the tee. He actually hit a pitch shot from the back fringe and has an 8-footer left for par. Henley looking for a hop off the path. Not yet. And now he'll get relief off the path if he'd like. Looks like he's very close. That cart path is very close to the left edge of the fairway there. Now Peter Hansen. Well, it bounced in. That may be a good lie. It's a long way back. See what Peter Hansen does when we come back. Tiger made the 8-footer for par at the 14th. He's 9 under today on the tee at one of our live at holes, the par 3 15th hole, playing 216 today. Mark Immelman rejoins the broadcast as we watch a fantastic round. Six iron, stiff. He's a birdie away from 10 under with a par 5 left to play.
Well, we were talking at the break that you could certainly see him making a 2 here. That flag sitting on the right-hand side, just really controlling that little baby cut. He had to like it as soon as he got up to the tee.
Tiger had so many good things to say about Hideki Matsuyama after yesterday's round. Hideki's even par today, and he's getting lapped.
Must feel like he's shooting a million today watching Tiger Woods at full flight. It's an intimidating thing as it is to play with the world's #1 player, and then to watch him at this sort of a performance is incredible. If nothing else, the young man has got a front seat in the best golf classroom I think there is. He's getting to watch how it's done, and how it's done around a tough venue, and how it's done with the pressure of having all this expectation in these huge galleries around too. It's classes in session, no doubt.
He's going to get to sign this scorecard for whatever number winds up being written on it. As we go back to 2, Kevin Streelman just finishing that off. Streelman at 6 over. That's a par. All pars today. He's played 11 holes. That's 11 consecutive pars. That's actually one better than Poulter, who has 9 pars and a bogey. Poulter missed way right. Pitched it to here, though. Got a chance to make birdie.
Poulter just needs to act like he's playing the United States in the Ryder Cup every tournament, and he'd be right there every time.
Incredible show of emotion out of this guy, and the way his game elevates, turning into a match play specialist. He's won that World Golf Championship event.
Yeah. The 15th club is certainly his weapon, but he's good with a stick too.
Yeah, he'll stay 1 over today. Now that stick is new. Poulter decided to bench his game putter just before the British Open, ran a contest on Twitter publicly for all the manufacturers to send him a new putter. He'd publicize the one that he picked and send back the others. Well, he just sent that one back. What if he kept any of the other ones?
Our miss here, you want to be. It's okay to be a little long.
So you're thinking to hit this one?
3 would absolutely. Is that what you're thinking, or no?
234 just seems like not that much.
I just don't. Out of that lie, I don't know that 3 irons. I mean, if we would have gotten a really good lie, I think.
Yeah, I don't see this flying along. Right?
No. So I mean, and let's just talk about this. I mean, you got 217 front, okay, 234 top, and back here's fine to this chip over here. Okay.
250 back.
Yeah. So.
All right. So pretty much right at the TV tower.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Russell Henley naturally hits a very high ball flight. So out of that lie, I expect he has the ability to bring it in a little softer, because that is a lot of club if that was a flat approach shot for Henley, who's a pretty long hitter.
You got that little bit of air back in off the right. Should fly pretty straight, Russ.
So they're banking on one coming in from a lot higher and hitting this putting green softer than normal.
Softly.
Not too bad a spot through the back of the green there. Certainly better than missing it down in the front. He seemed happy enough with that effort.
Loved the discussion between he and his caddy. Let's just talk about this for a minute.
Sometimes you got to take control, pull the player back.
Peter Hansen just laid up. Well, we've seen some low numbers. We've seen 259s already on the PGA Tour. Or excuse me, on the Web.com Tour this year. Here's a list of the 59s on the PGA Tour. Going back to Al Geiberger, Colonial, 1977, the FedEx St. Jude Classic. Chip Beck did it in Las Vegas. Stuart Appleby in the final round, much like David Duval, for the victory at the Greenbrier.
Yep, remember that.
Tiger is 9 under today and has this for birdie at 15. It would put him to 10 under on a par 70 golf course. You saw Tiger's career low, 61. He's shot that 3 times. Most recently back in 2005 at the Buick Open.
His powers of concentration are superhuman. You can see he's so into the line of this.
He's just dialed in on the speed. Yeah, that's been the issue with Tiger. He struggles with his putting, is the speed. The faster the greens, the better.
27 of 27 inside 10 feet this week. Staying right. Looked like he hit that where he aimed it, boys.
Yeah, I think he was looking for some push off that slope to the right, but by the illustration he made by moving the arms, I think he just shoved her a smidge and then it didn't turn down the slope with the speed the ball was traveling at.
3 to play. He leads by 6 right now. As Hideki Matsuyama finishes up for par. We will see Tiger again at the 18th. He heads to the last par 5 right now. It's a short iron or wedge at 17. 16 not very reachable though, playing 650. Not too many guys are even trying to get there. We're not sure what Tiger will do. He has built up a 6-stroke lead here in the second round. This is our last group of the day that will play the par 5 second. Russell Henley and Peter Hansen.
After a deft pitch from in the back of the green, out of a pretty thick lie there in that greenside rough, Henley now cleaning up the short birdie putt.
He just birdied one. Back to 1 under for the day. That's back-to-back birdies.
Kind of a young Snedeker, isn't he?
Watch out for this man. He's not afraid.
When did Snedeker
got the
get
bit between his teeth?
You know, I mean, he's a rookie. Snedeker's not old, but he, you know, Henley, just say the younger Snedeker. He's a rookie out here. Won the Sony earlier.
Yeah,
kind of reminds me of him a little bit.
I'm good with it.
He's an impressive young golfer, as I was trying to mention earlier. When he gets the bit between his teeth like he did at Sony, there was no back down. He did not play like a rookie whatsoever. And, you know, keep your eyes peeled. I think Russell Henley will be around for a long, long time.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, Peter Hansen. Oh, wow. Rude. Laid it up off the fairway bunker.
It looked like you were sitting pretty straight, but it still goes a lot left to right.
Had one come back to him.
Side, it looked like a bit of a hump. If I played it dead straight, just enough for it to.
Oh, he's got the ball back down. That's a 6 for Peter Hansen. He had it lined up. And now we'll take that one with us over to the third. You don't have to carry the ball over there. That's not in the rules.
No breaking that when you hit it that hard.
No. The numbers on the day. 2 eagles again for the second consecutive day, and it's also the easiest hole on the golf course for the second consecutive day. 9 bogeys, most of those caused by the tricky hole location just over the ridge there, 4 steps over the ridge. Adam Scott has this now from off the back fringe at 15 for birdie. Winner here just a couple years ago. Now a major champion, was in the mix again at Muirfield. Got to imagine this guy's going to be on the list of contenders next week at Oak Hill also.
He's become a major player. You know, he sorted out the putting woes that plagued him when he was in contention in big events, and won earlier at what is one of golf's most tough putting challenges in Augusta National, and made some clutch putts coming down the stretch. And you know, he's always hit it like a major champion, but he's now learned to wear that moniker well. And Adam will be around, to your point, Brian.
Foreshadowing of what we're going to do tomorrow on the Launchpad channel. We have some numbers on Tiger's tee shot at 16. He only hit it 379 yards. Club head speed 121 miles an hour. The ball speed 180 miles an hour. He carried it 334. It was in the air for 6 seconds.
Clearly must be very comfortable with that new driver he started working into play at the Open Championship. Has managed to dial in the settings and stuff, and he's hit it on many holes today, Tiger. He's not back down with that driver off the tee.
Here's a guy that can put up those kind of numbers. Birdie putt for Dustin Johnson.
Not too much in this. You can afford to give this a firm rep.
That's back-to-back birdies for DJ. 4th birdie of the day. Even par now for the tournament. Tied for 19th.
That'll help strokes gain putting stat. Dustin Johnson.
Well, Scott finishing off.
That was a good point, Mark, I think, on that long putter. I really, we talked about Phil and that 3-wood and the game changer that was. This putter for Adam Scott kind of changed everything. I mean, it just took his game to the next level, and now he's that upper tier major championship winner.
13 different tournaments for Tiger here at Firestone. He's played the final 3 holes, 2 under par, 6 times. If he does that today, it's the lowest round in tour history. Our next group here on the tee, it's going to be Billy Horschel and Graham McDowell.
This right hole location will not fit G-Mac's eye whatsoever. He typically flights the ball in a little lower, likes to move it from right to left. The only thing that he's got going for him is that what breeze there is over from the left-hand side, so he could hold up that draw a little bit and get in there tight, but I doubt he'd be lining up this flag. There's just too much penalty on the right side of the target. Nice play in the end.
Yep, good shot.
With the hold-up draw against what left to right breeze there is, and he's got himself a decent opportunity for a birdie there.
Yeah, always holding off the face, shut face players we talked about earlier. Kind of rotate aggressively through. You can really see that face kind of looking back at him as he rotates through the shot.
It's been a tough hole location to get close to. Tiger had a tremendous shot there. The best of the day, Chris Wood, has hit it to just outside 2 feet a few groups ago. Average proximity is 32 feet from this hole location, so the player's erring in the side of caution just towards the center of the green and left of that pin.
Horschel.
Damn. That is not the spot you want to put it, Billy. That's a tough up, and he's going to have to land that ball either in the rough or on that downslope there on the opposite side of the bunker to hopefully get her close.
It's a tough hole. Not even seeing its full distance yet. We'll see it play over 230. Let's go to the 18th for the first time of the day. Gonzalo Fernandez Castano. His approach, middle of the fairway. And the middle right hole location. That other ball belongs to this man, Michael Thompson.
That flag's got to fit his eye. Right hole location, natural fader of the golf ball.
From 166, and he almost flew it in.
That's one of those when he sees the hole location sheet in the morning on the first tee, goes, birdie flag, let's put a big red check mark next to that.
Well, how good is what Tiger's putting together right now? He's the low round of the day by 5 shots in a 73-man field. That's unusual. Merrick in with a 66. Some other guys working on some nice rounds. But to beat a field like this by 5 shots on any one day.
One word comes to mind, and I want to say virtuoso. You know, everyone knows he's such a special talent. But, you know, as the scores indicated, it has not been a pushover whatsoever, but he's hit the ball fantastically and converted, and it's been so much fun to watch Tiger Woods today.
Yeah, and perhaps the first look at Tiger of the old here. Just complete domination right now. Long ways to go. But right now he is clicking on all cylinders. Confidence growing by the shot.
He laid up at 16 from 260 plus out of the left rough. It's not a hole that is very accessible. He laid up to 90 yards. So going to leave it up to the wedge. Not wanting to take the water on. Bombing it over the 16th green. No guaranteed up and down either. It was actually out of bounds over the back of the 16th green.
You think he's thinking about 59, Tiger?
Wonderful question. What do you think?
I want to say no, because, you know, Tiger is the ultimate.
You see Horschel in the bunker.
Ooh, great shot here for Billy Horschel.
That was special there. That's a nice effort from there. He actually took that slope on the edge of the green out and just floated the ball all the way up to the cup and managed to get it to settle down nice and softly.
I think if he's thinking about 59, you go for that green at 16.
Yeah,
you go ahead. You realize you got a big lead. It's only Friday. We're tracking down a special round. Let's take a rip at it.
I agree.
Don't know if that would have worked out any better, as we see Castano for birdie at 18.
To that Tiger point, if I may, Tiger prides himself, as we were chatting earlier, on tournament victories. It's about the resume, and clearly 59 is something special to put on there. But he's just positioning himself, you know, he's just one shot at a time, working his way along there. Clearly 59's on the board, but he's playing the tournament, and he wants to lift his 8th title here at the Firestone South Course, no doubt.
Tiger's wedge shot went quite a bit past the hole. He's going to have 25 feet or so, maybe just a little bit longer than that for his birdie. They did not have the spin. Hideki Matsuyama hit the shot Tiger wanted right past the stick and brought it back, almost made it. Now to the 15th, McDowell for birdie.
20 feet up the hill. That's been a common refrain to that whole location. The guys have hit it towards the center of the green and then a little more upslope than they think, and most guys from that range have left it just a little bit shy in the jaws of that cup.
Thompson for birdie at 18, between the right-hand side of the green and the hole. Mark Carnevale gives you macho points if you do that.
Thompson sets that shaft very neutral. Every club in his bag is like very neutral. Not a whole lot of forward lean with any club.
Too much borrow in that one. That's a round of 71 for Michael Thompson. 3 over heading into the weekend. Tiger putting for birdie at 16. Needs to birdie 2 of his last 3 for 59. Stick around. To the tee at the 15th, Lee Westwood.
15 playing 216 yards. And Lee Westwood with a pearly looking shot in there just to the left of the cup side.
Tiger had a 30-footer for birdie at 16 as we watch Jason Duffner now at the 18th. Duffner with a nice shot in there. Tiger missed it. So if you're on the 59 watch, We know you are. He's going to have to birdie 17 and 18 to get there. Now, Webb Simpson was the overnight leader, but he's 3 over today.
All right. Let's see him try to save that finish there. Flip the face over. Wow, that's way to the right. He did that. We saw him do that on the second on the tee shot as well. He hit it way to the right. So he's definitely fighting his golf swing today.
Yeah, Webb 3 over today. Still 3 under for the week, and we've talked about the perspective. He's still right in this. He's tied for 9th anyway. Tiger by 6 on Friday. To the green at the 18th, and we've got some umbrellas out now. As Jason Duffner has this for birdie.
Only been 9 birdies on 18 today, guys. But Duff has got a ball in about the best spot that I feel like you can have on this for this whole location. Putting uphill. And there should be just a smidge of movement from his right.
This would be his longest made putt of the day. Nothing. There's a foreboding weather forecast for tomorrow morning. There will be no play here tomorrow morning. We'll start later in the afternoon. Players going off of both sides, split tees and threesomes. It's kind of the opposite of what the normal adjustment is. Normally they move play to the morning. In this case, we'll see round 3 in the afternoon. Won't affect our air times. For the Launchpad channel, I can't wait to get together with you guys and get some teaching gizmos with 2 of the best teachers in the world and learn some stuff tomorrow.
I'm excited about that. I really am. I'm looking forward to it. I'm certainly looking forward to the time spent with you, but I'm looking forward to Travis's input. You know, I've really enjoyed what he's had to say about some of the swings we've gotten to see today.
It's going to be exciting. Anytime you can have that much technology on one hole and talk about it, it'll be great.
Chris Wood is solo second right now. That, unfortunately, was for par. So if Chris Wood is going to get in here no better than bogey, Keegan Bradley was first to post But if Chris Wood can make his putt for birdie, he'll be in that last group on Saturday with Keegan and Tiger. Tiger and Keegan have been announced as the first two-round grouping, along with Davis Love III at next week, the PGA Championship. So Keegan's going to get a sneak peek tomorrow. Good round for Keegan today. 68. Tiger missed the fairway at 17 on the left-hand side. However, has stuffed his approach 6.5 feet. We will see him when he gets to 18. If he can make that one, he'll need to birdie 18 for 59.
Pretty neat stuff. A great round of golf.
Now Wood likely to get in the last group tomorrow. Henrik Stenson's still out there, can take the spot away from him with a couple of closing birdies. Anything could happen, but that's a good start for Chris Wood.
Yeah, I like his game, Mark. 66, 68. Beautiful golf swing. Nice putter. You know, really solid stuff here. Just being overshadowed by Tiger's performance today, but good stuff from Chris.
Nice play out of that group. Jason Duffner shot one into 69 as well.
Meanwhile, back right-hand side of the fairway, Daniel Popovic trying to curl it up close to the hole, and that's pretty clever.
Beautiful shot there.
Back to the 15th. Raining over here also. Lee Westwood. Great approach. This for birdie.
Seen some improvement as part of Westwood's game. See if we can get this one to go down. Very nice.
Westwood, 3 birdies since the 7th hole. He's back to even par for the day after bogeying 3 of his first 5. 1 over for the week. But Weekly well right at 18. The Nikon Callaway rangefinder puts him at 152. You can escape that right-hand side. And then some.
Sadly, that tremendous shot won't be rewarded as well as it should. The ball's nestled up against that green side. Primary rough color.
Our last group on the tee at 15. Miguel Angel Jimenez and Bubba Watson.
Rain coming down quite steadily now. 15, always a tough par 3. Playing 216 yards today. Only been 6 birdies. Lee Westwood's birdie in the previous group was the 6th birdie of the day on this hole.
At the hole, but turning left.
Not all bad there from Jimenez. He'll leave himself in about the 35-foot range for a birdie 2 there on number 15.
Now Bubba. 216.
What do we think here, Travis? Is this a full-blooded 7 or a little chip with a 6-iron for Bubba?
I think he's going to go with the hard 7 here.
Looks like he's trying to turn this in from left to right. Draw shot for the left-handed Bubba Watson.
He starts it way left. And he's overhooked it.
That shot with the rainfall has just become a little more difficult too. That bunker surface will start to firm up a little bit. Won't be able to get that sand wedge in underneath the golf ball as easily.
Over to the 18th. As we finish things off, Popovic trying to complete the great escape. There you go. Got a little bumpy on the way, but it made it. Second birdie in his last 3 holes. 77 today for Daniel Popovic. He does what Tiger needed to do. Tiger had just outside of 6 feet for birdie at 17. It curled to the left, and he missed it low. So he will need to eagle the 18th for 59, and that's unlikely.
Now Boo Weekly cleaning up for a par on the final hole.
And that's good up and down for Boo. Even par 70 today for Thomas Brent Weekly. Birdied his first 3, gave him back in the next 6, and parred the entire back 9. And now on the tee at 18. Course record is 61 here. That would be par for Tiger.
Interesting play off the 18th tee. Woods going with a driver. Normally would gear down and go with 3 wood off here and put it in play, but he's taking it on. Clearly exhibiting the confidence that he has, and the newfound confidence he has in his swing and this golf club.
Looks like he may have lost it right. Tiger gave up on it before Joe LaCava did, and it's somewhere right of the fairway. Birdie for the course record outright, as well as Tiger's lowest career round. He's never shot lower than 61. Par for 61 when we come back. Tiger Woods looking for birdie at the 18th for his lowest career round ever. He does lead this Bridgestone Invitational by 7. There's Bubba Watson and friends.
Hey.
The golf boys are back there behind him.
Oh.
I don't know if you heard that or not. There they are. They're getting rained on back there.
That's too good.
The golf boys are out in full force. Hunter Mahan was eligible for this meal. There they go. There's Fowler and Bubba. Ben Crane with the helmet. Hunter Mahan. That's a good Hunter Mahan.
It is.
You know Bubba's enjoying this.
The Bubba's not bad either.
That is great.
Well, it's a star-studded Friday here in Akron. That's triple Bubbas. There's 3 Bubbas on this hole. We've got the real Bubba, we've got that Bubba, and then you got little Bubba on the head cover of his driver.
Just need the hovercraft now.
Now, way over there is where Tiger is as the rain picks up here at 18. Oh, boy.
I did find the selection of the driver off the tee interesting. You know, the hole for Tiger and his power is well within reach with a 3-wood.
If you've never seen jail before,
keep going, guys.
This is what it looks like.
As I was saying, the hole's well within reach at 457 downhill with a 3-wood and just a medium to short iron for Tiger, but the selection of the driver. Interesting play. Obviously, he's very, very confident in the club, but downhill, I question the play.
Well, the Nikon Callaway rangefinder gets him to 153.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
He's trying to go up.
The right gallery is not a bad play.
That's the hole. Would Phil Mickelson hit to that hole?
Yeah. This comes out as long up there. They put it on the grandstand or on the right gallery is fine. Pitch it straight back up there.
Well, fasten your safety belts, people. Here we go.
Well, he's guarding against going long. Great insight from world number 1. His 59th shot of the day.
Everybody stand.
Oh, it's back there behind the bleachers.
Didn't catch a lot of ball. It looked like that club got hooked up in the rough on the way down, guys, and the ball came out a little deader than I think even he expected.
Well, the short miss at 15, short miss at 17, and the round doesn't have the luster that it had, but it's been a fantastic run on a Friday afternoon. Now Hideki Matsuyama. Just 130.
I like the look of his game.
Come back.
Oh, don't stick up there. That's still a very, very nice shot, and he will have a good birdie look here on the final green.
Matsuyama birdied 16 and 17.
And 2 under today on today's round. Handled himself nicely.
Last shot of the day on the par 3 15th. Bubba Watson, and he stays at 3 under. And the golf boys approve.
Bubba's got to throw him a golf ball or something, doesn't he? I mean, that's just a lot of work. Boys getting up, getting ready, coming out here, supporting Bubba. Get him something.
He made his mama proud.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to get some of his attention when the round's over with. They're probably not going to leave after 16. All right, there you see Tiger marching back there behind the hospitality area.
The second one, right? Let's go, folks. Keep going.
PGA Tour rules official Steve Rintoul on hand to help Tiger Woods take the correct relief here.
This is relief, free relief here. He's got to drop at least one club and within the second club. And look at this, measuring with the shortest club in his bag. You got to know the rules in order to make this work. He just went back.
We're going to use that as nearest point, but he hits goes close to the tee where we drop. Okay.
He leaned the putter against the wedge to make sure the putter was shorter.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, back up a little more.
Oftentimes in the rules, they'll tell you to use a club, but they don't tell you which club to use.
After he hits, please stand. Let the golfer get back under the ropes. Go.
I tell you what, it's no picnic from you now, even though he's gotten relief from that area and from the immovable obstruction.
No. Over here you got 9 more. So 74 is added. 81's hold added.
Joe looking at one hole in the trees and Tiger looking at the other.
Yeah, Joe looking at the more cautious route towards the left center of the green, and Tiger looks like he's lining up that right hole location. Drawn a decent lie though.
Is 74 added?
74 added, yes.
All of a sudden, Tiger's gotten aggressive on the 18th hole. This is his 60th shot of the day.
Stand, please. Stand, please.
In my opinion, I think that's one of the better shots he's hit today. That was pretty sporty out of that lie. To land it short of the green in that thick rough, that was a really, really good shot from that situation, Tiger Woods.
That left for a course record and personal best tying 61. It's also left for a 7-shot lead. This round has had lots of highlights. A couple of miscues down the stretch. No birdies since the 13th. Huge par save at 6 from outside 20 feet. Another good par save at 14. Short miss at 15, which we watched. Conservative play at 16 that led to a 30-footer. Short miss at 17. Then the driver off the tee here at 18. And he's been scrambling ever since. "22 putts to this point, and this one won't count."
And how's that? There's Hideki Matsuyama having a good outing, really, and he is only 13 strokes behind through 36 holes.
What a thrill for him the last 2 days.
No doubt.
Especially today, just
no doubt.
Front row seat to terrific round of golf.
Had the distinct possibility to be the signature on the card that would have been posted a lot.
Yep. Yep.
And if this goes in, it ties Tiger's lowest career round. That's not a bad card to sign either.
Tiger's got 26 feet downhill here for the par, and it appears he's going to have backswing issues here. The ball is nestled up against the collar of the first cut of rough. So contact could pose a problem here.
Yeah, you might see him lean the shaft maybe just a little more forward here.
This is for par.
The great escape.
His lowest round as a professional, and a course record tying 61. It wasn't the finish he wanted, but spectacular nonetheless. Tiger leads by 7 at the halfway mark.
Well, you called it, Mark. That was a great third shot that he hit to set that up, to give himself a chance to make that putt. That was amazing just to get it on the surface there.
Tiger Woods is a special golfer, but his powers of recovery are without peer.
It's pretty amazing.
Now Matsuyama to close with 3 birdies in a row.
And how's that? Makes the same score as Tiger Woods on the hole. Drive in the fairway. Hit it just beyond the flag. 2 putts par.
And Tiger gets all the attention.
Still a great day for the young Hideki Matsuyama. And what an experience for the young man to watch this. Get the front row seat, as you guys point out, on history being made here at the Firestone South Course.
Lowest round that man has ever shot in relation to par. Well, total score either way, 61. And there's the look of triumph. We're only halfway finished with the event. But that was a lot to do on a Friday. And we knew it from the start. We saw him eagle the second earlier in the day. Tiger shot 61. Tiger Woods put on a show here in the second round of the World Golf Championship's Bridgestone Invitational, an event that he has won 7 times previous. And the number to the right of his name is correct. 61 How could you possibly be disappointed with a 61? He finished the round with 5 consecutive pars. But he certainly had his chances. Along with Travis Fulton and Mark Immelman, I'm Brian Katrick. Glad to have you with us here on PGATour.com. And guys, that was a whole lot of fun.
That was moving. You know, to watch Tiger at full flat and making birdies all over the show and knocking flagsticks out of the ground is one thing, but to watch him make that escape on 18 is moving to me, because golf to me is the ultimate game of recovery, and he's just exhibited why he is the best player in the world.
And perhaps the first glimpse of Tiger Woods in total domination. We haven't seen that in quite some time. He's played well, 4 wins this year. No majors, but we keep talking about when's the old Tiger going to come back. Well, that was a little bit of a glimpse of the old Tiger Woods right there, 61 and complete domination of this golf course.
There's Adam Scott. This for birdie to get back to even. Tiger's still the best round of the day by 5. That's something else that you put on the list of impressive things about today. It's not like everybody was shooting the grass off the course, and this is Firestone. It was a calm day, a good day for scoring, but it's the best round of the day by 5 shots. Well, Dustin Johnson not having a bad day either. This for birdie. Dustin just bogeyed 17, but he's still 1 under today. Reunited with caddy Bobby Brown, who's giving him instructions there. Bobby was on the bag at Whistling Straits. Bobby just had a daughter. No, excuse me, a son.
Yeah, he was telling us about his newborn and during the practice round, and you referenced Bobby. I've got a feeling about Dustin going back to the PGA Championship next week. You know, it's the kind of venue where it's going to favor the long hitter. You know, the rough will probably be up a little bit, and strength, I think, is going to be the big weapon around that venerable golf course, and Dustin Johnson certainly fits that mold.
Well, his drive here on 18, 352.
We'll need to start converting with a putter, though. That has been his undoing today. Got off to a bogey start and then had a really short eagle attempt there on the par 5 second that he hit high, and he's hit the ball into position some, but just has not converted. And as he nudged this par putt in, that'll be a second round of 1 under par 69 for Dustin Johnson.
One over is tied for 27th. Nobody sweating out a cut line here today, as this is a no-cut event. Adam Scott finishes that off. 68 today for Adam. The 1 bogey at the 9th. He's also tied for 27th.
And another guy that I'm going to have to take a look at next week at the PGA, Adam Scott. Like his chances.
Flashy new leaderboards this year at the Bridgestone Invitational as we take a look at Tiger's line score across all the holes. And how did they even know to have a 61? Where did you get that from?
I wonder if they had a 59.
Great question.
They might have been scrambled about an hour ago.
Somebody get to Kinko's.
Somebody get me a 59 now.
Stat.
Graham McDowell in the fairway.
Hadn't had his best stuff today, G-Mac. The birdie on number 2 has followed that up with 3 bogeys, 2 over for the day. But still hitting a decent quota of greens, so The scrambling in the putter must be letting the Northern Irishman down.
Graham in between clubs. He's going to take less club. He says, I'll squeeze this.
Gonna see a little hold off here. Watch the club face as it exits to the finish. See the face looking back towards us here. Good shot.
He got it there. Narrowly avoided some of the branches, but he's there now. McDowell a couple over today. 3 over for the week. Big drive from Billy Horschel. 340 off the tee. Just 118 left. I think that's kind of what Tiger was going for there, Mark.
Uh-huh.
Feathered the gas pedal back at 16 and pressed it fully down at 18. Horschel will have a chance to close off with his second birdie in 3 holes when we come back.
The 18th green just in time for Billy Horschel. Knocks that birdie down. That's a nice finish, but a tough day for Horschel. Got out in 5 over par 40. But finished with 2 birdies to close. Birdied 16 and 18 for a back 9 of 34 and a second round of 74 for the Florida Gator. All smiles now, but 74 and 74 I'm sure is not what he was looking for, Travis.
Yeah, it's not his best effort over the last 2 days. Of course, Billy, great start of the year, a lot of top 10s. Struggled as of late. Kind of working through it right now.
And now McDowell.
Here's McDowell. Good putt there, nice 3. Nice little cut shot that hit in there and capitalized. Round of 71, back-to-back 71s for Graham McDowell. 2 over for the tournament.
It's only tied for 36th. 73-man field. G-Mac and Billy Horschel, a couple of good guys to share a laugh with. There you go. glove for that young man. Won't need the glove anymore. Couple of groups left. See if the golf boys have made it all the way in with Bubba Watson. Rain has stopped momentarily. On and off. Light rain this afternoon. The wind was up as these guys in the afternoon groups went off, but then it kind of went away.
So if you had to pick a fifth for the golf boys, who would you put in there?
Jimenez.
There you go. Yeah.
On trombone. There's Westwood. Back there in the underneath the trees.
I mean, it'd have to be Duffner, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's a good call.
I mean, it'd have to be Duffner.
That is a good call. Nikon Callaway rangefinder giving Westwood 171, but an abbreviated backswing. He's going to get some chase out of this. Duffner would be good.
Yeah.
Duffner on sacks. Let's kick Jason out of the band and take all of his good ideas.
Good shot there for Westwood. Drove it up the left side there. Have a good angle for his third. Tough driving hole, the 18th. Yeah, you gotta hit a good drive there to hold that fairway. Seen a lot of guys off to the right.
Well, all the corridors here at Firestone are narrower than a lot of people expect when you get out here and see it for the first time. Maybe the holes are so long, it just looks narrow. It's visually intimidating golf course.
Yeah, 18's certainly falls into that category. Tough day for Webb. Great round yesterday, 6 under, 64. Opening round leader. Different story today, +5.
.138.
That's a good one.
Webb is still tied for 16th. As rough as it's been, he's still part of things here as we wind down Friday. Just a couple of groups left here to finish on this 18th hole. We've slid over. Play concluded over at the par 5 second. We followed some groups through 15. Now there's nobody left. So we're going to watch 18 here on PGATour.com. Lee Westwood and Webb Simpson. Westwood, before the move to Palm Beach, 191st in scrambling. He's now inside the top 15.
Yeah, good to see. He's put a lot of time in with the wedges and this club in particular, the putter.
Now this is for par.
Add to that stat here, but big improvement with his short game. Big improvement.
He insists that he was never that bad a chipper or putter. Just didn't always put the good chip together with the good putt. And it's not all the move to Florida. Clearly, it's a dedication for Lee Westwood, but the move to Florida allowed him to put more work in.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's assessing his game. Great ball striker. Struggling with the wedges and the putter. Okay, I need to improve my weakness. And that's what he's done. He's improved his weakness.
Yeah.
I think admittedly his ball striking has come back a little bit. Now he's looking to clean that up with Sean Foley. So he's getting close to getting all this put together here, and I think putting his best foot forward.
Webb Simpson to finish with just his second birdie of the day.
That sort of a day, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's kind of what's been happening to Webb. He birdied the third, but just bled all over the course after that. 6 bogeys after that. 11 shots different than yesterday. Yet Simpson is still inside the top 20 and still under par. One group remaining. Bubba Watson is in it. How close can he get to the man at the top? Now the story of the day. Here at Firestone, the World Golf Championships Bridgestone Invitational, a course record tying and personal best tying 61 from Tiger Woods. He played the course in order. We saw him at the par 5 second. He was 3 under through 2. Kept that momentum going with a birdie at 3. Turned it in 30. Only one player's done better than that here, and that was Tom Weiskopf. Missed a short putt at 9. Well, short by Tiger standards today. Went on a tear. 22 putts for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Came to the last stretch there, needing to birdie 2 of them to shoot 59, and then everything dried up. And then just when he thought all hope was lost, he knocked it in from off the green at 18 for par.
It wasn't for lack of opportunities, though. You know, he made the nice save at 14 and hit one in there close on 15 and just hung that birdie putt out a little high and then hit it well beyond the flag on the par 5 16th, and then had a good opportunity up the hill on 17 that he undercooked, and then obviously the superhuman save there on the final green for a very, very special second round.
Well, you talked about the distance of the putts made in round number 1, and there wasn't anything long. The distance of the putts made today, he made a 20-footer at 2, 13 feet at 3, a 22-footer per par at 6, a 20-footer at 12. Then things kind of slowed down. A 14-footer at 13. The longest putt that he made yesterday was 11.5 feet. To the 18th now, and Miguel Angel Jimenez.
143 out of the right intermediate cut. Miguel 1 under on his second round for even par for the championship.
His pinatas hit back.
Nicely executed there, yeah. The most interesting golfer in the world. He knows Victoria's secret.
Man, I would have a hard time focusing. You'd have to write that down somewhere so you don't forget it. Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us Bubba's got 108. There's some tree trouble here. That drive only went 355. It just went over the tree. Bubba Watson is tied for 6th. See how close he can get when we come back. Bubba Watson, birdie putt on the way. It would have moved him into a tie for 4th. Still a pretty good round for Bubba. Hanging in there in the top 10, 1 under today. The best human round of the day was 4 under from John Merrick. Tiger gave us a little something else. I think if you're Bubba, you have to throw that out, don't you?
You got to. I mean, the competitor in him is going to go, my goodness, I can't believe I let some of these slide. But, yeah, that 61 was super special.
Yeah, I don't think you can. If you were advising him after the round, can't you just say, look, nobody went lower than 4 under. You shot 1 under. That's a good round by comparison. You forget that other guy.
I'd be focusing on the fact that there's 36 holes left, and clearly Tiger's far out in front, but it's still a marathon sort of question, and you just got to try and pick them off one by one and see what Sunday afternoon brings.
I still want to know if he was thinking 59, and if he was, at what point during the back 9.
Jimenez for a closing birdie. And Miguel had a lot going on today. 4 birdies, 3 bogeys. He hit 8 fairways today, 12 greens. And this is his 28th putt. Jimenez shoots 69. Even par, tied for 19th. Golf boys have got to be around. They were watching Bubba at 15. .69 for Bubba on day 2. 4 under heading into the weekend. And that will wrap it up. There's no one left out there. It's going to finish on the 18th. What a day it was, gentlemen. Lots of fun watching Tiger find something out here at Firestone. A 7-shot lead over Keegan Bradley and Chris Wood. The Saturday tee times have been moved closer to the afternoon. Check out PGATour.com for all the details. It was a Sunsplash Friday to start, and we saw all kinds of emotion at that par 5 second. Guys thought they had it and lost it, and vice versa. Last week's winner trying to climb back in this. Phil Mickelson, always a fan favorite, didn't go as far forward as he was hoping for, and nobody would make a move on the leaderboard other than the world's #1 player. Tiger Woods with a course record tying and personal best 61. Read all about it right here at PGATour.com. We're back with you tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern Time.